All right. Is everybody here? That's good. Okay, we took attendance. I am not Sam. I think most of you heard yesterday that Sam would not be teaching today. Instead, you've got me, Chad. I'm Chad Sellers. I guess I should say who I am. I'm Chad Sellers. I am one of the software developers here at Figure 53, so I write code on QLab. The plus side is that means I know how a bunch of stuff works pretty well. The downside is I don't have as much field experience, so I have a partner in crime, which is Charles, who's hiding in the back.
Hi, I'm Charles.
Charles has tons of field experience and knows lots of stuff, so he's going to interrupt and give all the fun stories today while I talk about technical details. But we're going to talk about video today, which is super fun. And then later today, we'll also talk about hardware recommendations, networking, and show controls, that sort of stuff. So I'll start off the day, and Charles will take over and do all the networking show controls things later on. Yeah, so before we get started, I wanted to give an opportunity for anybody who had a question from yesterday as you were sleeping in your beds last night. If you dreamed of questions that you wanted to ask about yesterday's topics, I can try to cover them even though I'm set up for video right now, but I can at least try to answer. Yes?
When it comes to the timeline group, kind of just looking to save me from myself, so and practice good programming hygiene. I'll start off building queues for a client or whatever with follows and pre-waits, post-waits, and then, okay, now let's put this in a group because it needs to be in a group now, and then, oh, it's advantageous for us to do a timeline, go to timeline, and now my queues are broken because I have follows and pre-wait and post-waits and stuff like that. Is that a feature request where I could be like, all right, you saw what I did, can you just do that in a timeline, or should I just start from scratch?
I don't have a good answer to that. I don't know if anybody else does in the room. Go ahead, Charles.
So what I would say is, so you don't have to use a timeline group. You can use one of the other types of groups, which will translate and will accept those auto-follows and auto-continues. That's sort of switching around from using pre-waits to define all of your timing and in a timeline group from the auto-follows is something that QLab doesn't do automatically, and I think would be a little tricky to figure out because the pre-waits are all deterministic, and what happens in those auto-follows and auto-continues might change. If you had a devamp in there and the length of your queue changed because you were devamping, we'll talk about that on Friday, it might affect how that behaves.
Plan ahead.
So plan ahead, or if you like thinking about things in auto-follows and auto-continues, maybe change the default group type in the templates part of your workspace settings to start first child, which will keep all of those things as you put them into a group and keep that same logic of auto-follows, auto-continues, and post-waits. So you sort of just need to choose your programming style.
So I forgot I was going to restate the question, and then I just didn't do it. So the question was, if you start out programming your queues using pre-waits, post-waits, auto-follows, auto-continues, and then you want to switch to using a timeline group for those, is there an easy way to do that? And the answer is there's not a way to redo it because those are two different mindsets, so you'd have to do it manually. So either start with what you want to end up in, or keep the auto-follows and auto-continues, because that's a great way of programming too and gives you a lot of advantages for, like, if you're vamping a queue and you want to make sure that the next queue starts after a timeline isn't necessarily the mindset you want to be in. You want to be in, when this is done, I want the next thing to start. Yes?
So yesterday someone asked the question, why use a lighting console at all instead of just using QLab? Mm-hmm. So overnight, the thing that occurred to me was effects engines. Is there such thing as an effects engine in QLab?
So the question is, yesterday we talked some about why use a lighting console versus using QLab for lights. And the question is there a lighting effects engine in QLab? And the answer is no right now. That is, I think Sam talked about yesterday. That's on our radar. We really want to have more of an effects engine. You can build lots of effects as it is with queues, because queuing gives you a whole lot of programming flexibility. So you can have something where you run this light queue, this light queue, this light queue. They're timed out, they loop. And you can build effects out of that. So there's a lot of flexibility to build your own, but the pre-baked in effects don't exist in QLab right now. We hope to add that in the future. We can't promise exactly when that's going to be. And there's some limitations to using queues. There's some kinds of light effects that you just can't build with QLab right now, or rather, at least impractical. So yes, that is entirely a reason why if you're doing a lot of effects, using a lot of lighting effects, you may want to use a traditional console instead of using QLab.
So what is the reason for having QLab for lighting?
What is the question is, what is the reason for having QLab for lighting?
Yes.
There's lots of good reasons for why you might want to use QLab for lighting. For one thing, a lot of people are already using QLab for sound or video, so this gives you a tool that you know that can do things that you want. QLab, I will point out, is a lot cheaper than a lot of the lighting desks that do very nice things for a whole lot of money. But also, it means that you can have much tighter integration. So Sam showed yesterday where you can have a timeline that has your sound cues and your light cues, and you can easily have them snap to one another so that everything's starting at the exact same time, and you can see sound, light, video all in one look, all in one view, and be able to really coordinate between them. And QLab has a lot of nice features, which we talked a bunch about yesterday. There's a lot of workflow features that you get with QLab that allow you to program quickly and know what the heck it's going to do. Go ahead, Charles. Sorry.
And also to chime in, it's also very easy to bring QLab along with you in a way it might not be with a lighting console. So I work on a show where we have toured to festivals in Australia, New Zealand, Romania, Egypt, and the lighting designer built the show on an ETC Ion, and then we turned it around into QLab, so that no matter where we were going, we always could have a version of the show. The lighting designer, if he was going to be there and making changes, would often work on the show on an Ion if he could, but we always had QLab as an option. And so it was really flexible and a really easy thing to add in. And it meant that me, as the sound person on the show, had to trigger a whole bunch of light cues, which I was never thrilled about.
Yes?
Sam mentioned briefly that you guys were working on an update for disarmed cues to automatically be skipped.
Yes.
Do you know when that'll be available?
Soonish. We don't tend to say exactly when stuff is going to come. The question was, we're working on an update for disarmed cues to have them skip instead of be triggered the way that normal triggering would happen. And we are indeed working on that. I can say it's in testing, I guess I could say. I don't know exactly when it'll be released, but I can't imagine it'll be. If you come to this class next year and it's not released, I would be shocked. Not that you need to come to this class next year, because you're going to know everything already after this week. Good. Oh, were you about to say something, Charles? Oh, you look like you were. Okay, any other questions? Okay, one thing I did want to cover that has nothing to do with video, but it came up this morning while we were setting up, and a lot of people were like, what is that? And I don't think we'd scheduled to talk about it, but it's overrides in QLab. The specific problem we had was that our lights suddenly went off, and we were like, what's going on with the lights? So as we talked about yesterday, we're using ArtNet to talk to all of our lights, and QLab is talking to ArtNet. The catch was we're not doing lighting today, so we have another computer that's controlling the lights, but this workspace here also still was trying to control the lights, and they were fighting with one another. So if you're using ArtNet for controlling lights and you have two different computers trying to tell the lights what to do at the same time, sometimes it doesn't work. But you can override things in QLab, which is a way of saying, QLab, stop doing this thing. So if you look under Window, you can go to Override Controls, and you can see lots of things that you can override. So if you're in rehearsal and they're like, can you just stop spitting out network OSC messages? You can just turn it off. You can turn input on and off, and output on and off, both locally and externally. What we did was we turned off lighting, so we turned off all DMX output. This includes USB and ArtNet devices. So if you're in rehearsal and you want to be able to run sound stuff or video stuff, but you have a bunch of lighting cues programmed and you don't want them accidentally messing up the lighting because you just have house lights on for rehearsal, you can come in here and we turn DMX output off. When you do that, you'll also, even if you don't have the override controls window open, the bottom of your workspace window in red will let you know. Because a lot of people may not remember that they overrode DMX output, and then they're like, why are my light cues not working? So we have it down here for you in bright red. DMX output is off. We're going to leave DMX output off today because I don't want the lights to go off while we're trying to do video things. Does that make sense? Override controls are your friend. Just make sure you remember to turn them back on when your show happens.
Chad, also O with a slash through it next to a Q indicates that that Q is overridden.
Yes.
So we can see a lot of those over in the Q list, and that is different than the red X, which is something's broken and you have to fix it. That's something is broken and you broke it, or something is overridden.
Right.
What's the circle with an X? Because there's a slash, not on yours, but on one of my shows it came up. I don't know if it was because I didn't have my projector plugged in, but it was a circle with an X.
Circle with an X. I do not remember.
I don't think there is a circle
I don't.
with an X, but maybe I'm forgetting it.
Let me see what happens if we override a Q that's also broken.
Is a circle with an X.
So I wasn't sure, I didn't read all the details as to the difference between that one and just the X.
So the question is, what about the circle with an X? There's a circle with a slash, which means overridden. There's an X, which means this Q is broken. But there's apparently a circle with an X, which none of us are remembering even existed. But it apparently does. What is it?
It's showing up in the warning. So hold on.
It's showing up in the warnings list, and it may be related to a patch. There's one.
Okay.
So it's a patch.
Input device missing. Yeah, okay. So it's a patch broken. Sorry, we can't remember all of our own icons.
Every day is a school day, as Sam likes to say.
So circle with an X, I guess, is patch missing, which we'll talk about that stuff in a minute. We'll talk about devices, input and output devices. Okay. Shall we go to video? I'll take that as a yes. All right, so video in QLab. QLab does video. QLab video is about playing back things, so you can have different sorts of sources. You can have video files that you're playing back, still images, you can have text. We'll talk about all of those. You can also have live sources, which we use something called a camera queue for. Those sources can be cameras that are actual cameras, or they can be things coming from other apps or coming from the network. We'll talk about all of those. But first, we're just going to walk through what's a video queue. So here's a video queue. This is some footage of an F train that Sam shot. This is all Sam's workspace, so I take no credit for any of the lovely footage. He shot this from a subway, I believe, with a GoPro. Video queues are queues. Yesterday we walked through queues. We walked through the basics tab, the triggers tab. We learned a lot about what queues are. But you get more queues, or you get more tabs with different kinds of queues. Video queues, you got a bunch more tabs here. We're going to walk through those tabs just so that you can understand what you can do with video queues. So first, remember we talked about a target. So here we can see the target file for this. It's a video file, a ProRes video file. We'll talk about video codecs in a minute. But once you've set your target, then QLab knows more about that file. And under the I/O tab, you can see more about it. You see the file target here again. So this is the same thing that we saw in the other tab, saying what file target it is. But then QLab will also give you some helpful information about the file format. In this case, it's using the ProRes 422 LT codec. We will talk more about file formats and codecs in an hour and two, somewhere in there. We see no audio. I think yesterday there was some talk about video sometimes also has audio. Video and audio are two different things, but they come together a lot of the time, as Sam was talking about. They're shipped in the same file, they come in on the same input. So video queues, if they have audio, it'll say here what the audio format is, and you can do stuff with that audio. And in fact, the video queues actually have essentially a tiny audio queue inside of them. So you can do anything you can do with an audio queue, you can also do with a video queue that has audio. Today is not our audio day, so I'm just going to touch on it today. Tomorrow you'll learn a whole lot more about audio, but video queues can have audio. Sorry. And then we see the video output. We're going to talk a whole lot about the whole pipeline of where video goes from coming in to going out of QLab, but this is where you decide what output is it going to go to. It'll have a list of different outputs. Don't worry too much about what stages are. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes. But you can see the output it's going to, and you can also bring up a monitor window to monitor that output. So I don't know if you noticed Sam running this some yesterday. It's helpful to be able to see on here what is actually going out. So the same thing that you're seeing here is what I'm seeing here on the monitor of that video output. You can see that video output is a 1080p video output, and this is just a convenience button to get to editing the outputs, but we're going to do that in a minute. Okay, so that's just I/O. It's just about the file that you're playing. The geometry tab is where we get to start to have more control over what we're going to do. So first of all, I'll just go from the side here. You've got a mode. You can either fill the stage. So the stage, we'll talk about more, but stage, think of as just the palette that you are putting your content onto. So this stage is 1920 by 1080, and here we're saying I want to fill the whole thing. We could instead select a custom stage, and we get a whole lot more options for where we want to put it on the stage. We can move it around. We'll mess with that in a second, but for now, let's leave it on fill stage so I can talk about the other things here. Layer is another thing you can set on it. If you're used to Photoshop or an image editing program, you probably are familiar with this concept. But if you're running multiple video queues, you need to figure out, QLab needs to figure out what goes on top of what. Layer top means this is going to be all the way on top. If you run multiple queues that are all on layer top, that's fine. Whichever one was the last one to run is going to be on top. So they'll just keep hopping on top of each other. But you can also set numbers on here. So you can set all the way from 999 down to bottom. I can't get there fast. Down to bottom. So bottom is 0. So we can decide where do we want this to stack. We'll go over that more in a second. You can also set opacity here. Oops, I didn't mean to set it to 0, but it shows what happens. If you set opacity, 100% is going to show up, 0% is going to not show up. It's really handy for if you're layering things on top of each other and you want them to show through. And then lastly, style here. Not lastly, we got one more thing. Style, so we've got fit, fill, and stretch. If you are old enough to, like me, to have lived through the transition from standard definition television to HD TV, you're probably familiar with this, where you've got settings for what do I want to do when my content does not fit this stage that I'm putting it on. So fit says, I want you to make all my content fit in this window. So you're going to get black bars on the side if it doesn't fit properly. Fill means I want you to fill it in, so make it bigger, and if you have to crop off things, that's fine. And then stretch means I want you to show all my content and not have black bars, but it means it might get a little wonky. Does that make sense to everybody? I see lots of nods. Great. Anyway, we'll see this in other places too, but this is for this video queue, you can choose how you want it to fit in. There's also a checkbox here called smooth. I think we'll talk about that in a second, but we'll talk about it in a second. So in addition to filling the stage, we can also use custom geometry. So this is where we start to get to put things where we want them to be. So you can change opacity still, but you can change translation. So move it right and left. You can change the scale, either locking them or not. And then rotation, I think we have a demo for that, so we'll wait for that a bit. I'm not going to talk about time and loops tab right now because we'll talk about it in audio tomorrow, and it's sort of the same concept between the two. And I'm not going to talk about video effects yet. Okay, that was just a brief intro. We're going to walk through each of those things real quick now. So here we've got, why don't we have? Because the geometry's, oh, that was intentional, sorry. So here we've got a logo that I'll fade in. Look at that, pretty logo. That's the Figure 53 logo if you're unfamiliar. And we can fill the stage with it. Whoops. Which will cut off the top and the bottom, or we can stretch it, which will make it look wonky, as we talked about. Yes, very good. So let's talk about layers a bit more. We talked about Photoshop style layers. So here we have a wasp image. Yes, good, you can see it. A panda and a lovely robot. They are all on the top layer right now. So the order I fire them in is how they'll show up. So if I fired panda, panda, Wally, and then the wasp will be on top. Does that make sense? It's just order because they're all on the same layer. We can see here they're all top layer. But if we instead put the wasp on layer 10, the panda on layer 20, and the robot on layer 30, then even if I fire the robot first and then go back and do these others, the robot's still on top. So the layer determines what shows up and what's behind. Now, you can think of this as if they're 3D, but they're not. Everything is flat. So these are still just 2D images. So if you think that they're like saying something is layer 10 and layer 90 is going to be more space between them than layer 10 and layer 11, that's not the case. This is all flat. It's just about what comes on top and what comes on bottom. There's no 3D space that they live in. They're all just on top of each other, but still flat. So you can think of it like photographs, old style photographs that have been printed out, where you're just stacking them on top of one another. It does not matter what the number is. All that matters is the order. That make sense? Cool. Let's talk about scale and translation. So here we've got our video again. If we want to move it around, that's called translation. That's just moving something on the screen. So we can move it. I'll show you what that Q just did. So this is scaling the translation to -538, 300, which you can also just do by dragging around. So if you wanted it to be here instead, it's over there now. Or you can set the numbers here. You can drag up and drag down. I should take a second. This is a fade Q, which we talked about yesterday, but we didn't talk that much about yesterday. So I want to redo fade Qs real briefly. So fade Q changes parameters, as Sam talked about. You're taking a parameter from one value to another over time. In this case, when a fade Q targets a video Q, you get the same tabs that you'd get for that video Q for the most part. And you can change the things that that video Q has, mostly. Some things you can't, but most things you can. So just like our video Q has opacity, translation, scale, rotation, anchor, which we'll talk about some of those in a second. Our fade Q here also has opacity, translation, scale, and rotation. It doesn't have anchor. We'll talk about that in a second. But just because those are there, it's not going to affect them until you actually make a change here. And we give you a little indicators like it's yellow here to say, hey, this is something that we're actually going to change. And there's a checkbox. So if we were like, actually, I don't want it to fade translation, you can uncheck it. The Q is now broken because the Q is not doing anything. It's like, I'm a fade Q that's got nothing to fade. You got to give me something. So we'll give it something to do again. But yeah, so fade Qs take parameters that the video Q already had, like translation, and move them somewhere else over time. In this case, this fade Q runs for 3 seconds. So for over 3 seconds, it will take the video from wherever it is right now to this translation. Does that make sense? I guess I should put it back upper left since this Q is called to upper left. There's a bunch of fade Qs here to fade it around to different places. Whoops. Fade it to lower right. Fade it to center. You're just changing the position. You say where you want it to go. You don't specify the start point. You just specify the end point. You can do other things like rotating. So here we're going to use rotation to rotate on the rotate around the x-axis 45 degrees. Now we're going to rotate around the y-axis 45 degrees, and then around the z-axis 45 degrees. Okay, so rotation is complicated in QLab, but for a good reason. We're going to talk about it. There are 2 different versions of rotation here. These are all using 3D orientation, which is super powerful and super nice and kind of complicated. So 3D orientation uses some math called quaternions to try to make all of our rotations look great and be nice and smooth and not look like, wait, why did it look like that as it was rotating? Which is great. The catch is it means that if I apply, let's reset this. I will show you what makes it difficult. Back 0, okay. If I first rotate X by, let's do 80 degrees. and then I rotate Y by 90. Yeah, this is probably easier to see if I just do it on the video queue to begin with. Okay, I'm going to rotate here's my video queue. I'm back to beginning. I'm going to rotate the X by 45. Then I'm going to rotate Y by 45. Then I'm like, you know, I don't want to do X by 45, so I'm going to take it back to 0. 0 doesn't do anything because this is saying how far to move it, and moving it 0, it does nothing. But if I do negative 45, that'll take it back, right? And then Y, negative 45 should take me back to normal. So are we back to normal? No. So 3D rotations, Sam's explanation of this oftentimes is think of it like your video is a postcard that's inside of a ball. And there's like a handle coming out from your postcard, a little knob on it. So you can move the knob around and the postcard sort of moves in 3D space. The problem with that is if you move this way and this way, you get something different than if you move this way and this way. It means you get really smooth rotations as you're going. You can do 3D fades around. They look great, but it means sometimes it's hard to get your mind around exactly where something is. Now, the good news is it probably doesn't matter that you know, well, this is exactly 45 this way and 75 that way and 35 this way. What matters is what it looks like to you. You can always reset the rotation back if you decide, this button is reset. If you decide I don't want to go there. But using 3D rotations can sometimes be confusing. But if you're just looking at what it looks like, you can usually get the look you're looking for. If you say, I love how smooth these are, go ahead and use that. If you decide, you know, this is complicated and I really just want to go around the y-axis, that's fine. We've got simple rotations that are on single axes if that's what you want to do. So here we can do a rotate around the y-axis. Whoops, I'm on the wrong fade cue. So this rotate y1, instead we could switch to rotate around the y-axis, say 45 degrees. Yeah, we still have keyboard shortcuts hotkeys set for those audio cues that we were seeing yesterday. And I didn't click in the field quick enough, so I hit number 4. Okay, so I can say all I want to do is rotate around the y-axis 45 degrees. Oops, I'm not running it does not work to try to rotate a video queue if you are not actually running the video queue. Okay.
And if I can interject, that's something that's true broadly of fade queues. Fade queues only work on queues that are currently running or loaded.
Yes.
And the other thing I want to highlight that you're using a lot, I just want to say, is that live fade preview is active.
Yes.
So we're seeing the action as you're editing the fade on the queue. If we were to turn that off, they would be a lot more mysterious as to what they were doing.
Yes. Yeah, live fade preview is active, and as Charles pointed out, fades only work on things that are running. So if you think, I want to fade this up and then run the queue, that doesn't work. You have to first run the queue. So a lot of times you will see queues, this is very common, queues with opacity 0. Because a lot of times you don't want your video to just pop into existence. You want your video to fade in nicely. So you start your video at 0 and then have a fade queue like this one to fade the opacity up to 100% because it looks nicer. But you have to do it in that order. You have to start the queue, then fade it. You can't fade something that's doesn't exist yet. Does that make sense? Cool. Okay, so rotations, you can rotate around individual axes, or you can rotate around, rotate in 3D. 3D can be a little mind-bendy, but it looks really nice. And most of the time you can, if you're willing to just experiment, you can find something that really works for you. Okay, I think we talked enough about that, so I'm going to skip over that section and talk about axis. So if I want to, that's why this is here. If I want to rotate something and have it go more than 180 degrees, the 3D rotation does not help much. Because if we go back to our little ball analogy, anytime you specify a fade cue, you're saying, I want you to take it from where you are to this other spot. If I'm taking it from here to here, I can go all the way around, but anything else, I'm going to go the shortest distance to get there. So 3D rotations probably don't help you if you want something to spin. But the single axis rotations work really well. So I will show you that. So for instance, this is going to take our footage here and rotate it negative 3,600 degrees, which should look like spinning newspaper effect. Sorry. You can set as many degrees as you want here, but it's still going to stop at some point. We'll talk about continuing in just a second. If we try to reset the rotation here, it's not going to do anything. So this one resets our rotation, does nothing because it's already in 0. And rotating to 3,600 degrees does nothing because we're already at 3,600 degrees. So if we want to go back to 0, we have to actually have a cue like this one that rotates back to 0. That was a faster cue. You see, that's a 1-second cue instead of a 5-second cue.
In those cues, you'll notice that it starts a little bit slower, speeds up, and then comes to a slow pause because the fade curve is set to the default delightful S curve, which feels very natural, but is also editable.
Right.
Make a custom curve if you want.
Yeah. So yesterday we looked at this curve briefly. So this is an S curve where it's saying, I want you, this is the fade inside and the fade outside. But I want you to start slowly, gradually ramp up, and then ramp down, which is nice looking for this particular effect. Now let's say you wanted to keep it rotating. You might say, well, I'm just going to create a group cue. Oh, we've got the... I'm going to create a group cue. I'm going to put my rotate. Whoops. I can't click mouses. Is anybody else here a trackball user? I'm a trackball user, and I'm using a mouse, and it's weird. Is somebody collaborating with me? Okay. Anyway, we could have a group cue and set it to playlist mode. We talked a little about playlists before, but you can have it loop and say, okay, this is going to make it just keep rotating, keep rotating, keep rotating, right? It didn't. There's a couple reasons for that. We talk about relative rotation in a second, don't we? There's a couple reasons for that, but sorry. We talk about this in a second. Let's wait. Okay, let's talk about relative fades. I don't think Sam talked at all about relative fades yesterday, right?
He briefly touched on it with audio, but...
Okay. We'll talk about relative fades and relative scale. So here we've got our footage again. And here we've got a relative fade that scales up from 1 to 1.1. So it's not going to scale up a lot. So relative fades, I'm back up. Fades have two modes, absolute or relative. Absolute is easy to understand. Absolute says, I want this value to be this number. So in this case, an absolute fade, saying I want this to be a 1.1, we'll make it 1.1. If I then run this again, nothing's going to change because the scale is already 1.1. I can run it as many times as I want. Scale never changes because we're saying I want to set this to exactly 1.1. Relative scale instead says, oh, I should first set it back to 0. Do I have a reset? I'm just going to stop it. So relative fade instead says, I want you to do this relative to where it is right now. So right now it's at 100%. And I'm going to say scale it up to 1.1 relative to what it is right now. Did that work? It did. OK, good. But if I keep running it, what do you notice? It keeps going. So the idea here is relative means take what it is right now and multiply it by this. So it's multiplicative. So here we've got 10% more, and then 10% more again, and then 10% more again. You can just keep scaling it up over and over and over again. You can do the same thing on going down. So here we've got a 0.9, so 90%. Like, I want it to just come down to 90%. Oops, I did not mean to run that one. And we can just keep shrinking it. Shrink, shrink, shrink. We can use relative fades on lots of parameters. Scale's an easy one to see it because you see it get bigger and smaller, but you can also do it on translation. You can do it on rotation, which is what we're going to do in just a second. Does that make sense? Cool.
And as relative fades and absolute fades interact in a particular way, which is an absolute fade always wins, which is different than QLab 4. So absolute fade will always eliminate all relative changes that have happened before that absolute fade runs.
Right. Absolute is absolute. It's saying, when I'm done, this is going to be 1.1. Doesn't matter what happened before, this is what it's going to be. If it was already 1.1, it's not going to move. But when I'm done, it's going to be what I say it's going to be. OK, so how can we use relative with rotation? I swear I was not coughing that much until I started talking up here. So here we've got a relative fade that's going to fade our rotation. And you can see from this that it's rotating a little bit around the y-axis. So this is y plus 22.5 degrees using 3D orientation. So if I do that and then come back 22.5 degrees, that didn't do what we thought it was going to do, probably. This is coming to, quaternions are complicated. And if we keep doing it, it keeps getting further off from where we want. So if you want to do a y rotation, if you want to do a y rotation and be able to come back and forth from it, you probably just want to use a regular y rotation here. So here we can move that way. We can go back. Is this, yeah. We can go back. No, I'm on the wrong cue. I'm sorry. I keep clicking the wrong cue. OK, here's our regular y rotation. We can go one way, and then we can come back. There we go. I'm very used to, no, I'm not going to go there. If you're just doing y rotation. If you want to rotate all x, y, and z, you have to use 3D orientation. And if they're relative, it's probably going to blow your mind as to where it ends up. So, however, going back to what we talked about earlier, relative rotations can be very handy if you're trying to do something where you want it to keep doing something over and over again. I don't think we have an example of this. So I'm just going to make one real quick. So for instance, if I have this F train and I want to make it rotate and rotate and rotate, as I was saying before, I can create a group queue, make it a playlist that keeps going, keeps looping, and put one of these rotate Ys in there. I'm just going to copy it. So this rotation says I'm going to move Y 22.5 degrees over half a second. But it's relative, so it's going to keep doing it. So if I run this playlist, why didn't it keep doing it?
Because you're not relative.
I am relative.
You need two things in a playlist to make it complete.
Oh.
I could be making that up.
You could also try in the triggers tab with the rotate Y to -22.5 selected, telling it to hard stop and restart if it receives a second trigger.
Right.
It might not be completing. Oh. Right, you can't do that in a playlist. That portion of the triggers tab is not available for queues in playlists.
Okay.
So what's happening there is because queues in QLab take the amount of time in their action and maybe a little bit more if they're still doing things on the processor. Chad can correct me.
Yeah, you're right.
Sometimes a queue will not re-trigger for a little bit after it has completed. So if you're looping things in a playlist this way or using a start queue, you can encounter issues. So having 2 copies of it means the first copy is not running when the playlist tries to start it again.
Okay. Yes. That is not the lesson I was trying to teach right now. The lesson I'm trying to teach is, does this look very good? No. It's sort of like, it's very jumpy. So why is it jumpy like that? Yes.
Is it the S-curve?
It's the S-curve, yes. So we have this fade set to go slow then fast and slow then fast. And we're looping that, but that means it's constantly going slow then fast and slow then fast. We probably don't want that. We probably just want it to be just like straight. So a custom curve here, you can draw whatever you want if you ever want to. But we don't want that. We just want it to be straight motion. Just keep going. I'm going to do it to both of these. So then, if we run this playlist, first we have to run the train. What happened to the train? I'm going to auto-continue this. We got no? We're,
Your fade up is below the plate.
yes, thank you. There we go. Okay, now we've got a train. Now let's rotate it. Okay, because we've changed our curve, it looks much better now. If I was doing this for real, I would not have this be half a second. I would have it go all the way around over the course of 3 or 4 seconds and then loop that instead of doing tiny little motions, because you'll occasionally notice a jump when it jumps between queues. But much better than using our S curve that we were using before. That make sense? Cool. Okay, so I said we would talk about anchor point, and now is the time. So a door. Say you got a door and you want to open it with a rotation. So something you might do is just come in here, say I want to set a rotation. This one's using a y-axis rotation just to open it up. I don't remember how many degrees it's set to, but let's see. Did that look natural? No. But why did it not look natural? Where did it rotate from? The center, right. So we can see down here, see this little blue cross? That's our anchor point, which if we look at the original queue, that's what we're doing. You can see that the anchor point is 0, 0, so it's right in the middle. And if your anchor point's in the middle, then that's where your fade queues are going to operate from, or it's their origin that they'll operate around. In which case, so this door looks like it's doing this instead of opening from the side. So that looks weird. So we can instead set our anchor point over here, which you can do, I'll go back to the original one just to show you. You can do just by dragging it, which may be hard to hit the exact spot. Or, even better, you could look at your I/O tab here and see, I know that this image is 411 pixels wide. Divide that by 2. Unfortunately, that's not an even number, but that's okay, we can get close enough. And then you can, and then you can come to anchor here and say, I want to set it to -205, because that's half of it. And then we're on the edge there. Now if I run this again, and then open it, looks better. I mean, it's still a cartoon door that we're opening. It's not realistic, but it looks a whole lot better opening from the hinge instead of opening from the center of it. So that's anchor point. Anchor point allows you to set what is the frame of reference, what is the origin point that I want all my fade queues to operate around. You set it on the fade queue. You can, You can't fade an anchor point because it's the thing that the fade cue is using as its point of reference. So you set it on the actual video cue, and then the fade cue will use it when it is rotating. Cool? Okay. Next tab that we haven't talked about yet, video effects. I didn't actually stop that, that's all right. Okay, here's some video footage that we can work with. So over here's the video FX tab. We have to be fancy and call it FX, not effects, because it takes up less space. Video effects, if you worked with video in QLab 4, you may be a bit reticent to use video effects because they were very processor intensive and you could easily overwhelm your machine. QLab 5 is vastly faster at them. We can do a lot of effects at the same time without breaking a sweat. Part of that is because QLab 5 was completely rewritten. Anybody that, I know some people were following along from QLab 4, I apologize today because Video Engine really has been rewritten entirely in QLab 5, so it's a different world. So today is going to be harder to follow along if you like to use QLab 4. But it's way faster, particularly when it comes to effects. In fact, we even now let you add multiple effects, but I'll walk through this tab real quick. I'll come back to blend mode in a second. But over here is our list of video effects. And this video right now has one effect. It's called pixelation. It may not look like it because right now the scale is set to 1, which means don't do anything, which is a common technique you'll use. You put a video effect on something, but set its parameters such that it doesn't do anything, and then you can use a fade cue to bring them in slowly, which we'll do in a second. But this particular effect is called pixelation. There's a whole bunch of effects. These are all built into QLab. There's no way to add effects that are not built into QLab. You have to use the ones we got. If you have more things you want, give us a call or write us an email. Say, I really wish there was an effect like this. We may be able to say, you know, that this effect works like that. Support at Figure 53 is really good at guiding you through those sorts of things. We have very awesome people helping you out, and they'll tell you what effects you can use. But all the effects that you can do on video are built into QLab. If you want more, ask us about what they might be. They range, they're sort of grouped. There's basic controls up at the top, color controls, exposure, the sort of things that you might adjust on a camera. Then you get into more blurs and gradients, and then you get into pixelation, pointillization, kaleidoscope. There's a lot here. I'd invite you to just play with them and try them out, see what works for you. They're fun. I would recommend at least, it's a long list, but the ones down at the bottom can be very helpful. We'll talk about shutter and window in just a second. Drop shadow is actually new in 5.3 or 5.4, I don't remember which. Also awesome. But right now we're going to use pixelation, just so we get an example of what that is. We've added the pixelation video effect. We could add more effects, but we're going to do one for now, pixelation. When you select it, over here you get the parameters, the parameters that you can set on it. In this particular pixelation effect, there's two different options. There's a hexagonal and a not hexagonal. We'll go with the hexagonal. A lot of times there's parameters here, and you may want to know, like, what does input X do? What does input Y do? I invite you to just play with them. If you play with them, then you'll probably get a good idea. This is the default state, meaning nothing is happening here. But we are going to use this fade cue. Oh, it ended. I talked too long. We're going to use this fade cue to take our scale up to 22. We're not messing with anything else, but all this fade cue is doing, it still has a video effects tab, and it's saying for pixelation, I want to change the scale to ramp it up. So if we run that, it pixelates. And it looks like hexagons. It's a hexagonal pixelation. So that's one video effect. Yes? Can you apply effects to just one area of a video? No, I think is the answer to that. Now there's there's ways you could do that. You could run 2 video queues at the same time with the same video and apply effects to one and not the other. And we're about to show how you could do multiple effects. So you could do a pixelate effect, and then you could also do a window effect to only show a part of that and then layer them on top of each other. Yeah, but you would have to have separate queues because video effects apply to a video queue. Okay, so I said you could do multiple effects. Here we've got our cityscape again. And we've we've set 2 different effects on here. So we've set crystallize and pointillize, which is using the crystallize effect, and zoom blur. To start, we faded in, we just faded in the opacity. But to start, the radius of the crystallize and pointillize is set to 20, so it's actually doing something. As you can see here, we are crystally. But our zoom blur is set to 0. So really, we're just crystally right now. But then we've got a fade queue here that's going to turn up our zoom blur to 80 over the course of 60 seconds. So if we run that, we start zooming in, and we zoom, and it gets a bit ridiculous, and eventually you can't really tell what was there in the first place. But that's 2 different effects, and you can fade them separately. You can use them in any order you like. Order matters. So why didn't it run? Oh. If I come here to my cityscape, and I'm just going to mess with it instead of messing with the fades, and I decided I'm going to go ahead and take my zoom blur up. I'm zoom blurring my crystallized, but then I'm like, actually, I want the zoom blur to happen first and then the crystallized. So you can see here, the blur happened, but then the crystallization is still visible because the crystallization is happening second. So you can reorder and add as many effects as you like.
Could I use this opportunity to point out that, so in the past, you could use 1 effect on a video at a time. And as Chad mentioned before, you can now use multiple. That's new. And as I also mentioned, the performance in 5, we rewrote the whole video engine in something called Metal, which is a new technology Apple provided to do graphics processing. And we're getting pretty far along into the era of Apple Silicon. It's not new and fancy now, but it merits just mentioning that the change from Intel machines to Apple Silicon was like a bonkers moment. When we were working on the video engine when that happened, and our tests felt like they were broken. We were running tests to see how much the video engine could do, and we felt like we weren't testing correctly because it wasn't breaking. We had to add so much more video before it started breaking that we just thought something was wrong. So there was this lovely, for us, serendipitous combination of we were reworking the video engine for the better technology anyways, and secretly, Apple was reworking their computational infrastructure for the Metal software that they were writing, knowing that they were about to update their silicon to get this absolutely wild performance benefit. So the end result for you is, if you are speccing machines, especially if you're doing video, and you're tempted to look at used machines, really find a used machine that is still an Apple Silicon machine, because the difference between the 2 is so huge. You will really thank yourself. It's not worth saving whatever amount of money that you're going to save to get an Intel machine if you can possibly help it. The difference is enormous. So just a plug for going with Apple Silicon.
When did they start putting out the Apple Silicon?
The question is, when did they start doing the Apple Silicon machines? That would have been 2 to 3 years?
2020.
2020?
4 years.
4 years? So.
If my facility is stuck at the moment with an Intel machine.
An Intel machine is still fine. I mean, particularly because Metal, so Metal is Apple's replacement for OpenGL. And it still runs faster on an Intel machine. And it's still fine and good. We have an Intel machine here that we use in this theater. It's just that, so you're fine. But if you have heavy video processing needs and you have Apple Silicon available, it's really worth trying to get it.
Yeah.
But test to see. It's always, with video, it's always test to see.
Even if it's Gen 1 of Apple Silicon, M1?
Even Gen 1 of Apple Silicon is phenomenally better.
A Gen 1 Mac Mini will run circles around a Mac Pro trash can with an Intel CPU and built-in graphics cards and all of these things. It's actually nuts.
Yeah, the Mac Pro, the Intel Mac Pro that they're not still selling, but a few years ago they were still selling the Intel Mac Pro, and it was good for some things. It was very powerful for some things, but when it comes to this stuff, the video processing, they just redefined what was possible with their new hardware. So,
Yep. A lot of it depends on what you're doing. So this device is very much QLab runs really well on Apple Silicon. QLab 5 runs really well on Apple Silicon, I should say. QLab 4 will run on Apple Silicon, but it is not optimized for it. And basically, Apple changed hardware a lot with Apple Silicon, and then software developers had to adapt. We adapted, and that means that if you pair QLab with Apple Silicon, you can get a whole lot of performance, particularly out of fairly low-end machines. And then you get ridiculous performance out of like a Mac Studio like this. I will go ahead and say, we'll talk about it in a bit. If you're like, well, that sounds great, except for that a Mac Mini M1 can only do 2 video outputs, and my Intel Mac could do more than that. There's a bunch of answers to that, and we're going to walk through them once we get to the output side of video. But we're still on the playback side. Yes?
When we're back, can we look at a little demo that I built? I'm the person collaborating.
You're the person collaborating.
It was me.
Yes.
In the back row.
Go for it.
So I'm doing this magically. So we have 2 video cues here. These are in the play space, Chad, if you want to take us there. One of which is just that little bit of the wasp, and the other is the whole wasp. Mm. And I have a video effect on just the center, which has a little radius blur, and so I can blur out just the center there. So that's how you could do just a portion of that, and the blur is the thing that makes that sort of reasonable. Some video effects it doesn't work super well with, and the next thing we're going to look at presents us some options. That's too much. That feels like a slightly blurry wasp to me.
Slightly blurry wasp.
So those things are possible, and I closed the wasp down using something we haven't quite talked about yet. The shutters in the geometry tab. The first one is just shrunk down that way. You could also certainly edit it in something with a little bit more of a finer grain than those shutters.
So Charles, you are specifically answering the question someone had asked about, can you put an effect on a piece of an image, and he's doing it here with 2 separate cues that are layered on top of each other and being sneaky about applying effect to one of the cues that looks like it's part of the other cue.
And we're being very particular about the layer here. The little wasp is on the top layer, and the next wasp is on layer 999, because I only wanted to press the down arrow button once to get it off of the top layer. But that means it doesn't matter which order they're triggered in.
Good.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. I think I'm going to go out of order here because you brought it up and talk about cropping and shuttering, because you just brought it up. So you have a video, you want to show less of the video than the whole video. There's multiple ways in QLab to do that. The way that Charles did right there was to use the crop that's built into the geometry tab. So here we have our cityscape. Run it. There we go. Oh, this shows a lot of things at once. I don't want to show them yet. Here we have our cityscape, and we're going to use this crop over here. Crop is pretty simple. If you've used an image editor before, you probably know the basic idea. So you're lopping off sides that you don't want to show. These are lopped off, meaning that there's nothing there anymore. So if there's something underneath, it's going to show through. It doesn't just paint black. It's going to become transparent. That stuff's going to come through. So the simple way, if you've got a big video, so this big video covers the whole stage normally, and you want to crop off parts of it, you just input a crop off each side. You can crop more or less, whatever you like. And that will make it smaller. This is sort of an absolute, this thing's going to be smaller, which is very handy. You cannot fade crop. I think we looked before in the geometry tab. There's no crop fading over here. So if you want to make it smaller, there's ways to do that, which we're about to do. It's called shutter. But crop is a simple geometry adjustment to be able to to take off the edges to crop something in. Alternately, you could take the same thing. This has no crop, but you can use a video effect called shutter, which does basically the same idea. It pulls it in. But because it's an effect, you can do a few things with it. For one thing, you can fade it, so you can make it move over time. You can also layer it, so you can choose, or we use layer too much. You can put it in order with the other effects. So you can say, I want to do this, then this, or I want to do this, then that. So here, that starts too many things. Oh well. The cropped one is just cropped. The shuttered one, because of the order that we put these in, we shuttered and then zoom blur. So zoom blur is second in order. It means that you can see things coming beyond where we shuttered it. So we made it small and then we zoomed in, so it became big again. Alternately, we could come here and flip them to make zoom blur at the top. If we do that, what happened? Oh, the shutter doesn't actually have much shutter shadowness. I can't talk. Oh, that's why. If we do that, it looks different, but that's because we made the thing much bigger by zooming in, and then we shuttered off the sides, but those sides were pretty far out there. So we actually need to shutter off even more if we want to bring it in, just because it was a bigger thing. But then you get, you can't see my mouse. Then you get the edges are still clean because we're shuttering after we zoomed. So the advantage of using shutter is you get more ability to choose where it is with effects, and you get the ability to fade it, but it's just a bit more complicated than using crop, which is very simple. Yep.
The other really great thing about shutters is that they don't have to be rectangular, and you can feather the edges, which can allow you to do some subtler manipulation.
Yes, shutters can be feathered and round, ellipsoidal.
It's sort of a vignette, except for it's transparent around the outside, not fading into a black.
Yes. Okay. What?
You just ran the barrel out.
Yeah. Okay. That was skipping ahead a little bit, but I think it was a good time to do it. Now let's talk about blend modes. So blend modes we saw briefly, and I said I would come back to, but they're right here, blend modes. If you've used Photoshop and another image editor, you're probably familiar with blend modes, where you've got multiple layers of things, and the question is, how are you going to composite them together? What we call normal here, sometimes will be called source atop. It just means you're going to take the thing that's on top, and you're going to put it on top of the thing that's underneath. If there's opacity, it'll show through. So here we've got a cityscape running, and we've got an ocean. But this ocean, let me first do it normal. We put the ocean on top, and the ocean here, if you didn't, I didn't show you. The ocean we're fading to opacity at 50%. So we've got an ocean layer on top of our city. We've got the opacity at 50%. So it looks like there's an ocean over the city, but it's only 50% opacity. So you're seeing the city through. That's just our normal putting it on top. But there's different blend modes that you can use. For instance, difference means it's going to mathematically subtract the values, which will look different. So now it's not on top, instead it's subtracting. So places where it's dark on top doesn't have as much of an effect. Places where it's bright on top has a huge effect. I'm not going to walk through all the different types of blend modes that are available, but we have most of the common ones you'd see in Photoshop. We've got darken, multiply, color burn, overlay. So if you're looking for cool effects of cool ways of applying layers on top of one another, this can be the thing to use. Or you can just use normal and everything will just be put on top of one another. Make sense? This is a new thing in QLab 5, so if you're using QLab 4, you don't get blend modes. But a lot of people asked for them, and we added them. It's also a thing that we didn't do before because it was just too much, it was too processor intensive. But now that we've got Apple Silicon and Metal and fast video engine, we can do blend modes. I thought I saw a hand. Nope. Okay. Okay. So that is video cues. We're going to step to the other side, to the output side, unless you have any other questions you want to ask about video cues, though we can always come back to them. Okay. Let's talk about the output side. Okay. So all of these, let me get a video cue. All these video cues in the I/O tab say they're going to some sort of output. QLab has a relatively complicated way of thinking about a relatively complicated pipeline of where video is going through. It gives you a whole lot of power. The good news is if you're doing simple things, you may not need to worry about a lot of the things that we're going to talk about now. But as you get into other scenarios, you'll at least have some idea of what they are so you can start to use them. Because as soon as you show up at a theater that has a projector with a different resolution and you want to be able to adapt quickly, these features become really handy. That's just one example. So the outputs are all as part of QLab settings. As we talked about before, you can get there from this gear. Under video, there's 4 tabs up here, and they all correspond to the QLab pipeline of video. So we started with some source video, which in our cases so far have been video files, though they could just as easily have been cameras or still images or text. So you start with some source material. That's what a video cue is going to take, and it's going to put it into a stage, which we'll talk about in a second. But the stage is the palette, the virtual thing that you can think of this is where I'm drawing stuff to. Stages then have regions, which are a part of the stage, which get sent to routes, which get sent to output devices. We're going to go through those backwards because I think that's the easiest way to understand them. But we have to walk through all of them for us to understand what's happening. So I'm going to switch to the Output Devices tab. You probably won't see an Output Devices tab that has this many output devices on your Mac, but we have a bunch of them here. And we're going to walk through different types of output devices. But output devices is the easiest part of this pipeline to think about because they are things that exist mostly. There's virtual ones too. So that projector is the output device. Well, it shows up here as called decimator because we're using a decimator to convert it. But the decimator is what looks like to this Mac an output. It just thinks the Mac just thinks it's a monitor. It's like, okay, this is a monitor that I can send stuff to. PA248QV, also a monitor. It's this monitor right here. So regular monitors are output devices. You'll see some information here about them, like what resolution they're running at and what frame rate they're running at. But they are just regular old monitors. QLab supports a bunch of other types of outputs, which is starting to answer the question of, wait, what? My Mac Mini can only do 2 video outputs. In case anybody doesn't know what that question is that I'm talking about, when Apple came out with M1 Macs, the original ones only supported 2 video outputs. And one of those is probably going to be the monitor that you're looking at, whether it's the screen built into your laptop or a monitor sitting on your desk, which means that then you've only got 1 video output. And you're like, well, what am I going to do with only 1 video output? Can't QLab do like dozens? Which is how we're going to answer that question. But for native video outputs, we've only got a couple on the lowest end M1 stuff. They've improved, as you get to higher and higher end stuff, they have bigger numbers. But we'll talk about a way that you can use those native outputs to get more outputs once we get to the stage editor. But first, let's talk about other video devices that QLab supports. So for one, this is, I think Sam showed this yesterday. This is my Ultra Studio 4K Mini, which is from Blackmagic. So Blackmagic Devices makes a lot of devices. In fact, let's look at what they make. They make a lot of devices, but the things that they qualify here under capture and playback are the things that we can talk to. So QLab has built-in support, so they make something called an SDK, a software development kit, available that QLab uses so that we can talk to these devices. We can talk to this, we can talk to these little guys. They're like $125. Yeah, it's these guys. They give you a Thunderbolt port and an HDMI or SDI port on them. One of these is a recorder, that's an input. One of these is a monitor, that's an output. Blackmagic makes a lot of these devices. Some of them are standalone Thunderbolt devices like the Ultra Studios here, and then others are cards, generally named Decklink. Intensity's older, I wouldn't talk about that much, but they make a bunch of Decklink cards, which I'll show you in a second. But QLab can talk to all these. They can be inputs or outputs. They do not count as far as Apple's restrictions on how many monitors you can have, because they're not a monitor. They're just a separate device that outputs or inputs video. A nice thing about Blackmagic devices is that they're really geared towards broadcast video use style, which can be good or bad for you. It means that the resolutions they're going to support are going to be the kinds of things that TVs do. So 1080p, 4K, UHD. If you have a video wall that is 1,746 pixels wide, it's not going to be able to output that because that's not a standard resolution. It's only going to do standard ones. But you can get a lot of inputs or outputs out of these. If you want to use the cards, like these Decklink cards, like this one. So this is a Decklink Quad 2 card I'm showing you there. I've got two of them in a Thunderbolt enclosure. So if you're unfamiliar, most of Apple's Macs, other than the Mac Pro, which is crazy expensive, do not let you put PCI cards in them. But you can buy these boxes that have Thunderbolt cords and can plug into your Mac laptop or your Mac Studio, and then you can put cards in them. So I have two Decklink Quad 2 cards here in it. That gives me, these may look funny, they're mini DIN, but they're just SDI outputs. They're just they couldn't fit full-size SDI outputs because each of these cards has 8 SDI input or output. You can use it either way. So you can theoretically run 16 SDI video outputs from this. Plug it into that Mac and just run it. Theoretically, I will qualify that because Thunderbolt is fast, but it's not that fast. So depending upon the resolution and frame rates you're running, I find if I'm running 1080p, 30 frames per second, I can run about 11 outputs over Thunderbolt before it starts to fall over. Thunderbolt 5 has been announced, so hopefully it won't be too long before we get a little bit more bandwidth, and then maybe we could run more than that. But still, running 11 HD outputs out of a little box is not bad. You're running a whole lot of displays at that point.
Who makes the box?
This box is made by Sonnet. There's a few companies. Sonnet's one of the main ones. And they make a smaller one that can only take one card. They make a bunch of them. This is a bigger one that can actually take 3 cards, but I've only got 2 cards in there. Yeah, Thunderbolt enclosure, then you can use cards, or you can buy the standalone devices. The standalone devices generally don't have very many outputs. I think this is one input, this is one output, this is one input. Even this bigger box is one output and one input, sort of. It has 2 outputs because it can do key and fill. If you're familiar with how key and fill works, QLab can do key and fill, both external and internal keying with Blackmagic devices. So if you want to plug it into a Blackmagic ATEM, you can. I'm not going to go into that right now, though.
I just want to make one comment that Sam encouraged me to make, which is that for all of these physical devices that QLab can talk to and can hook up to, QLab doesn't care about the resolution. QLab is not aware of resolutions. It doesn't know what 4K is and does not care. It is hooked up to hardware. The hardware has resolutions it supports, and QLab talks to whatever the hardware can do. So there's no place in QLab where you say, I'm inherently and rigidly working in 4K here. What does your device support? And QLab will send that many pixels to it. So all of these separate devices may have specific resolutions they support, codecs, frame rates, those kind of things. But from QLab's perspective, just hook up what you're going to hook up to it, and we'll talk to it in whatever way that it supports.
Right. So QLab will scale whatever you've got throughout its pipeline. It'll just make it work. if you really care about like, well, I shot this 4K footage on a Red camera and I want to have every pixel showing on the output, that's fine. Just make sure that everything that you're doing along the way is the same resolution and it will work just, we won't be scaling anything. But most of the time you don't have to worry about it. You can use footage that does not match the exact output of what you're doing here.
I like the little monitors because they're like the same price as a dongle and an SDI converter all rolled into one, and there's no chance of the macOS desktop or something winding up on them. They're like a separate thing that Mac can't see.
Yeah. So if you didn't hear that, Alec was saying he loves these little things because they're $125, which means if you're going to buy a HDMI dongle and then an SDI converter, they're probably the same price or cheaper than that. And they're not a native output, which means that you're never going to have a alert pop up on there, or something else from your Mac show up on there. They are a dedicated. You are only sending the things to this that you meant to send to this. Nothing's going to pop up and say, "Would you like to update your computer? Did you know that the App Store has updates available?" So they're very handy. The little monitors will only do 1080p. But for most everything that we're doing, that's probably plenty. This bigger guy will do 4K. As you can probably see here, it's in 2160p, 594 mode. Anyway, I love Blackmagic stuff. I'm sort of one of the internal advocates for Blackmagic stuff at Figure 53. I think their stuff is a great way to use because they are dedicated to the thing that you're wanting to do instead of being more multi-purpose. If you want to use their stuff, DeckLink, Ultra Studio are the things you're looking for. They're about to come out with something else that I think they call Media Hub that looks exactly like an Ultra Studio because it is an Ultra Studio, but they don't call it an Ultra Studio, but it should work too. I haven't tested it yet, but they haven't given us one yet. But yes. This guy? This is an Ultra Studio monitor, yes. So they use Ultra Studio to name all of their external devices that you can plug into your computer. So there's the Ultra Studio. If you look under tech specs, is where you can actually find more helpful. But the monitor, Ultra Studio monitor is an output. Ultra Studio recorder is an input. Then the HD Mini, 4K Mini, and Extreme 3 are bigger boxes that are more expensive that can do input and output. And obviously the ones with 4K in their name can do 4K. Okay, so QLab can talk to native displays. QLab can talk to Blackmagic devices. What else can QLab talk to? QLab can talk to, which I want to do first? We'll do NDI. QLab can talk to NDI devices. So if you're unfamiliar with NDI, this is a network protocol for sending video over a network. It's growing in popularity. It's very handy. There are a lot of pieces of software that speak NDI, and there are a fair amount of hardware devices that speak NDI, which is one nice thing. There's a bunch of ways to send video over a network, and a lot of them are pretty proprietary. NDI is not an open standard, but it is a pretty easy to adopt standard, which is why it's being used by a lot. So you can buy devices from Magewell, KiloView, BirdDog. There's a bunch of manufacturers that make little nodes that you can put on your network that have an Ethernet port and an HDMI or an SDI port. And then you can send video over your network. QLab speaks NDI, both for input and output, but we're talking about output right now. So here I've got a whole bunch of NDI devices. QStream is what's going from this computer to the live stream back there. But it's just an NDI output that we created in QLab. It can have audio or not. We do not have audio in ours. Here, I'll put it up. It's called QStream. It's 1920 by 1080. We decided the frame rate was 60p. I'm not going to go into all of the settings right now, but NDI, great way of sending video over a network. Yep. You can also send it locally if you want to send it to another app on your Mac, or even send it from QLab back into QLab. Yeah. Things to be aware of with NDI, it uses a whole lot of bandwidth. It's video over a network. It uses a lot of bandwidth. If you are like, hey, I want to run NDI, this is great. I'm going to set up 17 screens around my facility so that everybody can see all this video. Well, you're now streaming to 17 different things. You better have a network that can handle that. If you think, well, I've got a Netgear Wi-Fi router, that'll work. It's probably not. You just need to have enough bandwidth to think about to handle whatever you're doing. It can do fancy things like multicast if you have a whole lot of devices that you're trying to stream the same thing to, but multicast is really complicated and we're not going to talk about it today. It's easy to get wrong. Really hard to get right. But NDI, QLab speaks NDI. So far QLab can speak to native displays, QLab can speak to Blackmagic devices, and QLab can speak to NDI things on the network, whether they be devices or software applications. The last thing is QLab can talk to Siphon. Do you guys know what Siphon is? Anybody? Okay. So Siphon is a technology that allows apps on a Mac to share video with one another in a fairly low latency and low bandwidth way. So it makes it really easy for one app to say, here's some video, pipe it into that app and pipe it back. So in particular, you can use this within QLab to talk back to QLab. So you could have like you could have QLab rendering something out, some video that doesn't go anywhere except for back into a camera queue in QLab so that you could then do something else with it. Or you can use it to talk to other apps. So you can have an app that does video effects perhaps beyond what QLab does, or an app that does projection mapping perhaps in a way that you'd rather use than QLab. Well, you can send it video, or you can have it send video to QLab. You can have QLab do your playback and send it to something else so that it can display. I think all these are within QLab that we're showing here because they're just examples. But Siphon is just kind of similar to NDI in that it's not a real display, it's something virtual, but it's something that stays on the computer. But it's way more efficient than NDI if you're staying on the computer, because NDI is actually going to send network traffic within the computer, and Siphon is going to keep all of it on a graphics card.
Just as a fun side note, I'm sure that Chad is not going to get too down in the details of Siphon on this particular intro to all these things. But if you want to see some of the fun tricks that you can do with Siphon, Alec has been working on a example workspace for our party on Saturday that uses some very clever tricks with QLab outputting to Siphon, which that inputs back to itself. I think you do that a few times. There's a few stages of video to Siphon, back into QLab, back out to Siphon, back into QLab. And he does this in service to creating a playable version of Mario Kart in QLab. It's very clever, and I didn't know you could build what he built, and he was showing it to me and playing Mario Kart off of QLab, and I was just going, I didn't even know you could do this. So if you want to see a real fancy, some real fancy stuff with Siphon, we can show you some examples during the breaks, or come to the party on Saturday and just play it. So.
We only have one Mac Studio, and it's running this class, so it actually can't be during breaks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we rely on the beefiness of the Mac Studio for that one, so we can't show during break. But come back to the party so you can see Mario Kart played via QLab. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. In case you don't know, Chris is the creator of QLab, so it's funny when Chris is saying things like, "I didn't know you could do this with QLab." Like, you made this, right?
Yeah, listen, that started early. Story time. It's a quick story. But so in the very early days of version 1, not too far in, there's one of the first places that community developed around QLab was the Google group. If you're not part of it, I'd really encourage you to check it out. It's primarily a mailing list because I'm old school and I like getting emails and not going to forums. But you can also go visit it on the web and read it that way. At any rate, that's the primary original community of other QLab users that support each other. There's some unbelievably smart, very helpful, very experienced people on that Google group that just will help you out with questions. And pretty early on, back when it was just me at the company, someone asked on that Google group, how can you do such and such? And I very confidently and quickly wrote back, well, I'm sorry you can't, but I'll work on adding a feature. And maybe 10 minutes later, someone wrote back, I think you can, and here's how, and did it. And so from, this was like 6 months into the program existing. I was already out of my hands. So that is not an uncommon experience have something that I had no idea could be done, which is very fun.
Okay, so output devices for video, regular screens that are native to the things that show up in display preferences when you open up settings, Blackmagic devices, NDI, Siphon. Some of them you can create or edit here. So regular screens you can't because they're just things that are screens on the Mac. You can't make them appear without plugging something in. You can't make a Blackmagic device appear without plugging something in because it's also a physical device. But you can edit settings of it. So if I wanted to change it and say, actually I'm just running 1080p, I'm just running 1080p, I can do that. If I want to turn on keying, this is where you do it. I'm not going to talk about keying because it's getting into depths. You want to change pixel format. You can change things of it, but you can't make it appear. You can only edit what QLab is telling it to do. But NDI and Siphon are things that don't exist in the real world. So you can actually create them here. So you can do like a new NDI device or a Siphon device, and you can pick what you want, pick your resolution, your pixel format, whether you've got audio, you can have 6 channels of audio, you can have 0 channels of audio, which means, I can't type. You can have 0 channels of audio, which means it's not going to send audio. As just a encouragement, I would say, if you are doing NDI, when you create your NDI devices and you're not going to send audio, set this to 0, just because sometimes certain devices especially can be very cranky when you say you're going to send them audio and then it just sends silence. You can run into problems when you're trying to send audio and it's not worth, boop, I've got a video source that I can run to. You can run NDI to any device that can run an NDI app, like your phone can probably run an NDI app. So you want to send video to an actor's phone on screen? Sure, put an NDI app on it. Lots of things can run an NDI app. Yes?
So, can you talk about the difference if I had like 4 Ultra Studio monitors versus like a DataPath FX4, like a 4K output from a single 4K output versus 4 separate standard outputs?
Yes. It is slightly skipping ahead, but I'll go ahead and do it. So the third option for, I don't have enough outputs here that we haven't talked about yet, but we're going to talk about shortly, and we'll just go ahead and preview it, is something like a DataPath FX4 or a Matrox Quad Head to Go, a device that looks like a regular monitor, typically maybe a regular 4K monitor, but then it will take that 4K and split it into 4 things, so you get 4 HD outputs. So then you're driving 4 displays instead of 1. That is yet another way to go. That is yet another way to go to get multiple outputs. Advantages or disadvantages. The Blackmagic devices, if you want to do more than, so you were saying like using 4 Ultra Studio monitors, you may run into trouble there by how many Thunderbolt buses you have on your computer. I've never tried plugging 4 in at the same time. And it all depends on the computer. What?
It generally works.
It generally works plugged in. It's going to depend on what you've got, right? If you're running a Mac Mini that only has 2 Thunderbolt ports, then you're not going to be able to pull that off. If you're running a Mac Studio, then you probably can. You probably only have 3 Thunderbolt buses, so 2 of them may be sharing, but it's HD, so it can probably handle that just fine. Yeah, it's somewhat a personal preference of what you'd rather do. We're running FX4s for the floor projectors, right? What?
Quad heads.
Oh, we're running quad heads. Sorry, not FX4s. We're running quad heads for that. And we're going to talk about it in a second when we get to stages about how you set those up. But yes, those are your options. You've got Blackmagic devices. You've got something that will split a big signal into multiple smaller signals, and you've got NDI if you want to run multiple of them. Yes, Charles?
I think there's also a benefit to using a display divider if you need very tight synchronization across frames. If you need defined frame accurate sync, splitting up a single 4K field is your best bet. Then of course you need to worry about everything after it's split up. But because Mac OS doesn't guarantee that multiple video outputs are in sync, and multiple Blackmagic devices won't necessarily be in frame sync with each other unless they're gen locked, which you can't do with the Ultra Studio monitors.
Right.
Yeah,
there's a reference input on the Ultra Studio and on the DeckLink cards. But
that's if you're getting very fancy and you're trying to reassemble an image after splitting it apart.
Right.
That can make a big. What displays that the Mac OS has? Like, can we talk about display mirroring and the fact that it should be off? This is just a frequent thing we encounter as you have displays connected to your Mac to make them appear in QLab.
Yes. So if you're familiar with this is System Settings. We went into the Displays tab here. You can actually see 3 displays hooked up to this. We've got the PA248. This is the ASUS monitor that's in front of me. We've got an Epson projector, which is mirrored, and the decimator, which is what's running over here, which is extended display. So the difference between extended display and mirror, so anything on here can be either mirrored or an extended display. What? I'm not changing it, I'm just showing. Anything can be mirrored or can be extended display. As a general rule, you never want to be mirroring something. Mirroring means 2 displays are going to show the exact same thing, which is funky in lots of ways, in particular if they're not the exact same resolution in the first place. But we're talking about here, I want to show my audience something. You need that to be its own display, and that's what we call extended display here. So you want to make sure you come in here and on any outputs, any native outputs that you're using. This doesn't matter for Blackmagic devices, but for regular old projectors or monitors, you want it to be set to extended display.
And if a display is mirroring another, it won't appear in the Output Devices tab of the video section of Workspace Settings. So you can see that ASUS monitor doesn't appear there, but the Epson doesn't appear there, but the ASUS that it's mirroring does.
Right.
I want to echo and say on a microphone the thing that Alex said, which is making changes in the displays section of the Apple system settings is not something you should do while QLab is open. QLab will do its best, but it does not promise good behavior.
Yes. I am not going to mess with anything here. Similar to like unplugging devices while they're in use typically doesn't work. QLab will try its best to react well to it, but sometimes it doesn't go well. So I do not recommend unplugging devices that you are currently using. But same thing goes for changing your display settings. So like we talked about before, there are settings here for everything except for these native displays. The native displays, you can't change settings because they are controlled by the Mac OS. So you'd have to come to Mac OS display settings here if you wanted to change resolution, but don't do that while QLab is running. If you wanted to change refresh rate, again, just do that, then start QLab. And QLab will be like, oh look, I see now you have a 720p display instead of a 1080p display. Bring it.
So let's say you wanted to build like a QLab setup, like a workspace for something where you're not in the space, right? Like you want to build it ahead of time and you're not there. So you wouldn't have access to external displays yet, right? Is that possible, or do you have to have already hooked up all your external displays to build out all your video? Does this question make sense?
It does. And you're a little bit ahead of me. But I'll go ahead. So the question was, what about if you want to build your workspace, your QLab workspace, and you're not in the place that you're going to be, so you don't have these output devices there yet? Can you do that? The answer is yes. You probably want to at least know some about them, but we'll talk about that in the next tab, which is output routing, about how you can swap out what you're doing. Did you have a question? Yes. The question was making sure that you can send video from QLab to a mobile phone by an NDI app. And yes, that is correct. I think, does Sienna also have an app, or is it just the NewTek one in the App Store? Do you know, Charles?
Sienna has one.
Sienna has one. Okay.
I saw a bunch there, and a lot of them have low ratings, so you're saying the company is Sienna?
So if you're looking for apps on the Mac or on iOS, anything that comes from NewTek, so NewTek is the company that made the NDI standard in the first place, or anything that comes from Sienna are decent choices. I'm not saying they're phenomenal apps, but they're decent choices. Yeah, then there's going to be a bunch of other stuff. A lot of the apps that are on there are going to be on the input side, so make sure you're getting one that is an output device, is something that shows you NDI, because it's very common also to use the camera on an iPhone as an NDI source that you could send to QLab or something else, which we'll do in a second. It'll be more than a second. We'll do it in a few minutes. You're welcome. Yes?
Available for QLab 5 or is
All right, we've been going for like an hour and a half, so maybe we should take a bathroom break. And then we'll come back and move to routing and answer Maggie's question. Okay, let's take a 7-minute break. We'll come back at 11:15. 3, 4. Hello, there we go. All right. So as our lights keep going off, this is also a good lesson in it's a good idea to have control over who's on your network and who can control things. And right now we sort of just have a whole lot of people on our production network. You guys aren't on our production network, but we have a bunch of us that are on our production network, and who knows who's taking control of what at some times. Physical access. All right. Are we ready to get started again? Any questions before we jump into output routing? Ooh, am I coming and going? No.
Happened once during the previous session.
Yeah, it did. We tried to fix it during the break, and I don't know if we did. Okay, I'll keep going. All right, so that was output devices that we talked about. We spent a whole lot of time on it. There's lots of things we can output to. So we started with video cues, where we've got video files we're playing back. They're going somewhere. I think I've mentioned several times that they're going to a thing called a stage, which is sort of an intermediate place. We've got output devices over here. How do things get from those stages to those output devices? The answer is routes. Output routing is super handy. So output routing, you create a route, and that route can go to a device. Now, why do we need this extra abstraction layer? Because sometimes our shows move to different places, and it's like, well, they have different devices here. I told you before, these devices here, particularly the real devices, the Blackmagic devices and the physical displays, only show up here because they're plugged into your computer. If you plug in something different shows up here. Output routing means that I can assign whatever output devices are there to a particular route, which then I can assign to a stage. We'll do that in a minute. So here I have a whole bunch of different output routes and where they're going. You can have multiple things going to an output route, which we'll talk about in a second, but output routes go to a single place. So for instance, output 1 is going to this Q stream, which is the NDI stream that's going to our live stream. The QClass route here is going to the decimator. You can change where it goes. This is pretty simple. There's not a lot you can change here, but one of the things you can do, which is getting to what we were talking about earlier about display splitters like a DataPath FX4 or a Matrox quad head to go, is you can say, I want a route that doesn't use a whole device but uses part of it. So over here, most of these things say full, which means that everything that's coming into this route, the whole thing goes out to this device. But sometimes we say, I don't want that, I just want to have part of it. So here we give you a bunch of options for mostly how do you have your things split up? How do you have your device split up? So if it's a 2x2, then you can choose your partial screen, which is what this has set right now. This is display 1 of a 2x2. This is display 2 of a 2x2, display 3 of a 2x2, display 4 of a 2x2. So this would be something where you had a display. This is going to my monitor here, so I'm not going to run anything to it because it'll look weird. It'll take over my screen. But I can say, I want to take 1/4, in this case, of this, this route and send it to this device. Does that make sense? So our options, if we were trying to send more outputs than we've got Blackmagic devices, we've got NDI, but then we can use these display splitters, and we can say, we can still within QLab treat them like 4 different displays in this case, but by the time we get to our route, we say, actually, I know that in output devices, there's only one thing showing up there. It's just my Matrox quad head to go. But in output routing, I can say, I want you to route this quadrant to this, of this device from this route, and this quadrant from this route. Does that make sense? We support a whole lot of different orientations. I don't even know if there are devices that are all of these different orientations, but we support all these different configurations, but we support a lot of them. If you run into a device that is 6x3 outputs and has 18 SDI ports coming off of it, we can add that too, but so far we haven't seen it.
And just to be, the term for the things that do this division of the signal is display dividers, as distinctly different than display splitters, which take a single copy and make 2 copies of it. And we have seen some that are of questionable quality that are not the ones we've listed. Almost all of the time when someone writes to us in support using one of the cheap ones, where they land is to have bought one of the better ones. So unfortunately, this is one of the cases where you probably want a Matrox, a data path, or there's an Aja device for transmitting 12G SDI, which actually takes a 4K signal and splits it into 4 HD SDI devices. But the cheap ones tend to not function particularly well.
Yeah. As an aside, while we're talking about the different ways of getting access to different outputs, one reason that a lot of people chose Blackmagic over display splitters for a little while was the dreaded orange dot. Do you guys know what the dreaded orange dot is? Lots of nods. Yes, great. If you don't know what the orange dot is, it's this. It's right here. Every time you are running, every time an application is capturing a lot of things, audio or video, this is a privacy indicator. It's supposed to be telling me as the user, hey, something is doing something with audio and video. They might be spying on you. QLab does stuff with audio and video. Shocks. I know, we're all shocked at it. Which means this orange dot shows up. It shows up on every display, every native display that comes out of this computer, which means if you were using native displays, you'd end up with an orange dot. Even if you don't have the toolbar up here, you'd still have an orange dot on it. This has been fixed somewhat. You can work around it now. Apple, as of Sonoma 14.4, if you're running the latest and greatest operating systems, you can go into recovery mode and turn it off, which is great. We have documentation on our website of how to do that, which means it's less of a big deal. If you're not running Sonoma 14.4, your native outputs may still have orange dots, which means, a lot of people, Sam will talk about for a long time, he would just essentially lose the top bit of his screen by just masking it off in the projector to be like, well, I can't use the top 10 pixels or 20 pixels, so oh well, because otherwise you have an orange dot showing to your audience. Blackmagic devices never have orange dots because they're not real displays. They're a separate thing, purpose-built. Cool. Okay, so output routes are pretty simple. You can edit them. A few things to note about them. For one thing, we get a scaling mode here. Same idea as we saw on the Qs, but this is for output routes. So you can, if you show up and suddenly you've got a projector that's 16 by 10 instead of 16 by 9, you can choose how you want to manage that space. But same basic idea. It also gives you a center option if you really want it. Also, you've got rotation. So if you've got a projector that is turned 90 degrees, this is where you can adjust that. And there's also a rear projection box here. If you have a projector that's projecting rear projection and doesn't have settings in the projector to tell it that it's projecting rear projection and it should adjust itself, QLab can do it too. But yeah, that's the basics of routes. Handy thing is guides. So that is decimator, right? There we go. From here, you can also show guides. Guides are super handy as you're trying to make sure, is my projector lined up where I need it to be? This one's clearly coming off just slightly the edge there. But they give you corners, they give you a center point, and they say the name of the device that's going to it. So here, we've got a decimator, so it's telling us, or I think it's the name of the output device, actually. They say, this is what's coming to it. So if you're wondering, I've got 4 projectors that are all named the same thing, give them a different name, show them, you can see where something is. This is great for lining stuff up. This is just going to show the output route. So we're going to get into stages and warping and things. This will not change from that. This is past that. This is just on the output side. It has colors. So if you have a bunch of them that are the same name, you at least get different colors for them. But these aren't showing anywhere. Well, I guess that one is, the green one. The colors just, you don't get to pick them. They're in a cycle. So you have a bunch of different colors so you can tell which one's which. Any questions about routes? They probably don't make as much sense yet because we don't have stages, but we're about to get there. Yes?
So you have 2 decimators selected. Is it just whichever one is at the top takes precedence?
Oh, you're talking about for what's showing?
Yeah.
I do not know, actually. I think so. Yeah, you probably wouldn't ever need to show 2 decimators. So these are 2 different routes, but they're using the same device. So that's why they're showing on the same one. But the idea of showing these guides is to see where your devices are. So showing that same device multiple times doesn't help you.
And 2 routes to 1 device is kind of weird and sort of an artifact of how we have this class set up, I think.
So the question is, 2 routes to 1 device is kind of weird and kind of an artifact of how we have this class set up. You may be right. I think Sam has some examples of how he has used it in practice, and I don't remember what they are. I mean, obviously it's very normal for this, where you're splitting the screen into 4, so you're using the same device but different parts of the device. But if you're using the full device for multiple things, I don't know how often that gets done. Okay, let's talk about stages and regions. Video outputs. So the tab is called video outputs, but the things under here are stages, and stages have regions, which is what we're going to talk about. Stages are the canvas that you're painting on. They are, when you run queues, video queues, they're going to display to a stage. You can create as many of these as you want. They can do different things. Let's look at this QClass stage. So we're not going to create a new one right this second, but we're going to look at one that's already existed. Stages are that canvas. They have a resolution. In this case, it's 1920 by 1080. This is where you can have a stage that is a certain size, and all your content may be made for that. And then you show up at a place that has a different projector. Well, you might use your route to change to use a different one, and you might use a scaling mode, or you might use stretch, fill, any of those modes. But your stage can stay the same. Your stage is the canvas you're painting on. They have a size, they have a name, they have a layer. This layer looks exactly like the layers that we saw in queues, but it's a separate layer. This is a layer of stages. So you can have a bunch of stages. If you want to have multiple stages going to the same place, that's fine, and you can set their layer to say who's on top of what. Why might you do this? An example that Sam likes to use is he had a projector that's projecting onto a building that has columns in front of it, and he wants to have some stuff show up on the individual columns and some stuff show up on the building, but this is all one projector. So he created separate stages for each of the columns and for the building behind it, and then you can use layers to make sure that the columns, because they're in front, are above, in layering terms, the building behind. There's other reasons you might want to do multiple stages on layers. For common use, though, I would say most people are not going to do this, where you will not have stages layered on top of one another. You can, there are reasons. I'll bet Alec does it sometimes. But layer stages on top of one another. Yeah. But if you're just getting started in this, you don't need to worry about layering stages on top of one another. While we're here, I want to talk about this checkbox, keep rendering between queues. So right now, QLab is not displaying anything to this output. If I start displaying something to this output, I've got this ready for later and I don't want to show it yet. I'll display this. If I start displaying something to this output, now you notice that the menu bar is gone. QLab has taken over this display. It's displaying a stage there. When we're done with this, so if I stop the video, because that checkbox is checked, because keep rendering between queues is checked, QLab continues to take over this display. This is probably what you want 99% of the time. You want QLab to say, I am displaying to this display, and I'm going to keep displaying to the display, even though I'm not running a queue right now. You don't want the background to come back and everything. So QLab keeps displaying nothing, but it's displaying, and that's what this box does here. If you uncheck this, you have a reason to do that. Maybe it's because you are running PowerPoint as well on the same computer, and you need to swap back and forth between running QLab queues and running PowerPoint. Well, then you need QLab to stop taking over the display so that PowerPoint can display to it. Beyond that, though, you're probably most of the time going to want to keep this checked. A thing to note, keep rendering between queues will keep rendering while QLab is running. If you hit escape to panic, we suddenly see the desktop again. Panic means stop doing stuff, which includes stop displaying to displays, because maybe you wanted to stop doing stuff, that's going to stop doing stuff. We recently made a change where some outputs now will keep outputting even if you panic. Those are NDI and Siphon. Is that right? Yes. NDI is the big one. The problem people were running into is that they would panic more often than they should. A lot of people panic when they aren't really that panicked. If you're not that panicked, try to use things like a fade and stop queue instead of hitting escape. But people would use panic, and they had NDI devices on the network, particularly the cheapest of the NDI devices that are out there, that would sort of go berserk when they're like, I'm not getting anything anymore. So we now have NDI will keep sending. Once you start sending an NDI stream, it'll keep sending until you quit your QLab. Because devices freak out when they're like, why isn't there a signal? But for native displays like this, if you hit escape, it's going to stop rendering, regardless of whether keep rendering between queues is checked. But if you do the right thing and fade and stop out your queues, then it will keep displaying. QLab will continue to take over that display.
And this is common. You're seeing us using panic all the time. It's such a handy way to stop stuff that it's really hard not to reach for it. But if you get in your system to try other hotkeys, so like by default, the S key will fade and stop the currently selected queues. So there's some other tools you can try to get in the habit of using to stop queues that isn't just a blunt panic everything. And I mean, I'm constantly using panic, so when I teach tomorrow, I'm gonna really have to like try to resist the urge to just be panicking all the time. But there are other options to stop stuff.
Okay, so that's keep rendering between queues. Okay, yes.
Can I interrupt briefly to
You
talk
can.
about why a stage is a useful thing? 'Cause
Yes.
I have a spiel. Stages are the conceptual idea of your show. So like a stage isn't that projector. Oh, okay, I'm gonna walk out because I have a whole spiel. Oh, sorry. So stages are a concept that you should be engaging with in your design. Sorry, I think this is in shot. So a stage, this is bad because it's just a big blank wall, but this stage could be of a certain resolution, and filling the entire wall is one version of that stage. It doesn't matter how many projectors it takes. It doesn't matter how you get it there. It's the whole if we have a set of scenery here and we have three flats that are there, each of those could become their own stage. They could all be covered by the same projector. Each of them could be covered by an individual projector. You could have a fourth stage in that case, which covered all three. So depending on how you want to address your content, you can have a single stage. Because every video queue in QLab can only go to a single stage, you have a little bit of planning to do. But you're thinking in sort of a design concept about stages, rather than about, oh, that projector is a stage, or the blend of those two projectors are a stage. So it's possible you could have a single very bright projector that covers the entire proscenium, and 25 stages in it, one for each window in your set, one for each door, one for the mannequin head upon which you're going to project a recording of someone's face, which might only be 50 pixels wide, but is a really convenient place to send just that image. And then, when you're going through the routes and the outputs, when your show moves from that one single very large projector that can cover everything to a blend of 16, it doesn't matter. Your stages are all the same. Your ideas are all the same. Your cues are all still doing the same thing. And you fix that with adjusting your stages, then adjusting your routes to match your new outputs. So stages are something that you can think of as you're sitting at home. You don't need to know how many projectors you have as you're thinking about the size of your stages and what your stages might want to do. You probably want to have some substantial idea. But you could say, I have an idea that's the whole back wall. I have an idea that's just this cube, and build a stage for each and adjust to each. So that's how stages can be
Awesome.
used.
Stages are an artistic concept.
Right.
The art kind of gets to the stage, and you're still in art land at the stage, and then within the stage, it starts converting to the technical stuff of, okay, how does my art translate to actual projectors and actual stuff and actual technology? But up until you get to the stage, you're still in designer world, in artistic, like, what things am I thinking about artistically is still the stage. And then you start translating to the tech stuff that you don't ever want to think about. And then once you set it up, you stop thinking about it.
One other technical power of the stage is if the mannequin head that's being projected upon gets moved 2 feet, but I've got 50 cues playing different videos to this mannequin head, I can edit the stage to be a different part of the projector rather than needing to go to all my 50 cues and move the video cue over slightly and adjust those one by one.
Yeah. So for the benefit of the stream, what Alex just said was, no, you're good. We should mic you at some point. If you have your mannequin head that you're projecting onto and then it gets moved, a nice thing about stages is you just go edit that stage to say it's actually over here, instead of having to go change 50 cues that all have geometry that say this is where the mannequin head is. So you set up your stage as a this is where the thing is, and then all your cues can display to it. So if you find yourself in the geometry tab here, trying to position things on an object, you might think to yourself, you know, actually, instead of trying to move things around in the geometry tab of a video cue to put my video on that window on the set, maybe I should create a separate stage called window that I can then display to that. So this is not an artistic class. This is just a technical class. But we even are using this concept here because we have this QClass stage, which is the like, I want to send all my content here that I want people to see, but then we're like, well, by people, I mean you people need to see it on this projector, but also the people on the stream need to see it. So we really need to have 2 different devices. So all that can be handled here, having 2 different devices that we're routing the same stage to, but all we're thinking about is I'm displaying it for the people to see. Yes?
Demonstrate real quickly setting up a stage?
Yes. Let me keep walking through this stage, and then we can set up, we're going to set up a more complicated stage. Okay. We're up here at the top still. Stages can have masks. So this is an image file that you can use to say, I want you to only display in this portion of the stage. They are black and white images. If you throw a color image at it, I think it actually does work. But the idea is that they're black and white images. The black portions of the image say, make this transparent. It's not technically like covering it. It's fading it out, making its opacity less. You can have things that are grayscale, which would say, make this somewhat opaque. And the white portions of the image will say, make this show through. So, oh, I should have gotten this ready. And where is it? Oh. I had it open in Finder and then I closed it. Yeah, I did. Masks. Okay. So we've got a mask image. This is just a PNG file. QLab does not have an editor built into it for editing masks. There are lots of image editors out there. Put one on your computer. You can edit the mask. You can even edit it live and see the mask change. So here I'm going to add this mask to our QClass, which actually, it happened, it applied as I added it. So the mask looks like this. So you can see on the left side here, we have a hard edge, but on the right side, we have it sort of fading out. We've got a few hard edges, a few fading out. But you can see it applying to our video. It's masking out the other parts. Now, if the background, if there was something under this that wasn't just black, you'd be seeing the other thing coming through. Does that make sense?
Chad, can I just,
yes.
So you'd be seeing any stages that are on a lower layer revealed through what's masked off.
Correct.
So because there is nothing being rendered on a stage that is lower than this one's on top, we're seeing that as black.
Correct. Thank you. Like I said, you can edit this live, so. Whoa, I didn't mean to make a circle. I thought I was in the pen tool. Isn't this the drawing tool?
I think it has some smarts.
It's trying to be too smart. Okay, and then I save this. Is it too? No, you can see it. Okay. I save it. QLab notices it's saved, and it now has also masked off those two little curves, which is beautiful art. Okay, put it back. So masks, ways of letting things show through, other stages show through from underneath this stage. Does that make sense? I'm going to take this mask off because it doesn't seem to be necessary. And now we're back to our full. Okay, so that's the top here. Underneath, we've got two tabs, which I'll get to in just a second, layout and warping. And then down here, you can see the regions. I should go ahead and talk about regions. So under layout, we have two regions. So regions are the way we take things from the stage to send to a route. So you can see here region A is going to the Q stream, which is our NDI output that goes to the folks on the stream. And region B is going to the decimator, which is what goes to this screen right here. Two regions. Now these regions aren't very interesting because they cover the entire stage, but they don't have to. We could make it cover just part of it. We could say, I want to send the whole thing. So right now the stream is seeing the full video, but we are only seeing this half because we only wanted to send that region. So you can use this to send parts of a stage to different routes, which take them to different outputs. Put this back. You can also here, while we're looking at it, display grids, which are only going to show up for that particular region. So here I can display a grid. This is going to come in really handy once we get to warping. This is not showing up for the stream folks. Similarly, I can swap it out. People in the stream now should be seeing a grid, but you guys in the classroom are not seeing the grid. You can add and remove regions. So if I wanted to say, I also want to send a region to Sam's laptop, now I've got a region to send to Sam's laptop. But I don't want him to see very much. I just want him to see this tiny little region.
We just saw an auto edge blending is on, so we're now seeing, because there's an area of some overlap, we're now seeing that feathered edge.
Oh yes, we will talk about edge blends soon. You can also draw regions if you want to create new ones. There's lots of ways of creating regions, but regions are the way of taking some of a stage and sending it to a route. So we have now gotten to the point, let me delete Sam's laptop. We've now gotten to the point where we've got all the pieces that we needed to be able to send video. It may seem complicated, but we started with some sort of source material, a video file, that a video queue takes, sends it to a stage, this QClass stage. That stage has regions. In this case, the region is the whole thing, which it sends to a route, in this case to the QStream route, which then is connected to a device, which is an NDI output. So source, queue, stage, region, route, device. There's a lot of steps in there, but each one of them gives you power to be able to make your show work. If you want to change the size of your region, you can do that by dragging things around, or if you know things, you can type them in. I know that this is actually 960 by 540.
QLab will attempt to help you out when you're creating a new workspace to create, it'll look for whatever screens are attached to your computer at the moment you create a new workspace, and it'll say, you might want to send video to these, so I'm going to create a simple stage for everything that's currently attached. So when you start out with a new workspace, it tries to set up some simple stages and outputs that you would probably want to use if you're if it so happens that you're building video for a workspace on this computer. So it does try to get you set up to start with the basics, so that you don't have to build everything from scratch. But it only does that the first time you make the workspace. So if you take your workspace to a new new place and plug in a new project. Sorry, I keep dropping out. If you take a workspace to a new place and plug in a new projector, and you just want to send stuff to that new projector, you will then at that moment have to create a simple stage for the new projector, which I'm sure Chad will show us.
Yes. So just to show what Chris is talking about. New workspace here. We have not done anything. It's brand new. We go to outputs, and we can already see that there's 3 stages there that were just auto-created because it said, QLab said, I see a monitor, I see your decimator output, and I see this Ultra Studio box, the Blackmagic box. I'll go ahead and create some stages that are matched to their specs. It also created some routes for those stages, and here's the devices that those routes go to. And all of these stages are going to be one region that covers the whole thing. Go away, new. Okay. So let's talk about warping. Warping is the other tab here. That projector, I can't see. That projector is somewhat high. Did you have to do much correction in it, or is it pretty straight on?
A little bit of visual.
Okay. So you hang a projector, you may need to correct perspective on it. You projecting at an odd object, you may need to move things around, and warping is where you can say, actually, I want you to display your pixels from this region like this. That was a bad way of explaining it. But you can drag around what it looks like. So if this was, let's do the decimator one. If this was keystoned wrong and we wanted to fix it, we could fix it here. You can also fix this in a projector, but you can warp things and move around exactly where you think this belongs. This is really handy when you're trying to project onto things that are not regular screens, but it's also really handy when you're projecting on regular screens. But the thing you're warping is regions. So here we've got our same regions. So if I try to warp the QClass one, now the people at home are seeing warping happening, but you guys are not. You can add splits, which are helpful. Like if you're like, well, I want to make sure that I'm warping just this part. There's also some handy buttons here for if you start to really make things not work, you can reset them to sensible default based on the stage or based on the route that you're going to. So if I come in here and I'm like this, and I saved it, I've been using undo, Command Z to get out of it, but if I just want to get back to normal, I can set based on stage. Okay. This is probably more handy to see if we do an example. So let's walk through an example. Yes, I just hit escape. I know I told you not to do that. Okay, we have over here a cube. And Alec is going to make magic happen. Amazing. Okay, we have over here a cube that we want to project on, and Alec just pointed the projector at it, kind of, sort of, maybe. And we are, you may have seen it when it was first starting, but we have a video that's just some rain falling. And we want to make that rain fall on the surfaces of the cube. But right now, our output is not pointing at the surfaces of the cube. How would we do that? Well, that we can do here. And we'll just do it here. I'll fix it after. So in that case, we're going to want to have a few different surfaces. So how many surfaces do you guys see? 3. I see 3 surfaces. There's back surfaces and bottom surfaces, but we can't get to those. So we got 3. We've got a top, we got a left side, and we got a right side, right? They already exist on here. Do I want to use the ones that are there or just create them from scratch? We'll create them from scratch. Okay. I'll call them new. So I'm just going to create a new stage that's going to the decimator. I'm not sending this to the stream because they don't have a cube on the stream. I'm going to call this cube 2. Okay, so I'm just going to create one stage, but I'm going to create 3 regions, one for the top, one for the side, one for the side, so we can send different things to it. We see in our source video here, can you guys see this? That it's actually got 3 faces from this source. So we're going to take those 3 faces out and send them onto the 3 faces of that. So let's edit our cube 2 that we created. Cube 2 right now only has 1 region, but we need 3. So they're all going to be going to the decimator. So we're going to create 2 and 3. We okay?
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna try to tilt the cube up so we can see more of
Oh, that's nice.
try to live set design here before you get too far in.
Okay, so for the top region here, I'm just going to eyeball it for now. We need to pick out which part of the stage we want to be going to that region. And then we want this one to be taking the bottom on that side, and then this one over here. If I was doing this for real, I would probably look at the dimensions of everything and make them exact, but we're doing it live. I like the construction project.
Now, Chad, can I offer
Yes.
one
Please.
story from the field? So one of the things that we have here is a stage that has way more pixels in it than the part of the projector that's hitting our actual surface.
Yes.
So if you were writing to us, one of the things I would suggest here is to resize the stage to be much smaller so that we're only making the number of pixels that actually fit on that device, on the cube itself. Because we have a 1080p projector, a very small portion of which is hitting the cube.
Yes. So I could have made the stage here, and I could resize it. I don't think I'm going to right now, but I could have made the stage way smaller because, like you said, most of this projector is just spill off. But I'm not going to change that right now. So we want to now find these. So I'm going to call these different, or I'm going to take the different regions. So we've got A, and I want that to be the top. So I've turned on grids here. You see how we can see what is the projector, what is the grid part, which I guess I probably need to change this to be inside the grid more. Oh, come down. There we go. It's good enough. And scoot that over. Why's that moving? Okay. So I want to put this grid on the top of that box. Well, how do I do that? For the most part, I'm just going to grab things and move them around. Let me first.
So in the layout tab, when you're adjusting the position of the regions, you're adjusting what portion of the stage that region is looking at.
Yes. Thank you.
And in the warping tab, you're adjusting what portion of the raster, the field of the projector, that region is going to. So though they are both on similarly shaped squares and are similarly colored regions, they're actually displaying quite different things.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, I'm just going to add, as Chad works to find where the corner pin should be on this box, you may be thinking to yourself, gosh, it sure looks like it would be a lot easier to do that if you could walk up to the box and just look at it nearby instead of being strangely oriented in a different part of the theater. And you would be correct. And there are a couple of ways of doing that, one of which is a secret so far in the class, and we haven't, well, you've seen Charles secretly using it, which is our new collaboration feature in V5, which we'll talk about more tomorrow. If I had a laptop that was using the collaboration feature, I would be able to wander over here comfortably with the laptop and do the same thing Chad is doing, but from this angle where I can actually see what I'm doing. The other option is QLab Remote, which is an iOS app, which has a similar interface for being able to walk around with your phone or your iPad and find these corner points while you're holding your iPad and poke those around and manipulate them that way. So if your computer is stuck in a booth and your corner pinning is somewhere wildly far away from your booth and you want to be able to walk up to it and see it just from a few feet away, these are some of the options you can use to do the corner pinning not stuck up in the booth. But we've decided to give Chad a challenge live in front of an audience to see if he can do it while barely being able to see what he's doing from a different orientation, so that all of the mouse movements are the opposite of what they feel like they should be, while not providing him with his preferred input mechanism of the whatever that is, the rollerball, trackball.
Yes. I was going to make that point, but you made it for me. Thank you.
Here's a little QLab remote thing that Chad could walk up to the front. It's all connected. That's on the right
QLab
side.
Remote on Charles's phone.
But then they can't see what I'm doing.
What a relief.
Well, it'll still adjust there.
Okay.
I think. I've actually not done this while I was looking at the screen. Say that again, Alice.
You're talking about clicking here?
Yeah, clicking here so that we can see the changes. I'm not sure.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Okay. We'll see if this is easier or not. But I can at least see now. Oh, yeah. You have a point. So I think I'm okay with the top now. So I'm going to turn the grid off for the top and turn it on for the bottom left. The bottom left I really can't see from over there at all, so I'll walk over. Apologies to those on the stream that can't see what's going on right now. Oh.
And QLab Remote, there are a couple of different in-app purchases for it. This is included with the Pro Control, but the free version of QLab Remote, with the one that you get when you download without making a purchase, just lets you observe. It doesn't let you make changes. And in order to get it connected, we had to do a little bit of setting up to let QLab Remote edit.
So I don't know that I can really do it because, as we talked about, we have a big old stage and we have some very tiny parts of it. And doing this on a phone with my thumbs is becoming challenging. Yeah. So some things to note here. So you get the basic idea of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to drag these around so that they map onto that so that we can then project onto that. Once you find a good spot, so for instance, I found that this is good for the top, and then I know that the top edges are going to line up here with the side. So once I get close, I can also take 2 points and I can link identical control points, which means that where points are touching, you can link them together. So then if I want to make a tweak to like, well, that corner's a little bit off, I can link these and then I can make this just a little bit over or a little bit the other way, and it'll adjust both of them. Okay.
I could provide you like keyboard nudge commands from this angle.
You could.
As your assistant.
I'm going to leave the one that I can't see alone for now and do the other one and maybe come back to it. Close to there.
One of the things that's always fun for me about this demo is that when we were dreaming up the new video engine, well before we had made it, we took a little company retreat. This one was to New York City, and we were sitting in an Airbnb trying to think what we wanted out of the new video engine? What features do we want to be able to achieve with it? And there was a little sitting stool, somewhat cubic sitting stool in the Airbnb, and we dragged it over and just started talking about wanting to do basically this, and had this in mind for years before we could actually do it and see if it worked. So we've had the little cube example in our minds for a long time, and so it's always fun to actually watch it happen, because going from being sure you knew conceptually what the steps would be to actually having all of the ding-dang electrons organized in the software to allow it to happen was a long path. So it's fun to actually be able to see the electrons in action.
So am I getting close over there?
Yeah.
That's good. Stop that one and okay. Why didn't it work? Oh, because my surface is wrong.
And you still have your grid up on this side.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go.
I can't see that side. Do I?
It's gone now.
Okay, good.
It ran away.
Ah, you're right. Yes, thank you. Okay, so that's important. Picking the right video output is the thing we're talking about. And we created a new one, which I forgot that I created a new one. But we called it Cube 2. So by playing to Cube 2, still nothing?
Hasn't faded in.
Oh. Why not?
There it is.
There we go. Okay. So a lot happened there. Let's back up. We created a new stage. When you create a new stage, you can create it with an output, which is going to make it automatically be set to that output. You can also just create an empty stage, which has nothing, and then you just start adding regions. But we created it with an output to go to our decimator, which is what's projecting to this. It came with defaults. It was set by default to 1920 by 1080 because our projector is 1920 by 1080. If we'd done an empty stage, I think you can pick, is that right? No, I guess it's 1080 as well, as our default. But you can always resize it to something else. We didn't go over this earlier, but you can resize your stages. It's fairly self-explanatory. You can preserve aspect ratio or not. So do you want things to stretch out if you already have things on there? You can, for the regions that already exist, what do you want to happen? Do you want to scale them or do you want to crop them? If it's an empty stage like this, this doesn't matter because there are no regions yet. But if you had regions, then it would apply to that. But we created a new stage. We created 3 different regions on it. One for the top, one for the left side, one for the right side. We didn't do a very precise job of trying to map these to what was actually going to come with the video. That's okay. And then we warped them so that they all displayed on the edges of the cube. Are you going to do this every day? No, but this is the basic idea of what you can do with warping to be able to display onto different shaped objects. Maybe it's not a cube, maybe it's the columns that I was talking about earlier, where they're sort of rounded and you want to warp how they appear.
A funny thing that has happened with this warping is that the points that were chosen to warp it have made, so we have the cascade of light coming down this way on this side, down this way on this panel, and then because of the way the points were warped, they're coming this way on this one. So it sort of, you have to get all the little details of which points are matched to which areas so that they all flow together.
Sorry, I was moving fast and not paying attention, so I guess I grabbed the wrong corner for
but
one
it
of
demonstrates
those, and then
a piece of the system that you have to understand to
tilted
make
at
it
9 degrees.
come out correctly.
And when approaching video warping and building stages, it always takes a long time and it takes refinement, and inevitably as you're working on a show, there are things you don't see on the 2nd day of tech and you see on the 7th day of tech. And so finding time to refine those stages and refine as blends, even when scenery is not moving yet, you'll figure out that you just need a little bit of tweaking time because a particular piece of content moves across a seam in a way you didn't imagine. So it takes a while, and time and patience and a mostly empty room are really helpful. And Chad should get an award for doing this in front of a room full of people.
It's my first time.
Our number one biggest advice, especially for video, in general, but especially for video, is give yourself time. You really don't want to be doing video, especially on a short time span, because something always comes up. It just does take longer than you expect. So give yourself as much time as you can.
Yes.
Question, you had one stage.
Yes.
In 3 regions.
Yes.
You had a video format that was designed for that.
Yes.
Can you, with one stage in 3 regions, could you send 3 different video cues to those different regions, or is it just that one has to go to all 3?
Right. Video cues play to a stage. You could play 3 different video cues to a single stage that had regions and adjust their geometry. That would be fine. Or you could create 3 different regions. If you wanted to treat them separately and you had separate content for them, you could just create 3 different regions. Create a region for left side, create a region for right side. Sam has a bunch of examples in this workspace that, so he's got the cube, but then he also had cube top, cube left, cube right, which if we look at, would look similar to if you'd just done one of them. So you have one region on one stage. So you can do whatever works for you. You can make separate stages because I want to treat these things as separate things. But like we talked about, stages are meant to be artistic canvases. So if you think of it as like the right side, the left side, and the top side are really all separate things, you probably want separate stages for them. If you think of them as one thing and it's just like cascading around, then you might want one stage and then you have 3 regions that you're going to apply to.
They're not interchangeable. You can't put 3 different things on this unless your video format is 3 different things, the one video cue.
If you do one video cue, I'm sorry, say that again.
So I'm trying to figure out, like, with the 3 regions, could I put one video on the top, a completely separate file on the side?
So you could only in that a video cue, a video cue has geometry. So if you had one video and you set its geometry to only be this part, and then another video that was only here and another video that was only here, you could have 3 separate cues that are playing to those. But you're in your head then because it's not playing to that part. You have to be translating I know that this section corresponds to that region.
So it would be easier to do 3 stages.
Probably easier to do 3 stages.
3 separate things.
Right.
And workflow-wise, you can delete regions from a stage that has more regions. You can't copy regions between stages. So if you wanted individual access to each side of that cube, it would make sense to begin where Chad has begun and then duplicate that stage 3 times and delete the regions you don't want from those 3 copies. Because then you would have a whole cube, top face, left face, right face. So always work from the biggest, most complicated thing to the smallest thing, because you can eliminate regions and it's frustrating to make the same region the second time.
Yes.
Yep. Any other questions about that? I'm going to conclude the scary cube demo. Okay. Where is... Oh, you're just moving the cube. I was like, you got something?
No, just so it doesn't fall off the table.
Okay. I think let's go back and talk a bit about fading video cues now that we know all the places they're going. Oh, the places you'll go. Somebody got that. And then we can talk about camera cues and text cues in NDI inputs and stuff like that. So I think, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Okay, so we talked about fade cues already, right? So we've got this is a text cue, but we're going to pretend like it's a video cue because it's just an emoji. We've got some video we're going to show, and we're going to fade it in. There it is. we're showing some video. We want to move it around. Well, we can use a fade cue to do that, right? Oh, that's jumping ahead. So a fade cue we already talked about. We can change its translation. Missed. We can change its translation, move it all over the place. This all happens according to a curve. Oh, wow. That was an interesting curve there, Sam. We can move things around, but all we're doing with this normal fade is we're saying, I want you to end up here. And QLab is going to use this curve to say, well, based on this curve, it will go this % in this amount of time, and it will end up at this spot. So when I move it around to here, it's a start end point along a curve. That's not always what we want. So in QLab 5.4, we added a new thing called fade paths, which means instead of saying, I want you to just go from here to here, you can say where you want it to go. So what does that look like? Let me show you an example. So first of all, to get there, you get this little toggle, which on all these fade cues we've been looking at, you've got a toggle curve and path. If it's curve, it's going to follow the curve. It's going to say, whoop, and get to the final spot. But if it's a path, then you get a canvas where you can draw the path you want it to take. So if we want this rocket to follow this path, we can draw a path on here to say, this is where I want you to go. And it'll follow all over the place. That's a very jumpy rocket. So fading paths allow you to fade along a series of points rather than just having an endpoint that you're going to. By default, it is set to use translation, which is probably the thing you want most of the time. You want to say, I want to move this around. So translation is moving it around, but you can do other things, which we'll talk about in a second. You still get your duration. You've got some tools over here for how you create this path. I'm just going to delete everything that's here. Delete. So you've got a pencil tool. You can draw. You can hold it down and draw lots and lots of little points, and it'll follow that path. Green is your start. Red is your end. Whoops. It'll follow your path. In addition to the pencil tool, you've also got, so this is the select tool. So if you want to select things, you can, I'm going to select everything to delete them so I can do something different. We've got other tools here like a circle tool. So if we want to make a circle over here, or actually I wanted to make it centered on that, you can hold down Option, I think it is, yeah. There's a lot of tools to this. You've seen before a few places where these little question marks exist. They're fantastic. So if you're like, is there keyboard shortcuts to mean I want to start this circle from the corner instead of from the middle, whatever, there's a lot of help here about what different keyboard shortcuts can do. Once you've selected stuff, you can also change it around. So I've got this circle and I'm going clockwise this way, and then I'm like, you know what, actually I want to flip that upside down. Well, there's a flip upside down tool, there's a flip left right tool. Rotate and reverse if you want to go backwards. So right now it's set to go this way. And we're like, no, it shouldn't go up first, it should go down first. That's fine, let's reverse it. And we're going down. So fade paths, super cool. You can specify where something goes. Whoops. You can specify where something goes. These apply to video cues. I said I would tell you what you could do beyond translation, which we'll do, I think, shortly. Oh, this is just fading it in. Come on. There we go. OK, so this is a fancier example where we've got a satellite orbiting around the Earth. How did we do that? So our orbit cue here is just a fade cue that's going round and round. We put it inside of, what kind of group is this? A start first group. And then we have a start cue at the end. So before I used a playlist cue to loop, but you can also loop just by having a start cue after your fade. So this is a simple little loop. It's just going round and round and round and round and round. This is still translation. got a snowflake. Where's the... So a snowflake following like a figure infinity pattern. But this time, we are actually doing translation, but we're doing it, or no, we're not doing translation. All right, this is what I wanted, sorry. So this fade Q right here is changing the rotation of the snowflake. It ended before I got to talk about it. So we have two different fades here. One is its translation. So this is just changing where the snowflake is on the screen. But the other one is causing it to rotate around. Because we changed this to do parameters of rotation instead of path, it allows the snowflake to rotate around, which gives it its little flutter effect. So I said that poorly. Let me make sure that I went through it well. You can, of course, fade paths to change location. We call that translation, where it is on the screen. But you can also fade other things. In this one, it's doing rotation. You could also fade its scale. But you're doing it on a 2D, you're changing two parameters at the same time, which can let you make a nice flutter like this. Another example. Let's type yes. Here we're fading just a normal fade of translation, but we're using a rotation 2D path. It doesn't move enough for us to really see how tiny. I'm going to zoom in. I forgot to zoom in. There's a little circle here. It's very tiny, so we can't zoom in enough to see it, I don't think. Is there a way to zoom in more than this? This is as far as it goes. There's a little tiny circle that allows it to bounce around. But we're changing its rotation, so it's not just moving, but it's also jittering as it rings.
And in terms of the zoom, one of the things you can do for these 2D fades, they default to 1920 by 1080 as the sort of canvas you're working on, but you can change the scale. So the scale is still 1920 by 1080, but the rotation that's happening is so small that it's not registering here. So if we had changed the scale, it might have displayed differently. So we could try changing it to like 100 by 100 and seeing if it shows up there.
It seems, yeah, I think this might be a bug. There's something going on here. I don't know why it's not showing right now. But that's the idea of these, is that you can draw a path to change the values of multiple things at one time. The easiest one to think of is translation, its position. But you can also do scale. You can also do rotation. Sam gave us a lot of examples. So here we've got just a regular, that's the opacity fill. So here we've got a scale version where we want the X and the Y. So the X-axis is X, the Y-axis is Y. We want the X and the Y scale to both scale up. So we're scaling the whole size of this plane as it flies. Hang on. So you see how it gets bigger as you go, and then it got smaller again. Because, so this may be hard to see. There's a green and a red circle down here. So our path is taking our scale from 1, which is the center, up to I zoomed in and now I can't get to it. Up to 2, but then back down to 1. So we're scaling up both the x and the y scale to 2 and then back down to 1. So there's a couple points in this. It may look like a straight line, but it's actually a double back, which is why it gets bigger and it gets smaller. And then we've also got a path that it's flying across. So we're using 2D paths, 2 different 2D path fades on this airplane at the same time. One of them is making it bigger and then smaller, and one of them is moving where it is. So translation and scale. Move and get big and small.
And can I make
Yes.
an observation? I think this is also the path and the scaling there are good examples of when it's good to use smoothing and when it's not good to use smoothing, which is a parameter in the right-hand side where it tries to find a nice balance between points rather than jumping right back and forth between the two.
Right. So you can probably see it on this. I'll make it more extreme so that it's easier. But this is smooth, so you get a nice smooth curve. This is not smooth. So if we fly it now, dunk, 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 you get hard corners instead of a nice smooth path. Okay, any questions on fading with paths instead of fading with a curve?
I mean, I'm so curious what the other demos are. What's Boomerang Man?
All right, we can watch the other demos. Oh, I had to get rid of my other one. I panicked. So how did we do that? We had a geometry fade. This is just a regular curve that is going to move this, move the boomerang, interesting, and the man to this corner. Then we've got a 3D path for the boomerang that goes like this. So that's just starting to turn it. A 2D path, sorry. The man starts rotating. The throw, so this is the actual path that it's going to follow. There's a whole lot of stuff going on here. The spin, which is just a regular curve, although our curve is mostly a straight line. Mostly, not quite. That's going to go 3,600 degrees, so it's going to spin around 10 times. We've got an exclamation point and fading that in, and then stopping everything. So we combine several fades to get a whole animation. It is not Mario Kart, but it's a Boomerang Man.
Such a jaunty arrival. Some real design in that.
All right, hole in one. You want to see it too? Let's see. It is, yes.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, none of this is using any video assets. It is all just text that somebody's put in a text queue, which we're going to talk about in just a second. And see, he drew that whole path round and 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 round, and round until it went in the hole. Okay. Hope you're happy we got to see all those demos. All right. Let's move on. Whew.
Those particular demos, I believe, are available on our website. There's a tutorials section about paths that I think has those demos downloadable if you want to play with them. Pretty sure.
Okay, so next up is camera queues and text queues, and Siphon, and video file formats. I also recognize that it is 12:30, which means at least Chris's stomach is grumbling. So perhaps we should save those for after lunch. And I'll try to do them quickly so I give Charles plenty of time to talk about networking. Does that sound like a good plan? Okay, let's break for lunch. It is about 12, it's 12:29. We'll have an hour and 1 minute.
the mic feedback intentionally briefly. Sorry, we're going to do something that will feel like mild torture to everyone. But ring out this microphone as I stand here, and please tell me if I can stop talking. We're going to do a fair amount of that today. Oh. We're ringing out my microphone here on the stream. I'm Charles. Nice to see you. Or nice to, I guess I can't see you. And you probably can't see me, but you can hear me. So this is my voice. You'll be hearing it a little later today. Chad's going to pick up with a few more video things first, and then I'll be on. But I'm standing in the area up by the large screen where the Mac Studio that we're running the stream and the class with is sitting.
Right by the laptop is where you have a little bit of a feedback.
Oh, so a little bit worse over here? I guess, right? You mean right in front of that delightful D&B E8 loudspeaker is a little bit worse, with this nice reflective surface in front of me?
Particularly when the person was leaning.
Oh, if I lean forward a little bit this way?
Yeah, I think it's somewhere between 1 and 2K.
So we have, so here I am. We're just bringing my microphone out so that I don't feedback, because I was a little feedbacky. If I come over this way and I have this screen here, is that I get a nice reflection? Oh, there. Yeah, okay, good. Hello. I'm usually not the person talking as this is happening, so this is very stressful for me, and I appreciate someone else is taking care of it, and for all of the feedback, but also I feel bad for everyone I've ever worked on.
All the feedback?
What?
You said you feel thankful for all the feedback.
Bad. I feel thankful for all the people who have talked while I have rung out their microphones all of the times I've done this. What happens if I do this? How is that? Okay, great. I'm going to go away now. Sure.
I guess we'll get started again. Is everybody back? Is there anybody notice their neighbor's missing? They'll catch up if they do. What? Yeah, she's a figure 53er, and she knew she wasn't going to quite make it back. So we'll go ahead and get started. So before we step into camera cues and text cues, does anyone have any questions that came up over lunch that you wanted to raise? Yes.
For the rotating of the 3D stuff,
Uh-huh.
is there a reason why the text or the amount of rotation doesn't appear on?
In the pop-up?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that. Do you? Go for it.
This is such a great question.
Oh, yeah.
This is such a good question. Okay. So the question was, when we are using, if you want to bring up an example.
I'll drive you.
When we're applying a rotation, an orientation to a video cue, and it's not a single axis rotation. So if there's a single axis rotation, you've picked X, Y, or Z, and you said rotate this amount around that axis. Fine. But we're not doing that. We're applying a rotation, and then when we do it, the little GUI disappears, and the next time you open it, the number you put in is gone. Why? The reason is, in a word, quaternions. Okay, the reason that is understandable is longer. To represent the orientation of something in three-dimensional space, it turns out you can do it lots of different ways. You can use three-axis rotation, X, Y, Z, where you always see those numbers. There's some problems mathematically with representing an orientation in that way. Something that comes up in the physical world and in computers is something called gimbal lock, where if you have those three axes of orientation, if two of them collapse into alignment with each other, you sort of lose a dimension of rotation. This happens in actual, like on boats, where if you have something on a boat in a series of gimbals, it can lock up. So to represent an orientation in a way that can't lock up, that always has a shortest path distance from one orientation to another, so I think Sam was, or you, earlier today, was describing the visualization of this as a ball. If you take a styrofoam ball and you stick a pencil in it, you can imagine taking that pencil and kind of rotating the ball around in some orientation, pointing it some way. There's a way to represent that with a number called a quaternion. And the trouble with quaternions is they're very useful. They have all these wonderful properties about how they can combine with each other, how they work, but they don't, if you look at them, they don't make any sense. If you ask the computer what the quaternion is that represents this orientation, you will get numbers back. And I would be so impressed if you could visually look at those numbers and say what they mean from a semantic perspective. They have a meaning, but it's hard for a person to look at those numbers and say, that's what the orientation is. So because of that, and Sam has a great spiel about this. He's really good at talking about this. And I think the gist of his spiel is, so much of the time, do you need to know the numbers? Or do you need to just be able to look at it and see if it looks good? Sometimes you need to be able to construct something that matches up with something else, in which case you can do things like copying and pasting an orientation to something else. And in fact, much of the time it turns out you don't need to be able to look at the actual specific numbers that are underneath the surface there, particularly because they don't mean anything to a human. And it really is important whether you can see that it looks good, make one video cue match another one, which you can do by copying and pasting the orientation, things of that nature. So the reason that it disappears is that if we showed you the number, even though the number is there, if we showed it to you, it wouldn't be meaningful and it wouldn't help. That's the beginning of an answer. Does that feel satisfying?
I mean, the only reason I was asking is because, let's say you rotate something in the x-axis for 22 degrees, and then you're like, well, and then you move on with your day, and then you realize, hey, it should be 24, 25. You don't remember that last input that you placed a few degrees more.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how can we essentially gather that information just to adjust it those few degrees more?
By looking at the screen, basically. By saying, what is the output? Oh, I needed to do a few degrees more. Does it look good now?
Right, but you don't know that the last number you input in there. That's what I'm trying to get at. That's why I'm like, if you forget what you input there at the end of the day, and you come back the next day, you're like, hey, that's actually off a little bit.
And then you add a little bit. Yeah, but then add a little bit until it looks good. Or if you need multiple cues to all match exactly, add a little bit on one until it looks good there, and then make sure they all match exactly. Okay. Or batch edit them. Charles, do you have thoughts on that?
I'm turning myself up there. So I think
You gotta stand here.
I think the big question is, why is the number the thing that dictates that it's in the right place? Because I think the QLab proposition is that ultimately it's the way that it appears on stage or that it appears on screen. And so you're using your perception and the sort of artistic taste there to dictate when it's right rather than a particular number. And so in this case, you can't see that particular number, but I would propose that the same thing is true of audio levels, that bringing it to the right level is more important than bringing it to a level that's a round number audio-wise. So I would rather it be 4.6 and sound just right than be 5.
Right, but if it's at 4.6 and I need it to be a little quieter, I can take it down to 5.6, and if I rotated it 25 degrees and now the number's at 0, I don't know.
But you can click and drag that field and it'll adjust it just a little bit. So you can still make a small relative change, which is all you're doing with that 5.6. You just happen to be able to see that number.
Around an
So you're not
axis.
stuck with typing. All of us all of us are keyboard people rather than mouse people, so we didn't do a lot of that sort of little tweaking. But it's very possible to make those small adjustments there.
And in fact, you can click and immediately start dragging for whatever axis you've clicked on. I spent a lot of time making that work. It is not trivial to make the focus shift like that. Apple doesn't want it to just go from you clicking on this thing and this other thing starts changing. So that represents hours of work, just by the way. I mean, and this is not just a me effort. I think this was a combo effort across multiple developers because it is so tricky to make that just happen. And it changed over time when Mac OS changes. There's like a lot of stuff where when Mac OS updates and things change, in order to make QLab continue to work the same way, we have to go spend hours of time just to make it nothing visibly different, which is wonderful.
It's a big present from Apple every fall.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
So most of the text fields in QLab, these being accepted, if you click on the field itself and drag on it, you'll make an adjustment to it. So you can do the same thing and make slight adjustments up or down to the scale or to the translation.
Any field that has a little rounded edge at the box is a draggable field. So you can click, pull up and down, and it will drag to change. Or you can, of course, enter it with the keyboard.
And the scroll wheel also works?
Let's find out.
He said without a lot of confidence.
Not in this case.
If you click and scroll.
Oh, click and scroll. No.
No. Okay.
In some fields.
Maybe in some fields, yeah. It's feeling okay. It is, the feeling you're having is not uncommon. It feels uncomfortable to be like, I want to see the numbers, I want to be able to do math about them, and that's normal. But it's this way for good reasons in terms of what it allows you to do with fade cues and combine different fades together and never have it do strange paths. If you do triple axis rotations, it can. And you know, if you say I want it to be pointing this way, and then I want to move it down here with quaternions, it's just the shortest path to get there is the thing it will take. With 3-axis rotations, it might do, which is like, why did it do that? I don't know, because the X was changing and then the Y was changing, and you're fading through a different parameter space. And so there's important reasons why we use that representation. The building would like me to know that we've been going over time and we should move on.
So just to throw in one other way to think about this, if you're used to relative fades, where relative fades you may be saying I want 10% more, 10% less, these are very similar to that, where this is, I want to move the representation. You can't see the original representation, but I want to move it some. But you don't actually know what the real value is, just like a relative fade. I know I've added 10%, I added 10%, I added 10%. What is the value? I don't know. It's like whatever the math works out to, whatever it started with times 1.1 times 1.1 times 1.1. Same thing here, where the actual value that's there is too hard to show you, so we're just giving you ways to move the eraser on the pencil.
The last thing I'll say about quaternions is they use imaginary numbers, and I'm just so tickled that that thing in real life is important. That's all.
All right, any other questions? Let's do some camera cues. Okay, so far we've talked about video cues. Video cues, which is this guy right here, that's why all the things we've seen have this little film strip on them. Playback videos, to be clear, they play back visual media, which includes stills. So we've done a lot with moving video, but we've also seen some examples where things aren't moving. You can put still images into this, regular image files, they'll show up. They work just with the same video cues. They can take the same effects, they can have the same blend modes, they can have all the same stuff you did with moving videos you can do with still images. They may be less exciting because they're not moving, but You can do the same thing with still images. You can show still images through video queues. Still images by default, so when you set a target, a file target for a video queue, it's going to get a duration of however long that video file is. For a still image, it's going to be a duration of 0, which means infinite. It means it's just going to keep going until you stop it. But you can set a duration if you're like, I want the still image to show up for 3 seconds and then go away. You can do that too. So those are video queues. These queues are all grouped together here because they're all kind of the same thing, but a little different. So this is a camera queue, and this is a text queue. We're going to do camera queues first. Camera queues are video queues, just like the other video queues we've had, except for instead of having a file target, see, not applicable, they have some sort of I/O device that's going to feed them. So what are those devices? Let's look at our video inputs tab since we skipped over it before. So QLab supports a bunch of different kinds of video inputs, just like we support a bunch of different kinds of video outputs. For one thing, your regular web cameras, USB web cameras, does Apple still call it iSight, or did they rename it to something else these days? I don't know. The camera that's built into your Mac, all of those are regular webcams. They'll show up here. I've got a DJI Action 3 action camera plugged in by USB. It's just a webcam. It's a great shot. This is high art here. QLab supports those. QLab also supports Blackmagic inputs, just like Blackmagic outputs. This Ultra Studio 4K Mini can do both input and output. It's got SDI and HDMI in ports. I have my camera here connected to the HDMI in. So if I look at it, oh look, it's the Chris cam. Hi, Chris. QLab can also do input via NDI. So if you've got NDI devices on your network, for instance, this is how we're getting the desktop here over to the live stream. So here we've got a little inception thing going on where we're showing the screen in the screen, in the screen, in the screen, in the screen, 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 over NDI on the same machine. You can also have NDI devices all over your network. There's an app called NDI HX Camera by NewTek, who's one of the main, or who's the originator of the NDI standard. And right now it says disconnected, but it'll take a second to show up. I should have started this app before we got started. But there's an app. Come on, see it. All right, we'll give that a second. So webcams, NDI, Blackmagic inputs, and then since you know how we did outputs, you probably know that the other one we're going to do for inputs is Siphon. So Siphon is, again, things on your local Mac sending from one app to another, or sometimes sending from one app to itself. So QLab can send out to Siphon. QLab can take in Siphon as well, which I do not have set up right now, but unless, no, I don't. Those are our 3 types of inputs. You can create input patches, which are just ways of talking about a particular input, and then you assign them to a device. Occasionally, you'll have some configuration. I think it's just Blackmagic devices at this point where you can configure it, and you probably never want to. So this is just choosing what standard it's using, but if you leave it on auto for virtually all current Blackmagic devices, it'll figure it out for you. So just leave it on auto. So those inputs can be used in a camera queue. Oh, did my phone connect finally? There it is. Ooh. This app's like $20 in the App Store. Oh, I thought you had a question. You're just waving to the camera? I'll leave that right there. So once you have cameras, once you have video inputs, you can use those in a camera queue. It's called a camera queue. We could have called it a video input queue, and that would have sounded worse. So we call it a camera queue, even though you may not be putting cameras into it. It just means any sort of input video. In the I/O tab, you'll notice we have a bunch of things that we can do for input and output. The video output and audio output are the same as what we saw from the video queue. You got to send it somewhere. But this is where are you taking something into it. And you can take both just video and audio. For now, we're just going to worry about video. So we want to show video on our screen coming from this little action cam. There we go. I'm up there, yes. Most of the time webcams are not super high quality, but you may find good use for them. You can use nice cameras with stuff like Blackmagic inputs. There's a Blackmagic input. We're just going to leave that up for a while. You get your same controls that you had before. You've got geometry. You've got, we can change, super saturate Chris, take down Chris's saturation. You need to desaturate. Oh, that's much more dramatic.
This is like an ad for before and after. Like, my life before, oh no, it's awful. But now, with Bucket O Lemonade, everything's happy and great again.
Oh, yes. So camera cues, they're just video cues that are taking live input from cameras, from webcams, from Blackmagic devices, from NDI. You can have lots of them running at the same time. So here's 2 Chris's, here's 4 Chris's. I was debating about what to point this camera at this morning, and I'm happy now. For the most part, this is not adding a huge amount of overhead because QLab is only reading the frames off of this camera once. It's all coming in once. It is then rendering them 4 times to the display. But much of the overhead of pulling in camera feeds happens once. You can show them on lots of screens at the same time. Oh man, I've got to stop the cameras now.
Your backup dancers now. Video.
So Chris's dancing actually does bring up a good point. Getting to when should you use this and when should you not. You can do a lot of stuff with video inputs into QLab. They are really flexible. You can do lots of cool stuff. You are never going to get as low latency as you can out of some hardware devices. So if you are in video land at all, you know that latency is always going to be a difficult problem. Even if you're using hardware devices like this Blackmagic ATEM to do your video switching, it's fast, but it's not 100% fast. Your cameras themselves are going to have latency built into them, and you're going to spend a lot of money on cameras if you're trying to reduce your latency. So if you're doing things like iMag, where you're trying to just have screens up next to somebody talking that show them, QLab may not be your best bet. Maybe you're okay with the latency, but there is.
I'll get in shot for this. Wait, what's the screenshot?
It's got all 4 up there.
Yeah, I want to see if I can get visible. Wait, hold on. Just to show the screen latency. Am I in the shot? Am I in the shot? No. No. Am I? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh, it's so close now that it won't work. But that's
How much latency there is?
yeah. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's
No.
noticeable.
It all depends on your uses. If you are magnifying, if you're trying to show someone who is standing here speaking, everyone's going to notice that amount of latency. But if it's not something that's right in front of their faces, they may not notice it so much. But it is something to be aware of. QLab adds some latency, at least 4 or 5 frames at best case. So you're going to have some latency as the video travels through camera, through input device, through QLab, in your Mac, and then back out the other side. So be aware of that. Yes?
And it'll probably be worse if you weren't using the Mac Studio, right?
You said the question was it would probably be worse if I wasn't using the Mac Studio. It shouldn't be. The Mac Studio is crazy powerful, which will give us the ability to run more and more of these at the same time. But our video pipeline is pretty set on how long it is. So you should get similar latency regardless of the computer you're using. I'm 99% confident of that.
Question from the stream was, how did he get 4 mirror images again?
How did I get 4 mirror images? I guess I didn't really show that. So, because these are hidden in group queues, but there's just more camera queues. So I had 1 camera queue, and then another that's just a copy of that first camera queue, and then 2 more camera queues that are also copies. This is the same inputs, same outputs. The only difference is the geometry is different, where I'm just putting them in different spots. Why does that one say it's full screen? It's not, it's lying. Oh, because it was faded. Faded down there. Yeah, so 4 camera queues to get our 4 cameras up here. But like I said before, 4 camera queues doesn't mean we're pulling frames off 4 times. We have one internally, we call it a video input, that we're pulling the frames out of the camera, and then we can send those to 4 places. So 1 source, 4 queues. All right, we'll let Chris not be in shot anymore. I forget, you're an actor. You actually probably don't mind being in shot all the time. All right, I'll put him back in the shot. Like I said, you can do effects. I did just color controls before, but this is a lovely zoom blur, I assume. Yes. A lovely zoom blur. That's a... All right. No, we got to take Chris off screen. Okay, earlier I showed you the monitor of this, but similarly we can have a queue that has an NDI input. In this case, it's Chad's phone. So if I fire this queue, you'll see... Why didn't it happen? Oh, I'm not on that queue. What is going on? Oh, it's not firing. Something's wrong with it. My phone is unlocked. I think this is the bug you hit before we started, Chris. Is my guess. I quit this. Because it's working. It's just the queue's not starting. Sorry, this is a bug we saw a day ago and have not fixed yet. I'm just trying to get it to reset now. Alec, if I quit this workspace and restart it, is it going to take everything out?
No.
It's going to be okay?
Let's find out.
We have very smart people in the building ready to react to whatever we need to do.
All right.
We might need to reconnect the NDI stream in the stream side. A thing that Chad just showed us is that the monitor button in the video input tab of the video section of workspace settings is actually showing you the input to the computer, not the patch. So if you change the patch while you have that monitor window open, it won't change the monitor it's looking at. It won't change the camera that it's looking at. It will stay on the same camera feed.
It's still not working. I don't understand. Live demos, yay. Okay. I don't know why my phone doesn't want to come through. But I'll bet if I just switch to a different NDI feed, we'll be okay. So we're going to pretend like my phone is actually... Oh. They're okay? Like this one?
NDI cam 1, 2, or 3.
Oh, NDI cam 1, 2, or 3.
Those are the 3 cameras we're using for the live stream, which are going into a different QLab workspace at the back of the room. And so through the magic of NDI, we can get them for the live stream, or because they're on the network, we can have Chad pick them up from up there and use that stream for other things.
Is this
as
queue
well,
just broken?
in theory.
Where did I send it to?
It might be that Sam's default template for a camera has the geometry set to 0. Oh, no.
Nah, it should be running. It's not turning green. What is up with this patch? Is it just the patch?
Oh, is it the audio channels business?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But that didn't help.
NDI output has 0 out. If you gave it some audio, if you gave it
That would be changing the QStream output.
Yeah, which we may not want to do. We found we bumped into a bug right before the class started where a camera going to an NDI output where there are 0 channels of audio involved can decide it won't play. So there's a sort of a isolated case of combine these properties of this inputs to this outputs with this thing set, which is a bug that we filed to fix. And I think that's probably what we're hitting here.
Yeah, so if
We're
I
doing
just
pretty good on bugs on this version of the class. Usually we'd have, I mean, I think we've had 2 or 3 a day, which is not bad.
So I'm going to create a new stage that doesn't use NDI output. Live debugging. There it is. Okay. Yeah, so you can create, this is using, which camera is that? NDI Cam 1, which is somewhere over here. Mounted to that pole. Okay. So camera cues can also take an NDI input, barring that you don't hit the bug we just hit, which you probably won't, because we just discovered it yesterday, and QLab 5's been doing this for a couple of years and nobody's noticed. NDI inputs are not cameras, or maybe they are, this one actually is, but NDI inputs work just the same. They just happen to be coming over the network. You can bring in as many as you want, as long as your network can handle it and your Mac can handle it. Probably your Mac's not going to fall over before your network does. NDI uses a lot of bandwidth, as I talked about before. Brief digression, NDI has multiple flavors. You'll see NDI, sometimes called NDI full bandwidth. There's NDI HX, HX2, HX3. The HX ones are very different from the non-HX ones. When QLab is producing video, it is full bandwidth NDI, which takes a lot of bandwidth but is low latency and high quality. HX, HX2, and HX3 basically mean they're using H.264 or H.265. Compression, significantly higher latency, significantly less bandwidth. Bringing in NDI to QLab, it should be able to use either as long as you have the NDI tools installed. But the stuff we send out is all high bandwidth, low latency. So that's an NDI camera, but you can also use NDI to get other stuff, which is to answer your question from earlier. So say I've got a web browser on my computer that I want to show to everybody. You can use NDI scan converter, which we saw briefly before. But NDI scan converter is a tool in the, from Sienna. There's also one from NewTek in the NewTek tools. NewTek and Sienna, like I said before, are the 2 big brands making tools that anybody can use, software apps. So they both have them. We're using Sienna's NDI scan converter here, which all it's doing is grabbing my screen and sending it out over the network via NDI, which we can use for the stream, but we can also bring in here. Oh, I should stop this. So we're back to our inception thing, but this time it's actually going out to an output. So anytime you're looking to grab a screen, very handy little tool. You can send it to other machines, or you can send it to your own machine here. Earlier I said we could do USB webcams, or we could do webcams. To be more specific, those include UVC webcams, which today virtually all USB cams are UVC compliant webcams. If you have a webcam from more than 10, 15 years ago, it might not be, and you might have to have a special driver. It might not work with QLab. But anything made in the last decade at least should be a UVC. IIDC, I think it's actually the standard that was used on FireWire primarily, if you have an old iSight camera, or FireWire camcorder that you could use. QLab works with them. Apple doesn't sell Macs that have FireWire ports anymore, so there's a challenge. But and you can also bring in siphon sources. I feel like all these look the same, so I don't need to walk through all of them. You can bring in siphon sources. You can bring in USB webcams. You can bring in Blackmagic devices. You can bring in NDI. Camera queues are just video queues. They're super simple. They just are bringing in live feeds. Any questions about that? Yes?
Make sure of if you're intending to use camera queues in QLab is that QLab has permission to access your Mac's camera, which is a setting in the privacy area of system settings application. And if you answered no when you first opened QLab and said, I'm never going to use a camera, and then add a camera queue later, you may need to go back and check this. It's a pretty frequent concern.
Yes, Apple is really trying to take care of you. So they will pop up alerts sometimes when you're not looking for them to say, hey, something's trying to use your camera, your microphone, whatever. And if you say no, they will never ask you again, and QLab will not work. And you will write us at support and be like, why don't cameras work? This is, we give this reason a whole lot. It's because you said no.
And it's a different setting for QLab 4 and QLab 5. So if you're running both, they both need permission.
Yeah, QLab 4 would be listed here too if you had QLab 4 on there too. Cool? Yes?
Can QLab take a screenshot or screen grab of a camera input?
No. Like take a frame and keep it? No, QLab can't do that itself. You could easily set up other things too, but you'd need a separate, well, Apple has built-in stuff for taking screenshots. So you could take a screenshot and then have a video queue that just shows that. Okay.
Chad?
Yes.
I think if you pause a currently running video queue, it holds the current frame.
Sure.
So it is sort of doable.
Yes, as long as if you don't need to keep it, if you just need it temporarily. Well, of course, we need to go back to our Chris shot. But if you pause it, Chris is paused. That's pausing all of them, or you can go to your active queues and pause just that one camera. Chris is moving, even though it doesn't look like it. So.
You could make a queue that has a 0 opacity camera running, and then a second queue that both turns up its opacity and pauses it at the same time, generating a screenshot.
Sure. So Alec was saying, if you were trying to take a screenshot, you could have a queue that was always running with the camera, so it's always recording but has 0 opacity, and then have a second queue that faded it up and paused it whenever you wanted to take the screenshot. That gives you, and then you have to have as many of those 3 queues as you want to take screenshots. So they can, but they're all just going to be live. They're not going to be saved to your computer. They're going to be on the screen until you stop them. Okay. Text queues. Text queue is also a video queue. It's just a video queue. Except instead of taking a video file or a still image file as its input, or a camera or an NDI feed as an input, it has a text box. With a text box, we can type stuff in. It's rich text. You can color it if you like. You can make it bigger, make it smaller. Hello, world. It's a text interface. So you can put text on the screen, and then because it's just a video queue, you can do all the things you can do with video queues. You can set its geometry, you can change its opacity, you can move it around with a fade queue, you can change its scale, you can rotate it, you can use video effects. So this video effect right now, zoom blur, is on, but is not doing anything. But if I turn it up, we get zoom blur on our text. Text queues are just video queues. They work just like video queues, except that their image is generated from text instead of from a file or from a camera. A catch with that has already been mentioned is their size is hard to predetermine because it depends on what you type in. So you type a lot of text, you make it a big font, the size is big. You type a little bit of text and you make it a small font, the size is small. So if you're trying to like align things up, the size of the image that's being generated will change based on the text that's in the text queue. Yes?
Text queues inherently transparent?
Are text queues inherently transparent? And the answer is yes. Well, they are by default. The background is transparent. You can set a background color, right? Is this it? Yeah. What am I doing wrong?
I think you have to reselect the text.
Oh, yeah, you're there. Thank you. Yeah. No? I promise you can set a background color. I've done
And
this
there's an
many
alpha
times.
slider at the very bottom.
Ah, yes. There we go. Yes, this is my new style. I'm changing my defaults on my computer to this. Yeah, so you can set a background color. But again, the size of the image that's generated is determined by the text itself. So if you wanted the background of the whole slide to be this lovely pink, or the whole screen, sorry, to be this lovely pink, you'd probably want to just create a separate video queue that's on a lower layer and make that pink, rather than using this. If you just want the background color of the text, then you can set that. But by default, it's going to be clear, which means other things below it will show through.
Within QLab, can you create a background screen, or do you need to have a separate image file to use?
You're asking, can you, so the question is within QLab, do you create a background screen or do you need a separate image file? Are you asking like, is there an image editor thing that you could?
Yeah, so like, you know, if you wanted a black screen, or a, I don't know, light gray screen projected.
Go ahead, Charles.
So, Chad, if you replace all the characters in that text queue with spaces, and then and then we can adjust the background color. And then for that text queue in geometry, set it to fill. And set the style to fill. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then you can use the color picker for the text queue to do that. This is fine, but not probably the best way to do it. The other thing you can do is create many single pixel.
Right. That's what I was going to go with
files.
this. So I think what a lot of people do is that they have image files that are just a single pixel of black, blue, chartreuse, whatever color you like. And then you create a video queue with that and set it to fill the whole stage, and it'll just fill the whole stage with that pixel, with that color. But that doesn't require you to have a separate image editor to create a 1 pixel pink dot. But this is a way to do it in QLab if you really want to. Any other questions about text queues? Obviously, you can use emoji because we did it a whole bunch during the video editing part. You can put emojis into the text. I think Sam gives some sort of warning about if you have younger people working with you, you may not want to tell them that.
Chad, I just copied an old workspace on your desktop from a QLab user, and I'm afraid I've forgotten their name to give them proper credit. But it is a fantastic example of stuff you can do with just text queues. You'll have to do it in an audition window, I guess, since it's not hooked up to the QStream output. But this is a pretty, what to my mind was another one of these cases where I was like, I did not know you could do that with QLab. A combination of just text queues, siphon outputs, and effects.
Oh, I needed siphon outputs going on. So
and
you
they created a classic lower thirds set of, I don't know, maybe if you can try running that set of queues again.
This might get funky because the siphon outputs are interrupted by audition mode, right?
Well, I just tested it on my machine. Maybe I had remapped it. If this doesn't work quickly, we can come back to it. But it's just a phenomenal example of how far you can get with just some text cues and some effects. If you rerun the lower thirds after you started the startup,
Still audition?
yeah, at least it worked on my machine. Ha ha ha, famous last words. And then, there it is.
Oh, there we go.
So, it starts to feel like something more than just a few text cues. If you start piecing these pieces together, you can really get some quite sophisticated, you know, as much as I loved man throwing boomerang, you can get some really, really attractive stuff. That's all just text and emojis. There's no images involved. They took text and patterned them and layered them with blend modes to get the texture and the background of that thing. That's all text, just affected and blended and mixed together in interesting ways.
Cool. Okay. Text cues, camera cues, video cues. These are all the things that show things on screen. Oh, this is just another demo. I think we talked about NDI plenty, but why is it not coming up? Did you kill me by making me open another workspace? Don't listen to Chris.
I think that plays out to NDI or some other stage. It's not immediately obvious how to show.
Ah. There we go. So this is trying to demonstrate NDI output. Here we're just monitoring it, but we could also load up our NDI video monitor. So this is another app. Is this the Sienna one?
It's the free NDI tools one.
It's the NDI tools one. Okay. This is an app that you can download for free to receive an NDI feed. And in this case, we're sending out to, what is this one? NDI stage, NDI HD. Am I missing it? Where'd it go? We've got too much stuff on this network. There it is. Okay. So now if I run this, it may be hard to tell what's going on here, but it may be hard to tell what's going on here, but this is a separate application receiving video from QLab over the network. They happen to be on the same computer just because we've only got one computer hooked up here. But
And this is impossible for anybody on the stream to see, but also I can pick up that same NDI stream on an NDI monitor on my phone.
yeah. So NDI outputs, cool stuff. Okay. I've talked about most of the QLab video stuff I want to talk about, except for to get into file formats, which is an important discussion to have. But before we talk about file formats, I want to see if there's any questions about video cues, video stages, camera cues, text cues, any of that stuff. Charles has a question.
I don't have, sorry, I'm booting up. I don't have a question. I want to make sure that we cover anti-aliasing and smoothing, which I don't think we've talked about
Okay.
before we.
You're right. I think it somehow got skipped over. I don't know. So this is not a good choice of example to use. Let me go back to my video. That works. Okay, so here we've got our F-train video. Whoops. There we go. And there's this smooth box right here, which if you hover over it will say, when on, cues will be scaled using smooth interpolation. When off, they'll be scaled using nearest neighbor. So what does that mean? It's anti-aliasing. It's saying sometimes we're having to interpolate what's being shown, and we can try to smooth that out, but if we smooth that out, it's going to look a little fuzzy. or we can leave it sharp, but it's going to look a little jagged. You get a choice. So it's easiest to see if we scale this guy up. So let's make him really big, and it's really easy to see on the edges. And let's, oh, I'm looking at a fade cue, sorry, I wanted to do it here. Big enough there. Let's rotate a bit. Okay, so right now smoothing is turned on. If I turn smoothing off, is this big enough to see? Not quite, bigger?
And just put some pixel art on your desktop if you want it.
Pixel art? I think I'm good. There we go. Maybe not on the stream. I keep saying I'm good, and then we're gonna make this. That was the lights, right?
Yeah, there's something that's interesting in our mind.
Interestingly, it also made that go away. I don't know how that happened. Okay, I'm back.
Big enough.
Rotate more. What happened?
It's no longer visible.
Did I knock something? Why did our screen turn off?
I think you're at extreme rotation and scale, and things got
Okay.
weird.
All right, I'll use what you sent me. Where'd you put it?
On the desktop. There's just like there's a Mario Kart map.
Okay. Sam showed this before, but if you drag in a file from Finder, QLab will take at least a pretty good guess as to what do you want to do with that. Still image, you probably want a video cue. So here we have a Mario Kart map, which we can scale up some, translate over so we can see the edge, and rotate a bit. Actually, I don't want to rotate the X, I'll rotate Y. No, I want to rotate Z. There we go. That looks good. I don't know what that was. So with smoothing turned on, the edges look pretty, they actually don't look too bad. They're getting a little fuzzy. But if we turn smoothing off, can you see the difference?
Very subtly.
Very subtly.
You scale up.
You can see it on the tiling of the
question marks, maybe.
Yeah.
Question mark. I like the question mark. Okay. I'll go even bigger. We'll see if I eventually make it too big. Okay, here's a big question mark. With smoothing off and with smoothing on, it got a lot fuzzier because we're really zoomed into this. But with smoothing off, you can start to see the jagged edge of the side of the line. This one's not as obvious. And I think I would choose smoothing off half the time for this particular image. But that's the idea. Smoothing is on by default. Most of the time it's what you want. Most of the time you probably are not displaying a Mario Kart map at 15x size and rotated sideways. But it is an option we give you to choose. You can smooth or not smooth.
I know we're running short on time and stories are not a good use of our time, but I'm going to tell a really quick one, which is that my favorite example of when this mattered was we have a neighbor right across the alley named Bruce, who was the graphic designer for the theater logo and the text on the wall. And he was doing a cool art installation in the Inner Harbor where they put lights under the water in the Inner Harbor for a light, and they had speakers around the water, and they had this kind of like amorphous, vague, like light blob thing that was happening under there. The title of the piece was "Something's in the Water." You weren't quite sure what, and the way they controlled how those lights looked was to take a tiny little video. I think it was 16 pixels by 16 pixels, and pixel map that to the lights that had been suspended under the water in the harbor, so that he could design the patterns of what it would kind of vaguely be glowing and bubbling under there in video form. Initially, when we were doing that, we didn't have this checkbox on, and so playing back a 16 pixel by 16 pixel video was not working because the pixel mapping, it was just all fuzz, and so the lights were just wrong. They weren't turning on and off at the right full volume or full brightness or dark, and so it was really critical in that case for the 16 pixel by 16 pixel video to not do any interpolation, so that it was blocky as heck, so that when it got pixel mapped to the lights in the harbor, that it was the actual right values, and it was a beautiful kind of mysterious piece. But that's my favorite example of that.
So bottom line, you probably want smoothing on most of the time. And then when you start to run into a problem because you're using pixel mapping on lights in the middle of the inner harbor, you want to turn it off. So we make it on by default because that's what most of the time you want. You don't want to see jagged edges. You want to see smooth lines. And then if you start to run into problems, turn it off, see if it helps. Any other questions? Okay, let's talk about file formats. Video is complicated. Video files are complicated. And you kind of need to understand at least the basics of them to be able to use them well. Oops, that's not the key one. There we go. So these are not file formats. So first we should talk about what file formats are. So we may be used to looking at a file on your computer and it's a .txt file or it's a .mp3 file, something that indicates what the file is. Video formats, on the whole, that is not going to be the case. The kind of file doesn't say a lot about what's inside. Most of the files that we deal with in QLab are going to frequently be things like QuickTime.mov files, QuickTime movie files, .mp4 files. Maybe if you're on Windows, you might be using .avi files. There's a bunch of file formats, and those are called container formats, which means that all they are is something that can hold something else. If you're unfamiliar with that, but you're familiar with zip files, they're really not that different from zip files. They hold other stuff. So looking at a file in Finder and saying, let's see. If I look in here at videos, oh, there's a bunch of images. I see all these files are .mov or .mp4. I know almost nothing about what's inside of those. There's a few caveats to that, is only certain things can be in certain containers, but for the most part, that's a container. What does a container contain? Well, it probably contains some video that's encoded with a codec, which is what we're going to get to with this, which is how that particular video stream is saved on disk. And that's what matters when you're playing, is what codec is it using, what are the settings of that codec that it's being used. It may very well also have an audio stream in there that may have a different codec. Maybe it's AAC, maybe it's linear PCM, maybe it's Apple lossless codec, maybe it's any number of audio codecs in addition to the video codec. Maybe it has multiple of those. Maybe it has separate English, Chinese, Spanish, audio all in the one file. Maybe it has subtitles. These container formats can contain a lot of stuff. For video playback purposes, the part we care about is the video part. So that's what this is talking about. We care about what codec was used and what settings of that codec were used to encode the video in this that we're going to play back. So for QLab, there's a long list. Oh, I forgot at the beginning of this, I was going to say, our documentation is fantastic. I can say that because I don't write any of it. I highly recommend, Sam plugged it yesterday, QLab.app, click on documentation, or go to QLab.tips or QLab.wtf. And the documentation will list lots of things. It has a much longer list than this of codecs that we support, and much more specific. But this is the high level. The high level is we support ProRes. We support any ProRes, but these are the ones that you're most likely to want to use. I've got too many things open. There we go. In particular, we're going to talk about ProRes Proxy and ProRes LT. We support Photo JPEG, which is a codec that is worth using sometimes, even though it may seem like it's outdated because it's older. We do support H.264 and H.265. We'll also talk about ProRes 444 and HAP alpha. In general, giving a very vague notion of which ones you should be using, ProRes 422 Proxy and 422 LT, these are thumbs ups. Good choices. Photo JPEG, in some scenarios, can make some sense. I personally don't use Photo JPEG, but I can see its use. H.264 and H.265, so H.265 is also called HEVC sometimes, are probably not the thing you want to be using, and we'll talk about why. ProRes 4444, we'll talk about why that's a good choice. And HAP and HAP alpha we'll talk about towards the end of this. But first, I do want to spend some time on H.264 and H.265. So virtually everything these days uses H.264 and H.265. Your camera probably records to it. Your iPhone records to it, or Android phone, or whatever. These are the standard codecs that everybody uses. They are fantastic. They were made to be able to spend as many resources as possible encoding and decoding video, and as few resources transmitting them as possible. These are made for the internet. These are made for cell phone networks. You want to be able to encode the smallest possible file you can get. And the trade-off is that the playback is going to be really expensive, which is why we don't like them. They are oh, this goes on to that. They are temporal codecs. Why did this not fire? Oh, that's why. They are temporal codecs. Let me talk about them now. Whoa, that's not what I meant to do. Stop it. Panic. There we go. They are temporal codecs. I'm saying all this stuff out of order. Sorry, Sam. The idea behind temporal codecs means that in order to achieve the smallest file size possible, we only send a full frame of data, frames worth of data, every once in a while. And then every other frame we send is just like slight tweaks to it, which means we can save a bunch of room by not saying the same thing over and over again in the video file. But it also means if you want to jump to a point in a file when you're playing it back, you can't just start at that frame. You actually have to start decoding it 70 frames earlier and then decode all those in the middle because it's just a bunch of little changes. So it's really bad if you're going to be bouncing around anywhere. QLab fully supports H.264 and H.265. You can use it, and tons of people use it in shows. But if you're going to use it and you're going to bounce around a lot, it's going to hurt. It's going to cause a lot of, it's going to make your Mac work a lot harder than it would have to otherwise. This is as opposed to most of the other codecs we've talked about, which are not temporal codecs, meaning every frame is a frame in and of itself. So we can jump to a point and be like, all right, we're at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, instead of saying, we need to go to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Well, now we got to look back and see, well, 220, 250, okay, 215, we could start here, and then we have to decode all this real fast because you probably wanted to jump there right then. So temporal codecs, not a great choice. But if you're just playing something start to finish, maybe it's not going to cause as much of a problem for you. The good news about H.264 and H.265 is that they are hardware accelerated on even the oldest Macs that QLab supports. They've been including H.264 and H.265 decoding in their graphics chips for a long time. So if you're running on a really old Mac, it may help to use it. When we get to talking about ProRes, we'll understand that those sometimes do even better on newer Macs as opposed to H.264 and H.265. But in general, you probably don't want to use H.264 or H.265 on QLab. If you're going to use one of them, I'd use 264, not 265, because 265 just takes everything that H.264 had and takes it to the next level. It's just even more compression, even harder work that the Mac is going to have to do to try to decode and to jump around. Okay, sorry, I skipped ahead to that. Let's go to, I forget to stop things. Let's go to a codec that we really like. So ProRes, if you haven't heard of ProRes before, ProRes is a whole suite of codecs that Apple puts out. They are free to use, though To have ProRes support on your computer, you generally have to have something else, which we'll talk about in a second. But the nice thing about ProRes is that it, instead of being made for internet playback, it's made for really for video editing. They made ProRes for Final Cut Pro and for iMovie somewhat, mostly for Final Cut Pro, to be able to do editing where you're going to be jumping around, scrubbing, trying to go to different places. So it's made for fast access. That's great. That's what we want. It provides pretty good quality in general. I guess I should talk about the suite first. So ProRes is a suite of codecs, and it has different quality levels that you can choose from. The lowest quality of them is called ProRes 422 Proxy, which is what we're talking about here. Even though it's the lowest quality, it has the smallest size of the ProRes files, it's still huge compared to like H.264. H.264 is way smaller. ProRes 422 Proxy, way bigger than that, but smallest of the ProReses. If you start using it and you're not used to it, you may be suddenly spooked by like, hey, my 3-minute video file was 45 megabytes and it's now several gigabytes. Yes, it is. If you have a decent SSD in your computer, it'll keep up okay. And it'll put a lot less strain on QLab trying to render out video. A nice thing about 422 Proxy is that it doesn't need that much power compared to its older siblings, its bigger siblings, who we'll talk about in a second. And you need less space than you do than the bigger siblings, but more space than H.264, H.265. Like I said, it is free, but if you want to have it, the only way to get it is to have Final Cut Pro or Compressor, or Motion, sorry. Final Cut Pro is the most expensive of those. If you're just trying to get the codec, don't buy Final Cut Pro. Though Final Cut Pro is excellent, I highly recommend it. Compressor, if you're unfamiliar with it, is Apple's video compression tool. It's 50 bucks, anybody, I think. Does that sound right?
It's right to me, I'll check the App Store.
Okay, and it's great. You should all get Compressor. It's great at encoding video files. If you get it, then you'll have all the ProRes codecs on your computer, but also it is, honestly, it's one of our main tools that when people contact us at support and say, I'm having problems with video, one of our first things is, can you please re-encode it with Compressor? Because, not to name names, but some encoding engines out there, Adobe Media Encoder, sometimes provide files that are problematic. And usually running it through Compressor can alleviate that problem, and suddenly you have a file that's more usable. So, oh look, it was in the slide. Sam put in the price in here. It was 50 bucks. Thanks, Sam. How much is it? It's 50 bucks. It is really useful, yes. So ProRes 422 Proxy was actually made for, they assumed that you had even bigger files, bigger ProRes files that are your main media, and the proxy files are made for Final Cut Pro to use while you're editing, so it doesn't have to deal with the really big files, it can deal with the smaller version. The quality is okay. The quality is not perfect. Depending upon your use, it may not be sufficient for you. But I would say pay attention to your use. If you're showing a projector on a pretty bad screen and there's a fog or haze machine going, I can't imagine 422 Proxy is going to not be sufficient for you. But just pay attention to your particular scenario. One other piece of advice I'll give you is that Apple ships computers with fantastic monitors, and most of the screens that are built into their laptops, as well as the screens that they sell standalone for $5,000, have a feature in them called ProMotion, which means that they'll run at 120 hertz, so they run at a really fast frame rate, so everything's super smooth, except sometimes they don't. They actually scale it down. Don't test your videos that you're planning to project on the built-in screen on your laptop, because it is very different than any projector you're going to be projecting through. It's a much higher refresh rate. It's HDR, which probably your projector's not. So high refresh rate, HDR, high resolution, and also it's because of the ProMotion, the way it works, it's high refresh rate when it thinks it should be, and it'll sometimes scale it down. It's sort of, it's amazing magic, but it's not going to simulate what your projector is going to look like. So at the very least, use a separate monitor, but even better, use an actual projector if that's what you're going to be going through. Yes.
So you're saying that like an iPhone camera is going to go in the hub with H.264 format, right?
Yes. Your iPhone, you can set it. If you go into the settings, you can set. The question was, does the iPhone camera record in H.264? The settings will have a setting for more compatible or most compatible or something. And if you set it to compatible, it'll be H.264, and if you set it to not compatible, it'll be H.265.
So in the example where we had a cell phone video earlier you had running, had you re-encoded that?
So I was using an actual cell phone then, so there was no file. So the H.264, H.265, we're talking about files. So if you record a video on your phone, it will save it in that file format. But I was just using an NDI app, so it's just sending NDI. It's not saving a H.264.
Well, what I'm getting to is a workflow. I mean, is it best to just take all the video files you have and just re-encode them?
Depending on what you're doing, yes. If you're taking video files from an iPhone that's recorded them, or anyone who's produced them that they are H.264, H.265, and you want to be able to play them back and have the kind of control to be able to bounce around and skim through and increase playback speed and decrease playback speed, I would re-encode them. So Compressor's a great tool for re-encoding them into ProRes. If somebody's just giving you some videos and saying, can you just throw this on screen? I'll just play it in H.264. It'll play fine. But if you're doing something more fancy, more artistic, you probably want a better codec. Yes, Charles?
I'm trying to be better about booting up. There's a free Blackmagic Cam application on the phone at the moment, which will allow you to record directly in ProRes. And I believe the Final Cut camera will do the same thing, also free at the moment. Do have to require newer versions of the iOS. But if you do want to shoot footage on your iPhone, doing one of those instead of the built-in camera application for recording files is probably a great place to start.
Mm-hmm.
Also gives you like exposure and lots of other fun, fancy camera things.
Cool. So yes, and you're going to get files that are not ProRes files, and getting a workflow where you commonly transcode them is probably a good workflow to be in, where you're trying to put them into a better format. Like I said, all depends on your application. If you are like a talent show and people are handing you a thumb drive with videos to show and you've got 5 minutes, you're not going to transcode them in that time. But also probably you're just going to play it start to finish, so the fact that you can't skip around very easily isn't going to matter. Yes?
So you can take basically whatever you shot, whatever format you shot it, you can take those raw files and put them in the Apple application, it will give you whatever you want.
Yes. So the question was, you take what you shot and then you put it into Apple Compressor,
Yes.
and then you can use that to spit out the format that you want. And yes, that is the way, assuming you don't want to do anything with them. You also might, like a lot of people would take those raw files and put them into Final Cut Pro or Adobe Premiere and do some video editing, and then when you export it from there, just export it as one of the codecs we're talking about, like ProRes 422 Proxy, and then that's what you can use in QLab. And your life will be easier than if you use H.264. Did I see another hand? No. Okay, so ProRes 422 Proxy, good stuff, probably a good place to start. It is the smallest of the ProRes files, it is the lowest quality of them, but it might still be just plenty for you. If it's not, ProRes 422 LT, one step up. So we've gone from ProRes Proxy to ProRes 422 LTT, so it's going to be bigger than Proxy, but it's going to be better than Proxy. This is Sam's word, not mine. Deficiencies in this codec are seldom visible in a theatrical setting. So LT is just the second one. There's still, at least there's a bunch more ProReses as you keep climbing up the quality and size of file ladder. But for most of our uses, Proxy or LT is plenty.
And by in a theatrical setting, Sam just means, look how we're projecting today. We're projecting on a big piece of fabric that kind of blows back and forth as the AC hits it in the wind. So when projecting in a theatrical setting, any deficiencies or limitations of this codec are probably below the threshold of the deficiencies that your theater is applying to the video in the first place, in physical reality.
Yeah. I won't talk about all of the ProRes. We will talk about 4444 in a second. But there's other ones climbing up. You've got ProRes with like nothing on the end. That's the next step up, I think. And then HQ and XQ for high quality and extreme quality. So there's different levels. QLab will work with all of them. But they start to become overkill at some point. So we don't tend to recommend that you need to use extreme quality for all of your shows. Okay. PhotoJPEG is another codec. Best thing about PhotoJPEG is it does have some settings. So for ProRes, you choose which ProRes flavor you want, and that's pretty much all that you get. You're not going to get like a quality slider. Whereas PhotoJPEG, you get a quality slider, which is a nice thing about it. If you set it high, you'll get a big file that's good quality. If you set it low, you'll get a pretty awful file, but it'll be really small. So the nice thing about this is that it gives you an easy way to export a bunch of files and see which one gives you the size that you want and the quality that you want, where the sweet spot is. Okay, I already talked about H.264, so let's skip ahead to ProRes 4444. So you may have noticed earlier we had ProRes 422 proxy, ProRes 422 LT. If you're unfamiliar with those, we're not going to get into chroma subsampling in this particular talk, but there's only 3 numbers there. So those 3 numbers are for 3 colors that you're putting together. They happen to be Y, CB, CR, but you could also think of them as RGB. They're not, but it's close enough. The point is, the 3 numbers form a color, but no transparency. When you get a 4th number, like 4444, that 4th number is because it has alpha, which is the same, which means transparency. It means opacity, so or close enough to it. So ProRes 4444 is one of the 2 moving image formats with alpha channel transparency support that we have in QLab 5. So this is a much higher quality. It's going to give you much bigger files than the other ProReses that we talked about. But the advantage is it has alpha support, which means if you want to export a video from Final Cut Pro or something, if you have a video that has transparency in it, you need to use a video format that includes support for transparency. This is the ProRes one that you should use. It's way bigger. It's very large. You're going to be getting into many, many, many gigabytes for even not very long videos. But it's got everything you want. It does need a bunch of system resources. Though, as we talk about hardware recommendations soon, a lot of this hardware has plenty of system resources for it. It looks terrific. It's good stuff. Before I move on to HAP, I will say a thing that we're going to talk about in the hardware resources is that newer Apple Silicon hardware that is higher end-ish, so like things with M1 Pro, M1 Max, M1 Ultra, M2 Pro, have ProRes decoding engines in hardware, which means they're just really fast at ProRes, which is really cool about them. If you're using those machines, it makes it much more appealing to use ProRes because some of the arguments about, well, it takes a lot of system resources go away because it's got hardware decoding. If you're using an older Intel machine, that's where maybe you consider using H.264 because it has hardware decoding of H.264, but only if you're not going to be skipping around a bunch. All right, the last thing I want to talk about, last codec family I want to talk about is HAP. HAP was created by Vidvox, which is a company that does a lot of cool video stuff. I'm not going to get into what they do. They wanted a codec that was really made for playback. So far we've talked about codecs made for 2 different purposes, and neither one of them are the one that we have. So one of them was for streaming on the internet. That's what H.264 and H.265 are all about. It's like, I want to be able to stream over a cell phone connection as high quality as I can. Well, I need to compress it so much as I can. The ProRes ones were all about editing video. They're like, well, I need to be able to edit video quickly and high quality. So ProRes is for that. That's closer to our purpose, but it's still not our purpose. HAP was really made for our purpose. It was made for fast playback. That's what it's all about. It uses cool technology on the GPU. It looks good, as good or better than ProRes at comparable sizes, and in some cases can be significantly smaller. It's a nice codec. It is fast. It's made for fast playback. That's its whole purpose. We like HAP. However, you've probably never heard of it. And it's just a much smaller codec, which means you can't export out of Final Cut Pro or Compressor or Adobe Media Encoder HAP files. For the most part, you're going to be looking to third-party tools. They are limited. They are not very well supported. If you are the kind of person that already has FFmpeg built from source on your computer, you're probably fine encoding HAP files. But if that sounded scary, then maybe HAP isn't for you. It's just not as easy. At the very least, you're going to be downloading third-party tools, having to render all your videos once in another format like ProRes, and then transcoding them to HAP to be able to use. So it's just a significantly less common format. We support 3 variations of HAP. I guess I didn't put it in here. I thought I put it in here. Did it get moved? Oh well. We support HAP, HAP Alpha, and HAP Q in QLab. HAP is their regular one. It's good. If you're going to use one, use it. Unless you need alpha support. HAP Alpha has alpha support. Like ProRes 4444, it means it can do transparency. You can encode transparency into the video file in addition to the video content. HAP Q is their higher quality version. It's bigger files. To my eye, I don't know that I can see the difference. But if you want more quality, we support it. We support HAP Q. We do not support, there's a few other variations of HAP, including HAP Q Alpha. We do not support HAP Q Alpha. It is a weird format. Yes. So, did I see a hand? No. Yeah. Personally, I don't use HAP much at all because it's not worth the time, and ProRes works great. But for other people, they want to squeeze every bit of playback performance out of their machine they can. Maybe HAP makes sense for them. You can try it out, but it will require a bit of extra work on your part to encode things because nobody's going to walk up to you before a show with a thumb drive full of HAP files. All right. Any questions about video? Because we are at the end of our video spiel. OK, let's take a 6-minute break, go to the bathroom, and about 2:55, Charles will be taking over, and we'll be moving on to talking about hardware recommendations, networking, MIDI, OSC, timecode, show controls. It'll be great.
We've left Charles just barely enough time to race through some of the hardest parts of QLab. Sorry, Charles.
After break, I'm going to talk very fast, so everyone should have a cup of coffee. Awesome. Okay, so we're going to start with a little bit of a refresher on hardware requirements for QLab. This is pretty simple for QLab 5. The requirement is it has to run Mac OS 11, Big Sur. If your computer will run Mac OS 11, Big Sur, it'll run QLab 5. I actually would say this is not right. I would never suggest running the 0.0 operating version of an operating system with QLab. Apple, when they first make something, they're very excited to release it to their round of beta testers, the public. Usually by the 0.1 release, they've fixed a bunch of things. We've also fixed a bunch of things, so I would wait. So I would say that, in fact, the hardware requirement for QLab to run well is 11.1. Now, there are lots of new versions of the Mac OS since then, but I would just add that addendum there. Okay, so practically speaking, any Apple Silicon processor, the M series processors are extraordinary, and they will support any of the uses you might come up with for QLab fairly well. You want at least 8 GB of RAM, which is the minimum available on the Apple Silicon processors. If you're doing a particularly video or audio intensive show, you may want more RAM. For a relatively simple show, you're probably just fine. Storage, you want an SSD that is big enough to contain your show. If you have lots of large video files because you're using HapQ or ProRes, not one of the compressed versions, you might need a larger hard drive. Other than that, you don't need a substantially larger hard drive than what your media can be stored on. There is an efficiency jump in a solid-state drive if you're only using half of it, because they're in 2 layers, and so if the data is stored on the bottom layer, they have to move some things over to a different space in the top layer to pull it out. So if you really want to increase the performance of your machine, you want to have at least twice the amount of storage necessary for your show. The big challenge is external displays for video. We talked a little bit about this. In the M1, M2, and M3, the vanilla style, not Pro, not Max, not Ultra, there is, in addition to a monitor for the operator, so that always, or which could be the built-in monitor of your laptop, or a single monitor, the HDMI output of this Mac Pro or Mac Studio, or the HDMI output of a Mac Mini. You get one 6K, 60 hertz output. So you get a total of 2, one of which probably means that your operator can see their cue list. The M2 Pro, or the M1 Pro, you get 2 additional monitors. The M1 Max, you get 3 additional monitors. The Ultra, you get 4 additional monitors, and of course the HDMI that's baked into the Mac Studio. The M2 or M3 Pro, you increase those numbers again, and you add the possibility of 8K. So an M2 or an M3 Pro, you get 2 6Ks, or a 6K and a 4K, or 1 8K, or 1 very, very fast refreshing 4K. So the thing to check on is, as you are approaching specifying an M series Mac, you want to make sure that you have the number of video outputs you need. M3 Max is 3 at 6K, 1 at 4K, 2 at 6K, and 1 at 8K, or 1 very fast 4K. 240 hertz is an astonishing refresh rate, which probably very few displays will support. I would guess no projectors will support, because DLP projectors don't do that. They don't move fast enough. Okay. So this is a great way to help choose a Mac if you're going to use native output, if you're not going to use Blackmagic design devices, if you're not going to use display dividers. How many displays do you need? That will tell you what kind of processor you need in your Mac, and that will help choose your Mac. If that's not going to determine it, okay, which Mac? Small show, any Mac with an Apple Silicon processor is great. Mac Minis are quite inexpensive for what they are. They don't come with batteries, they don't come with displays, and as a result, you get some savings over a laptop. For a higher intensity show, add some RAM. Don't use a MacBook Air, and don't use an iMac. The reason not to use an iMac is the iMacs have fabulous, beautiful screens built in, and that will absorb some processing. your audience will not see that fabulous, beautiful screen. Your operator will, and while we care very much for them, we would prefer that we use that processing to support your complicated audio or lighting show. And any Apple Silicon computer will, in almost all circumstances, outperform an Intel Mac. If you can afford to upgrade, you should. An Apple M2 Pro Mini is probably a better bet for you than a Mac, than the garbage can Mac Tower, as long as you can get enough video outputs out of it. And we've talked about a couple of strategies to approach that. Questions about what Mac you should buy? Great. Okay. Audio interfaces that will work with QLab. QLab works with any audio interface supported by the Mac OS. So the real question is, how reliable is that audio interface? I have lots of strong opinions about this. They are informed by years as an audio professional and having answered a lot of support emails about people who have had problems with audio interfaces using them with QLab. This is not comprehensive. Motu audio interfaces made after Motu started releasing AVB-based interfaces. Motu had some problems for a while. They released some interfaces that had real heat problems. At the point where they started releasing their AVB line, they fixed those problems. They fixed them not only for the AVB line, but also for the ultralight and other interfaces in their line. They're pretty great. And they have pretty good tech support now as well. RME fire faces, MADI faces, DP faces, the RME something faces, we're using a asterisk here as a wild card for one of several things that could fill in there. They're great. They're very well built. They have a lot of DSP built into them if you really want to do some complicated routing. They're relatively expensive. They do require drivers to be installed, but those drivers are consistently excellent. The one caveat is that some of their line, the HSDP Hammerfall line that work in PCI cards, can sometimes, if you have slowly updated your Mac over time, have some issues. It's pretty rare. The only solution is to completely wipe your Mac and reinstall the operating system from scratch. The Focusrite Sapphire Pro and Claret series, both relatively inexpensive, pretty good. Don't require drivers, do require control software if you want to do any of the fancy stuff. Focusrite Scarlett Gen 2 and up. These are the less expensive ones. The Scarletts are, the Scarlett Round 1 had some hardware issues. They would occasionally just fail. The Gen 2 seemed to be better. The Universal Audio Vault and Apollo, a little bit more expensive, but also really quite nice. The Apollos have some DSP built in. They have their own console built in. They're lovely recording interfaces. And then iConnectivity makes a Play Audio 12, which is sort of unique among these in that it doesn't have any inputs. Audio interfaces are often made more expensive by the fact that we spend a lot of money on mic preamps. Chances are with QLab, you're not going to use 8 mic preamps. You might use 3, you might use 1. So you're spending some of your money there, some of your money in your audio interface for input when you're not going to use it. The iConnectivity devices are only for playback. They are designed for this. So they have no inputs, so you're not spending any money there. They do also have the ability to host 2 computers simultaneously and switch over between the 2, which is pretty neat. The challenge is that that redundancy comes at the cost of both of your computers being connected to the same device. So it is possible that one of your computers could crash badly enough that the device that is providing your redundancy could also crash. I have only seen that happen once, and I have had an iConnectivity Play 12 on shows for years, so I think they're pretty great. Radial makes a very similar thing. Their USB SW8, also pretty great. Also no inputs, or no mic inputs. And then Dante Virtual Sound Card, which, provided that you have put it onto a well-designed and maintained Dante network, works incredibly well. It's very easy. The one caveat I will offer is there are 2 ways to buy it. You can buy a license that only works on the computer you install it on the very first time. It is never transferable again. Or you can buy it so that it is transferable. You should think about that when you make the purchase. Are you going to want to move it to a different computer?
Do you support emerging technologies for Vena?
Vena isn't supported directly by the Mac OS as a direct output. There are devices that will take Ravenna, so there are USB things, so you could spit out to an Anubis and then go from Ravenna there. But the Mac OS doesn't directly do it. So yes, I have not personally tested it. They seem like they're very nice interfaces that are very well built. In the war of, or not the war, in the conflict of large format digital audio streams, I like Ravenna least of all of them, technically. I think AVB's timing is better, though their patching is miserable, and I think everybody has adopted Dante and it's pretty easy and most people agree on it, but it has some timing issues. And Ravenna sits sort of in between and hasn't made it into the market, the theater markets where I work. I see it, it lives in broadcast world and I understand that it's there. I'm happy that it's there. I know these other two much better, so I'm much happier to recommend them. AVB is built into the Mac OS and is sort of compatible with a number of things. The Motu interfaces work with AVB in the Mac OS brilliantly. The AVB that's built into the Mac OS isn't compliant with the Meyer things, and as a result is pretty frustrating. Finding patchers that work with AVB can be challenging. I wouldn't recommend it for an entry-level approach, but if you really want to use AVB, QLab will work with it.
For those that use AES-50, I've had great success with the Clark Technique DM9630 to patch into my console.
So patching there, so you're saying that using AES-50 to patch to a Clark Technic 960 to patch to the Behringer console, Midas console? Midas console. I will say, and we'll come to this quickly, I loved Midas. Midas is now owned by Behringer, and I do not think that Behringer is consistently a good company or a good actor in the pro audio space. I've thought this ever since I opened up a Behringer cable tester and saw the SwissTech printing on the PCB. And I think that they are not behaving well in a world where we all deal with intellectual property a lot. They seem to steal quite a bit of it, and I don't think that's worth supporting. Also, they don't always work very well. Sometimes they're very well built, sometimes they're not. I think one of the ways they save money and make very inexpensive products, aside from not doing any of their own research and development, or very little research and development, is that they simply cut corners on manufacturing. And so some things are great and some things are not. Their quality control is not there. And I fear that that will eventually happen to Midas. The professional level Midas stuff that I have dealt with hasn't happened to yet.
Caveat, the stuff I am using is pre-Music Tribe version.
Yes. Music Tribe is the company that owns Behringer and a series of other things.
I have two Midas HD96 in my theater. That's the brand name. It's a different world. So, enough said.
Okay, that's good. PreSonus audio interfaces, probably not something you want to deal with. They have a fair amount of self-noise, and the drivers tend not to keep up with the Mac OS's march of progress forward. M Audio is not producing a lot anymore, and their drivers are pretty inconsistent, and they tend to be relatively noisy. Tascam devices will sometimes not work for reasons that we have yet to understand as a support company. We haven't tested them ourselves, but we know a lot of people who have had issues with them, and the solution has been for their audio interfaces to simply replace them. So I would not recommend them. And then the Avid interfaces that work with Pro Tools brilliantly tend not to play well with QLab particularly well because their drivers are optimized for it to work with a particular piece of software and maybe some other things. And as a result, it is not infrequent that they will simply not work with a version of the Mac OS that we are running. So I would not advise using an Avid device for a show. If it's in your studio where you're building your QLab things and it's okay for you to live on an older version of the Mac OS there for some time, that might be fine. I wouldn't run a show on it.
The Roland Octacaptures are pretty cool too.
Yes, Roland Octacaptures, though now slightly older and they haven't updated drivers in a couple of years, which makes me worry. They are great 8-channel interfaces and have 4 channels of input. They're very light, they're very easy to travel around. The show that I have toured all over the world has one in a Pelican case, which has worked for more than a decade and been on every continent but Antarctica. So I cannot say enough nice things about them. I would also add the Metric Halo line to that. Though they are obscure, they are extraordinarily well built, and they're very nice, and they also allow users to upgrade their own hardware, which makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. But they're quite pricey and somewhat hard to get your hands on sometimes. And they have come up with their own proprietary digital audio transport standard that I think they should not have done. I appreciate that it exists, but with Dante and AVB and Ravenna and QSys all out there, I don't think we need another one. Audio interface questions. Strong opinions about audio interfaces. Okay. USB-C. So, the ports on the back of this Mac Studio are complicated. The USB in USB-C does not mean the universal serial bus. It can mean a number of different things. It can mean Thunderbolt, which is PCI external, plus a DisplayPort port, plus power delivery. Several things running down the same cable out the same non-locking connector on the back of your Mac. It can mean USB 4, USB 3.2, USB 3.1, USB 3, or USB 2. Some pins in USB-C are optional. Not all cables will have them. So we want to make sure that we are looking for a cable that meets the standard of what we're after. That can mean a Thunderbolt cable, which is the most expensive cable you will ever buy. And if you'd like to know why, Adam Savage of Mythbusters has put one through a scanning electron microscope to look at all of the tiny electronics that are packed into both a real Apple Thunderbolt cable, Thunderbolt 4 cable, and a less expensive one. And it's sort of astonishing the degree of complexity molded into a cable, and it makes me feel better about the fact that it's an $80 cable. But it is an $80 cable. But it doesn't drop any pins. It supports all of these things, all of these different formats. We want, so video coming out of your Mac can come via DisplayPort or via USB. So this means a lot of different things. I don't know what these are. Oh, these are lines that are not appearing in the correct place. Thank you, Sam. So a USB-C Ethernet adapters via or via PCIe or via USB are not USB. USB Ethernet adapters are just Ethernet adapters. DisplayPort coming out of the back of this on USB-C connectors aren't a USB signal, though they're coming over a USB-C connector. So as we're contemplating the connectors on the back of this and the adapters that we need in order to connect things, we just want to think through what those things are. USB 4 and Thunderbolt 4 are fundamentally the same thing, so we're starting to make this a little bit less complex. And USB 4 has, in the past 7 months, been updated to be called USB 4 version 2, as we've added some features and some specifications. So though we have sort of landed, we've stopped changing connectors as Apple used to do relatively frequently. We are continuing to change what those connectors do as we're connected to them. A good example of that is the Blackmagic Design hardware has a USB-C connector on it, but requires a Thunderbolt connection and a Thunderbolt cable, and will not run if you connect it to another Thunderbolt port via a USB cable or USB-C cable rather than a Thunderbolt cable, and won't work if you connect it to a USB hub that has a USB-C port on it and not a Thunderbolt port on it. So we must be a little bit careful about this as we're thinking through the hardware that we apply. So
one piece of advice to find the right cable is if you see a cable with what is it?
Thunderbolt?
The Thunderbolt, and it says either 3 or 4 or 5. If it has the Thunderbolt printed on the side, they paid the money for that logo because they certified the cable for that quality. They weren't going to go through all that work without certifying it and being able to brag about it, and that is the one visual indication you can get that it will do what you think it's going to do. Those are the expensive cables. Unfortunate, but it is the one way you can be rummaging through a box of cables and go, this one, unless it is physically compromised, is going to work. And so often it's just like, if you could just invest in a bunch of those cables, and as Sam says, move on with your life.
It will work for everything. it is overkill for your printer, but it means that your printer cable will work to fix your video interface if you lose your video interface cable. Okay.
One other thing. So for one thing, on the cables, it will almost work for everything. If you try to charge with it, it does not support power delivery over a certain amount of watts, but which is also a USB-C cable. Anyway, one thing I wanted to bring up, as far as outputs go, a thing I meant to mention in video is you'll find a lot of USB to HDMI adapters that have a phrase display link in them. Like if you're searching on Amazon, you'll find a lot of really cheap ways. And they're like, hey, your Mac Mini can only support 2 outputs, but you could buy this display link adapter and it doesn't count as one. And it does not. And it's not, you should not do this. Display links, a very cheap way of adding an extra output, but it does not perform well. It is flaky. It's just not a good way of outputting video. So it is a thing. It is not a thing you should do. There's a bunch of options for adding extra displays, and display link is one you should avoid.
And you should be careful because there are some devices, this is a StarTech dual HDMI adapter from the display port baked into this that goes out to 2. This StarTech one is great. The Sonnet one that looks just like this used to be great, and the new version of it is display link based. I don't know why. But the thing that used to be good and we used to always recommend, because Sonnet is generally a slightly more reliable brand than StarTech, because we love them because we've had good experience with the chassis, they changed the older technology. So it's always worth double checking and making sure that even something that used to work may have changed. Okay. Other questions about hardware recommendations? Great. So now we're going to talk about show control in QLab, which will involve a lot of abbreviations. MIDI, which stands for Musical Instrument Digital Interface, MSC, which stands for MIDI Show Control, MTC, which stands for MIDI Timecode, LTC, which stands for Linear Timecode, and OSC, which stands for Open Sound Control. These are all formats that QLab can use to communicate with other devices and can be communicated with. So QLab speaks all of these languages bidirectionally. The one we could conceivably add to this at the end is DMX, but QLab only speaks it, it doesn't receive it. And the way I can verify that is here in the overrides window. For MIDI, I have MIDI musical input, MSC, input and output. And for lighting, ArtNet, and USB DMX, we only have DMX output. So we don't receive DMX. So we're not going to talk about that now. Sam did that. MIDI is the eldest of our standards. That's not true. MIDI is the standard that's been being used for show control in the theater for the longest. It was born in 1982. The first MIDI device was built in 1983. It was designed for controlling synthesizers in a studio. And we have adopted it as an industry because it allows a number of devices to be connected together without the possibility of ground loops, because it's a current loop-based thing and it is opto-isolated. What's that mean? It means that I can connect to a lighting system even if we're on different grounds, different power sources, and there is no chance that we will get a ground hum as a result. It's fantastic for that. It also is an open standard. It requires no licensing and was the same standard from MIDI 1.0, which was 1983, to 1992 when MIDI 1.1 came out. MIDI 2.0 was released in 2020, and it's still backwards compatible. So MIDI has been the same forever, and it's pretty consistent manufacturer to manufacturer. The challenge is it's not designed for what we do. It's designed to control synthesizers. But we've adapted. We've had a fair amount of time to do that. So MIDI Q in QLab has the icon of our lovely 5-pin DIN MIDI cable. MIDI will also now travel over networks, as does everything, and over USB. But we've got this little 5-pin DIN connector. Each MIDI Q has a basics tab, a triggers tab, the same as all others, and a settings tab. That allows us to choose the MIDI patch to which it's being sent. If we take a look up here. Oh my. Hot corners. Other people's computers are very curious. The MIDI section of the workspace settings has two tabs. The first is MIDI outputs, and this is where we set up the available patches. And this won't auto-populate. You'll need to create one of these for each MIDI device connected to your computer that you'd like to use, and you can name them. So I have one created here using an internal bus that's the Mac OS can make as many of as you'd care to, the Inter-Application Connectivity Bus, the IAC bus, allowing me to route some MIDI out of QLab and then back in, which we'll use to look at some timecode things. And then, there was previously one of Sam's Team Sound devices here, which has a USB cable, and is a MIDI device that we could send to as well. It would appear in the list of MIDI destinations here. So these names are what will appear in your queues, and these are the MIDI destinations where they can go. There are no settings. MIDI is relatively simple. We just choose where we're sending things. So we choose our MIDI patch. We choose the type of MIDI message we're going to send. So we have MIDI voice messages, which we call musical MIDI. And then we have a series of commands available down here. These are the commands that we have currently implemented for musical MIDI, note on and note off, as if you were playing notes on a keyboard. Program changes as if you're changing a program in a reverb unit or a synthesizer. Control changes as if you're adjusting a parameter like expression or pitch bend. I'm sorry, not pitch bend. Pitch bend is different. Like you're adjusting expression or volume or the breath controller. Key pressure or aftertouch, and channel pressure, and then pitch bend. The notable thing about pitch bend is that it uses two MIDI messages in combination all the time. MIDI messages are 7 bytes long, so they're quite low resolution, 0 to 127. Pitch bends take up 2 of those, so you get, I think, 16,384 points of resolution. For each message, you have a series of options as to what you can send. So you have the channel number. There are 16 MIDI channels, one designed for each device. There's a note number, because it's a note, and then there's the velocity. So that's how hard you are striking the key on the piano. Often, any note with a velocity of 0 will be interpreted the same as a note off message. For velocity, because it is nice to be able to eliminate the possibility of variation depending on how hard you're hitting the key, you can add, oh, you can't? Not on an output. I'm thinking of a trigger, which means Sam will have already talked about this. So you can go up to 127 and down to 0 for your note on. For your program changes, it's only just the program number. Control change, you get a control value, and it's possible to fade that MIDI cue from a value named here to a value named here. So we could go from 0 to 127 over 5 seconds using our good old friend, the fade curve. And if this were 127 and this were 0, the fade curve would know to swap around. Because we are setting both the beginning and ending value in the MIDI cue, we know which direction the fade curve needs to go, so it's only showing us 1 as opposed to 2.
What does a MIDI cue do without controlling anything?
So a MIDI cue sends a MIDI message to something. What might receive that MIDI message? It depends. If I had a reverb unit in this rack, I might send it a program change to say, when I'm sending my Thunder cue, I want to be in a longer reverb. When we go to the interior of the house, I want to be in a shorter reverb. And many of those older reverb units, TC Electronics M3000s, Lexicons, whatever, will have a MIDI port on the back of them for just that. Designed originally so that your digital audio workstation could send a MIDI note to tell it what program to be in when you were recording a particular song.
But if the hardware is not hooked up, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So a MIDI cue without the destination available will just, it just doesn't do anything.
It sends a very short message, in this case, out to the Apple IAC bus, which doesn't go anywhere. So we are sending a tiny message to nowhere. MIDI pitch bends are often used to control faders on things because they're at a higher resolution, so you can use them to control the fader on a digital audio workstation or an audio console. It's one of the ways that people have adapted MIDI to do a thing it wasn't designed to, which is the Mackie MCU protocol, or the Huey protocol, which is designed for digital audio workstations to have hardware control. QLab will also send sysx messages, which are system-exclusive messages. Far back in the days when they designed the MIDI standard, they said, we are not going to think of everything. We wanted to define a common set of messages that everyone will agree on. But we know that Yamaha or Roland might want to add an additional type of message that's specific to their manufacturer. So it might be that Yamaha has a particular message that they use to control the brightness of the screens on their devices. Roland doesn't care about that. It doesn't need to know how to interpret it. So they made space for that in the system-exclusive message, sysx. This is a Yamaha message. I can tell because the first byte, 4-3 in hexadecimal, names the manufacturer. It's actually the second byte. The first byte is F0, which says, don't listen to me, I'm not a normal message. I'm a system-exclusive message. The second byte says, it is for this kind of manufacturer, and then it goes down into whatever the manufacturer says it should be. And then the last byte, after however many you need, is F7, which says, I'm done being a system-exclusive message, go back to your normal course of operations. It used to be that the way you backed up your Yamaha O3D console was a very long MIDI file. It took about 10 minutes if you'd used all 99 scenes. And it was just a very long sysx dump. And woe betide if, as you were loading your show, you interrupted it, because you had no idea what was going to happen. We've moved on, mostly. And some consoles, and I'm mentioning the Yamahas because I know them very well, but also because they have fantastic MIDI implementations, and everything up through the Yamaha CL series, most parameters in the console can be controlled via MIDI. And that's the way that they have chosen to keep that active. The Allen and Heath Avantis and other consoles remain very available via MIDI. And that's the protocol that they use to communicate back and forth. I think that's actually retrogressive for the console that new, but it is how they do it. So MIDI sysx also has offered us the opportunity to expand on what MIDI can do. So there's a particular kind of MIDI sysx that we have adopted in the live theater and performing arts generally. Actually less the live theater than themed entertainment. Charlie Richmond, an innovator in show control, came up with the audio box and the Richmond controller and did things with Amiga computers that no one should ever have done, like run animatronics and the barges on the Universal Studios stunt shows. Decided that there should be a way for performance systems to intercommunicate. And so wrote a standard, MIDI show control, MIDI for show control, which is a series of predefined sysx messages that in theory we all agree on how to use. And each of those, we can choose those in QLab, has the same MIDI patch. We choose the type of MIDI message, and it can coexist on that patch with musical MIDI messages. You can send a MIDI show control message and then a note on, a MIDI show control message and then a program change. Generally, you don't do that, but in theory, there's no reason why you wouldn't want to. An additional MIDI port's not that expensive, so probably I would separate it out so I could patch it differently. The first thing you do is choose the format, which says, what kind of device are you? There are some commonly used ones in lighting, lights, moving lights, color changers, strobes, lasers, chasers, sound, machinery, stage machinery. You really want your floats, barges, and breakaways to be controlled by QLab? Please don't do it. We don't have a good way to provide life safety things, but if you want to trigger those things with an additional emergency stop system after them, great. Video, projection, interestingly different. Process control, your hydraulic oil cues, and then your pyrotechnics. Again, please don't use those without an additional safety control system well past QLab. So all options. In general, we mostly encounter the need to send to lighting, sound, video in our lives. I don't know of anyone who has ever used a natural gas cue as a MIDI show control message in QLab. But we've implemented the standard so that everything that Charlie did as he was building this standard for control over cruise ships and themed entertainment and the pirate ship that sank in front of the Treasure Island casino is still here. And I'm sure there were CO2 jets in that, and there was a barge. So they have been used for that, just not in our era. So we then get a number of other commands related to the transport. Go, stop, resume, a timed go, a load, a set. And all of these are interpreted particularly by the device that's receiving them. So the device that's receiving them is supposed to behave in a way that's expected when you say go. We choose the device ID. They're up to 127 device IDs? 255. 127 device IDs, 1 MIDI byte. Each device on your MIDI show control ring network, however you might choose, should have its own unique device ID. Or perhaps, if you have a main and a backup of the same type, they share a device ID. A QLab main and QLab backup should probably both be getting the same go message, both be responding in the same way. So they might share a device ID. We then can enter a number of fields here, not all of which are obligatory. In fact, none of which are obligatory. We can have a queue number, and a queue number, like a queue number in QLab, is a string. It's not a number. It can include letters. It can include some characters. Some characters are reserved, but I could have queue number bat. Oh, I'm wrong.
I'm just trying to remember what the spec, I mean, it's been years since I implemented this. I'm trying to
Well,
remember
is that
what
for the device? Like if it's a lighting console, it wouldn't have
Oh,
that.
that's possible. So you get the.
go on Q2 on the device.
So that will go on queue 15,555. This would go on queue 1.0. You can then specify the queue list if the device has queue lists and they can be specified. And you can define the queue path if the device has queue paths and that can be specified. On an ETC EOS, if you specify a queue number but not a queue list, then it will go on the frontmost queue list on that queue number in the frontmost queue list. Make some sense?
Where does this queue list show up?
Hmm?
Where does that queue list show up?
That queue, so all this is doing is sending a message to the device at the output of your MIDI port, which in this I'm proposing is an ETC Ion light console, ETC EOS lighting console. So that queue list exists there. If there is a Q1, it will go, if there is a Q 1.0, it will go on Q 1.0. If there is no Q 1.0, it will do nothing. If I don't specify a queue number and I'm sending to an EOS, it will go on the next queue. Whenever possible, I would suggest that best practice is to specify as much of this as you possibly can. If you know the queue that you want to trigger, put in the queue name. If you know the queue list you want to trigger, put in the queue list. That will mean that you're always as synced up as possible, even if someone has left the lighting board in the wrong place. One never knows. Absolutely. I know we have relative fades in QLab, and it took me a long time to figure out how they worked and how they were useful, because I am a big fan of defining something as absolutely as you possibly can, because it's most likely to make your show run the same way tomorrow night that it ran tonight that it ran yesterday. The more absolutely we can specify those things, the less likely there is variation. So we have variation only where we want it. And in general, I'd like to always send the same trigger to the lighting console, and if they want variation, up to them. MIDI show control. Okay, so MIDI show control can also trigger QLab, and MIDI can also trigger QLab. Did Sam already talk about this? So here we are in workspace settings in the controls area, workspace MIDI. We can choose the MIDI channel for musical MIDI messages that QLab is listening on. It can listen on any channel, or you can say, I think QLab should be on channel 16. and then it will ignore everything that's not coming in on channel 16. This is great if your sound console is on channel 2, your reverb units are on channel 1, your system processor is on channel 3. You can send different messages to all of them or the same message to all of them. And as long as the channel is correctly specified, QLab will ignore it unless it's for QLab. Any will of course make it much easier if QLab is the only MIDI device on your network. QLab listens to MIDI from all sources that come into your Mac. So there is no way to say, listen only to this port. If MIDI hits your Mac, QLab accepts it. MIDI show control allows us to specify the device ID. So as we're sending it out, I set that up. I set this one to 127. So I can set this to 4. Easy. QLab will respond to messages sent to lighting, sound, video, and projections. I think that's it. The 4 types of message here in the format. I don't think it responds to moving lights. I don't think it responds to CD player, but those 4 big ones, it definitely does. You can't choose that. It is what it is. And QLab responds to only some of the commands. Go, stop, resume, load, all off, standby, standby next, sequence, next, and previous, and reset. So right there. MIDI voice messages have to be assigned because these aren't designed for show control. They just are designed for a keyboard. We have to say, oh, what should happen here? So if I take Sam's button box here, I'm going to add hardware to a QLab file that is open. I shouldn't do this, but it's MIDI, so it's probably going to be fine. I'm going to press the capture button. And this has a lovely green button on it. As I press it, it sends that message into QLab. QLab is waiting. The next message that's received is assigned to the go command. I could also know what this is and type it in manually. I almost never do that. I almost always capture it, if in no small part because then I know that even if I remember this wrong, it will still work. Same with these button boxes. The other time I've assigned go, playhead previous, playhead next, and panic all to this button box, which is just sending MIDI in. You could also, of course, assign MIDI triggers to any cue in your cue list as well. You can double assign them. There's nothing stopping you from doing that, aside from the fact that probably once you've done it once, you will learn to be careful about doing it again. Okay. So that is workspace MIDI control. There's one other place you can use MIDI in QLab, and it's to control lighting with hardware faders. It's in this tab. Please talk to us about it if you'd like to do it. It's not hard to do. It's just not a thing we're going to talk about right now because we're speeding. But here, oh, never mind. Old news. Thank you, Chad. QLab will also play back MIDI files. So you can record a sequence of notes and or other messages into a file in a digital audio workstation or a very old hardware sequencer, bring that into QLab and play it back. It's a lot like playing back an audio file, except the only parameter you have is what patch you're playing it to and the speed at which you're playing it. You can adjust the rate up or down. This doesn't come up a lot. This could be called the Yamaha Disklavier cue. Yamaha Disklavier, beautiful pianos that have a large number of solenoids built into them so they can play when they receive MIDI. Real acoustic piano, moves the keys, great way to fake it if your actor can't play the piano and you have an important moment in your show. It's the only time I've used this ever, and I think it's the only time Sam's used it. It's great for that because you can record exactly the performance you want. You can carefully adjust it in the digital audio workstation, and you can have a real acoustic piano play it on stage, and the actor can learn where approximately to have their hands in the moment. Saves you on years of music lessons. The other place where people use it, and I don't think it's a good use of it, is for some people who are using not QLab for lighting, but other lighting controllers that receive MIDI as goes or MIDI as parameter control. It's a great way to play back a file in sync with your backing tracks that will trigger your lights at exactly the time you want them to. I think you can do that just as well in QLab, and it's more flexible, but I'm obviously quite biased, so it's another viable alternative. That's most of MIDI in QLab. Questions? I can play this file, but absolutely nothing will happen. Out the internal MIDI port of this is being played a song, I don't even know what it is. It's O Canada. So all of us contemplate the red and white. So.
The quietest, tiniest rendition of it.
It's very polite and slightly apologetic. The other place MIDI comes up, I would lump in with Timecode, which is MIDI Timecode, which is an implementation over that same MIDI port of Timecode. I'll preface this by saying that Timecode is not a great way to do a live show because it locks everything into exactly the same clock without any variation, and it doesn't do a very good job of it consistently. So I think if you're using QLab, there might be a better way to do the things you're doing with Timecode, but we'll talk about it anyway. Because there are some things and some contexts where it is just the way we do things. MIDI timecode is sent not with a MIDI cue, but rather with a timecode cue, which is this little clock. With timecode cues, you have to choose the type first off, because that will affect all of your other options. Every timecode cue is either a MIDI timecode cue or linear timecode cue, LTC. MIDI timecode is sending a MIDI message. LTC is sending a terrible audio message. Don't ever listen to it. Don't ever play it through speakers. Don't ever, ever, ever play it through in-ear monitors. If it's a MIDI timecode message, you choose a MIDI patch, same as your other MIDI patches. In theory, this could coexist with your musical MIDI and your MIDI show control, all out the same patch. In practical use, that won't work. If it's a piece of hardware MIDI, they tend to have very small hardware buffers on them as they go out to their little opto-isolated current loop device. Weirdest way to connect two things together you could possibly imagine, but it doesn't cause ground loops, and it runs for a very long distance at very low power. So we love it. You will, if you're sending MIDI timecode and doing anything else on the same port, probably fail. So you want to use a dedicated port for MIDI timecode. It's fine. MIDI ports are relatively inexpensive. Also, MIDI timecode is probably not the right answer if you have to use timecode. LTC is more reliable. So if the receiving device gives you the option of LTC or MTC, please send LTC. And then you choose the frame rate of your timecode. A number of options here, 24 frames per second, 25, 30, 30 drop, 30 non-drop, 23, etc. There are lots of variations of timecode. Pick one and stick with it. My recommendation is, as much as is possible, if you can get away with it with the resolution of your video, use 25 frames per second. There is no question about whether it's drop or non-drop. Nobody uses the shrunk version of it. 25 frames is 25 frames is 25 frames. Everyone will speak of it in the same way. There's not going to be a, oh, I was in drop frame 2 days into tech. We have options for when to start our MIDI, our MTC queue in hours, minutes, seconds, and frames. The number of frames is informed by the frame rate. There are up to, you can start at 0 hours. You can continue to 23 hours. There are 24 hours in a timecode day. If you need more timecode than that, probably you've done something wrong. This is a theme of timecode, and I'm sorry. And then you can set an end time that is different than that. So I'm going to step this back to 0 hours and say this could go for 1 hour. And that will set the duration. Timecode queues that don't have a different start and end time or duration set in the queue list will continue forever until stopped. I recommend, if you can, always put a duration on things. I once went to lunch, leaving a timecode queue running, and came back and the light board was doing real interesting things. Everyone was fine with it because they should have turned it off too, but I wouldn't advise. It was just moving some lights around. It's fine. Because we had left timecode running. It was a 10-second, it was a 2-minute chunk of timecode that we were running in sync with a dance song. And we had gotten to the next hour when we had a 2-minute chunk of timecode that was for the next song in the show. And everyone was slightly embarrassed, and no one was on stage yet because all the performers were still getting into costume. So that's MIDI timecode. LTC is linear timecode. It does much the same thing, but instead of choosing an audio patch, or instead of choosing a MIDI patch, you choose an audio patch and an output. These are the same audio devices you use to send audio out of QLab. So you have to be slightly careful to not send to something that you might actually hear with your ears, because timecode is not a pleasant signal. It's designed to communicate between machines. So for this, I'm going to send to Black Hole, which is a little utility in the Mac OS that I've installed in this computer to bring an output back to an input. So I'm going to be able to listen to the timecode that we're generating in the near future. So I've chosen Black Hole, and then I need to choose a Q output. There are actually only 2 outputs here, so I'm going to send that to Q output 1. I can listen to timecode using the timecode status window, and it will show me what Q lists are listening to timecode and then what outgoing timecode I'm sending. So I can send MTC here. It'll tell me what kind it is, where it's going. And I can start my LTC at the same time and have a totally different set of timecode running. And away we go. A handy way to troubleshoot timecode.
I see the Q output went back to 64.
I perhaps did not press the enter or return key to commit. I'm just going to do that again, and we'll go back. I don't know why it changed its way back, but.
Sorry, I was worried about Comcast dropping our network. What's the question?
Oh, the LTC queue defaulted back to 64 after I changed it to 1 and navigated away and came back. But I can't get it to happen again, and I'm assuming I failed to commit.
That would be my guess.
So that's how we send timecode. We'll talk about syncing to timecode shortly. We're going to go through as much sending as possible. I pressed escape at some point and stopped this queue, so I'm going to bring it back. Now we're going to look at open sound control. Open sound control is a network-based standard for communication that was designed by the folks at CNMAT at UC Berkeley. And it, like MIDI, is an open standard that costs nothing to implement and that many manufacturers have started to adopt. It's much younger, but it's not that much younger. I think it was 2002. And it's been kind of slow, but more and more people are adopting it. And we are among them, and we like to talk to those who also have adopted it. It also doesn't just control sound things. It controls lighting consoles. It controls projection machines. There are stage automation devices that will receive and send open sound control. So it's sort of becoming that additional standard that sound people have suggested and much of the rest of the performing arts industry has adopted. You can, with OSC, control QLab and a number of other things. We're not going to talk about all of the things and all the parameters and all of the devices you can control. We're going to look at a couple of examples and how you put together a message. So, oh my, what have I done? Aha, I've done this in the wrong order. Sorry. So this is an OSC message. It begins with a slash and an address, and then follows with an address, and then includes 0 or more arguments. Here's the address, /q, /99, /prewait. So that is going to affect, in QLab, that will tell Q99 that we're doing something to its prewait, or we're interested in its prewait. And then the argument here, which we are sending in this case, is 4.2. So this message will send to QLab, this message sent to QLab will adjust the preweight of Q99 to be 4.2. Q99 is right down here. And there, this OSC message, same as this address, Q99 pre-wait 4.2. We'll set that to 4.2. This message is exactly the same thing, but instead of having to go and look up in the very comprehensive and very convenient located OSC dictionary located in our docs, right here, quite a bit going on in here, many parameters available, a little bit to digest or read through or browse. But you can control many parameters in QLab, ever more, using these. QLab Remote speaks to QLab through this. So anything you can do in QLab Remote, the iOS application, you can do via OSC from QLab itself or from anything else that can send OSC. It's a little overwhelming to contemplate that, so we're going to put that back away. That's where you would figure out what this message is. QLab 5 introduced the ability to build network device definitions. So there are a number of devices that receive OSC that QLab knows how to speak to. First on that list is, shockingly, QLab. So this assembles that same message. We say, oh, here are the different types of message we can send here. We can send to a workspace setting, to the overrides, to the light dashboard, to queues, or a custom message. Then, based on our selection there, we can choose a destination. So here I'm going to say queues. I want to send to the active workspace, the QClass workspace. And I want to look at queue number 99. Just type that right in. And then, okay, what kind of queue target am I looking at? Do I know what kind of queue this is? Well, I don't. But it doesn't matter, because I'm looking at a parameter that is available in all queue types. So I want the pre-wait, and I'm going to set it back to 0. So here it is, 4.2, back to 0. And the message conveniently is assembled at the bottom here. Q99 pre-wait 0. So I can see exactly the same thing I would find in the dictionary in QLab, but I can assemble it via these convenient messages. This is an example of another device which can be controlled in a similar way, a Meyer Galaxy in normal mode as opposed to space map mode. This is a fancy system processor. Meyer also adopted OSC quite early in their LCS series. They're also in Berkeley. We can choose what we might want to recall here. So if we want to recall a snapshot, we can say, oh, I'd like a type snapshot. I'd like to recall snapshot ID 2. And I'd like to exclude something. I don't know what exclusions does here. I've used this device quite a bit, and I have never entered that part of it. So there are a number of available OSC device definitions. If someone has a well-documented and readable OSC device definition, we will happily build a new network definition for it. Just send it our way. We might have questions about it. These can be pretty complicated things, and they can be so flexible that they're basically impossible for us to build. So we'll try. Sometimes it takes a little while. Sometimes it takes a little while for manufacturers to land on what their syntax is too. Okay. To set this up, you have to choose a patch. This is much more comfortable.
My computer is. This is why you don't control lights via Wi-Fi, because I'm having Wi-Fi problems, and my computer happens to be the thing that controls lights right now. So use cables.
Cables are great. So to send an OSC message, you have to set up a network patch. Every new QLab workspace shows up with a network patch pre-created sending to QLab with the appropriate passcode. So to set this up, we have a few columns. There are a lot in here. Looking at the first one, you can name it whatever you want. We are saying this is the QLab one, and it's using the template. It's using our network device definition to allow us to use those drop-down menus. We choose our type here. So we can choose from this list of things. There are a series of generic things, OSC message, and an OSC message that's assembled by QLab by you manually, a plain text message, hexadecimal codes, in case you really loved the 1980s and 1990s, And then we have the devices we make, QLab and GoButton. We put them first because we like them the most. And then a series of other things. I think we have in the neighborhood of 40 available now, and they continue to grow. So the ATEM OSC is a little application that allows you to control a Blackmagic design ATEM switcher via OSC. They have their own very complicated protocol, and a very talented person has written an OSC adapter for that that runs on your Mac. Fabulous. Atlas is a show control piece of software. The audio definition model is a thing that everybody agrees on about how to control spatial audio, which is constantly in development and people don't agree on very much. But it's a good sort of least common denominator if you want to talk to interchangeably a DS100, LISA, Dolby processor, astrospatial, a series of other things, and on down the road. So any one of these would have its own definition. Some of them will have different definitions depending on the version of what you're using. If you use BitFocus Companion, I see a Stream Deck in the front row, and you use version 3.1 or earlier, you need to use version 3.1 or earlier because they changed their OSC definition. We've left the old one in there. We haven't really talked about if we're ever going to get rid of it because it's convenient to have. So there are your options. You choose your type. You choose how you're speaking to it. There are two ways we can communicate over a network and send messages, TCP and UDP. TCP is very reliable and requires back and forth communication with the other device. I first asked, hey, is it okay if I talk to you? And then the device responds, yes, it's okay if I talk. And then I send my whole message. And then it replies with my whole message. And I say, yes, that is the message I sent. It's very reliable, but that takes a little while and a little bit of negotiation. So if you're working on a very busy network or a network where you are communicating over long distance and many switch hops, say the internet, TCP, probably a better thing. TCP is one of the backbones of the internet. UDP, none of that. I send a message. If you get it, fine. If you don't, I don't know. UDP, any professional networking administrator would say don't use. Because on a busy network with high traffic, there's a reasonably good chance that your messages might get lost. Here's the thing. We live on pretty small networks, and we have a fair amount of control over them, hopefully. If we're on a show control network with not a lot of traffic, and we have a lot of control over it, UDP is faster. So if I want my queue to get there as fast as possible, and I don't want to maintain a session, and I don't want to wait for you to return all of that information for me to respond again before your queue goes, UDP might be a better option. But it requires some conditions on your network that are closer to ideal. So you can choose how you're going to send. Not all devices will be able to function back and forth with UDP or TCP.
I'll just add to that which kind of message you're sending, TCP or UDP, also depends a little bit on the context of what that message is doing. So if you're sending a go, you probably want that on TCP because you're going to send one go, only one go, and you want to make sure it gets there. But Charles, please add your thought.
I think if I have two devices on my network and a dumb switch, I would send that go over UDP until I had lost it for 2 shows in a row.
Okay, fair.
But there are problems with some devices where like an ETC EOS, by default, spits out an enormous amount of stuff on its network ports. And so using UDP where it is controlling QLab can become unreliable because the EOS, is sending a huge flood of information out. It's making the network very busy. And so sometimes the go message gets lost. If you tell it, as you can, please stop sending all of that stuff. All I want are the show control messages. Then the UDP becomes wildly reliable. So it depends on the go.
Yeah, and then there are other contexts where TCP is certainly not necessary. Cases where you are the one sending floods of UDP, and it doesn't matter if any individual message gets there because another one's about to get there real soon with almost the same information. So this would be things like the location of a video sprite, and you're sending a stream of UDP location messages, and if one of those happens to drop, it's not a big deal because you're about to get another one very, very soon. So depending on the context of what the messages are, whether one drops or not may matter a lot, may not matter almost at all.
The best example I have heard of the place where you should use UDP and not TCP is audio metering data, because I don't want how loud it was a second ago if that message got lost and then came back. I want the next amount of loudness data. So you're always looking forward.
And you can't pass up, when you're talking about UDP and TCP, it's impossible to, you should never fail to share the joke that the best thing about a UDP joke is I don't care if you get it.
It's a good joke. You can specify the network interface that it's being sent out. So this has an Ethernet port on the back, and then a number that are not connected. So you can say, I have a network port that is going to be dedicated to communicating to the lighting network, and a network port that's going to be dedicated to communicating with my other QLab machines, and another network port that I'm not going to send any messages out of for QLab because it's being used for Dante. So you can choose which network port, or you can say, it's okay, let it be automatic, and QLab will figure out where it can find that IP address. So it depends on the complexity of the network you want to create. On very complicated shows where lots and lots of things are happening, I would have on this probably 8 or 9 VLANs, each of which independently address some system. So I would have QLab sending messages to the Blackmagic video hubs out one network port, and messages to QLab going out another network, and messages to the console going out to the audio console going out another network. On a relatively small show, I would say automatic, and I have a list of all the IP addresses, and I'm not worried about it. And I would just manage that carefully. But you can choose it. Then you choose the destination IP address. Localhost is its own particular thing, and for QLab in particular, localhost is extra special. Localhost means don't leave QLab. This message is not even going to get handed off to the Mac OS, to the network stack. It's going to stay inside QLab. And this is not always what localhost means, but in QLab, this is what localhost means. And it allows this differentiation. Local input is on or off. Are things going to localhost? External is everything else. In many cases, 127.0.0.1 and localhost might mean the same thing. 127.0.0.1 is a special IP address, which means back to this computer, please. And it goes to the network stack, and then it gets resolved from there. That is impacted by external input and output for QLab. And things do get handed off to the network stack. Make sense? So localhost is a special thing, which means I'm sending this message back to QLab. Then you specify the port where it's going to be received. Ports are like if you are in the back of a very large shopping mall, there are many loading docks. If you want to go to the Macy's, please arrive at loading dock number 4. If you want to go to the TJ Maxx, please arrive at loading dock number 7. If you show up with a shipment for the Macy's at loading dock number 7, it's not going to know what to do with it. Every process on your computer, every program on your computer can accept one or more ports, and every port can only have one thing receiving from it, one program receiving from it. It's bound to it. QLab uses a passcode by default to restrict what you can do via OSC, and that's specified here. Some other devices might use it, but I do not know that I have encountered any where I have left it turned on. If you have multiple devices that you want to send the same messages to by default, you can do that. So if I have a QLab main and backup, and I always want to send my message to both of them, I can say, okay, I want to send to my QLab template to both localhost, to both this version of QLab, and to another computer at IP address 192.168.8.11, which is what every QLab backup and every show that I've done in the past 10 years is called. I don't need to know. It's just what it is. Primary is .10. The console is .2. Everything in show control is 192.168.8. something. Amplifiers usually start at 20. Receivers usually start at 40. I have a general sense of where I'm hunting around, no matter where I am. I can always find QLab. So I'm always sure of that. And so this will send the same message to more outputs. And it's great for main and backup systems, which if you have 2 DS100s or 2 consoles or a main and a backup lighting console and you want to send the same OSC message to both, really convenient way to do it. You don't have to have 2 copies of the message. It just sends it to both. I'm going to get rid of that because it will confuse me later. And then you can see there are some other options here. Questions about setting up network output patches or sending OSC. That was very fast. OSC is great. OSC is dependent on the device receiving it. QLab is very flexible in what it will send, but it has to send the right thing to the device. So you have to know what message the thing you're trying to control would like to receive. These network device definitions are a great way to start, if there's one baked in for it. If not, you sort of need to talk to the manufacturer or the manual or a very talented programmer who works on the other device to figure out what they want to be receiving. And then it's pretty easy to assemble it in QLab by creating a network patch and an output. And you can make up your own. If you are somebody who loves the Arduino or the Raspberry Pi, you can use OSC messages to control them. If you really want to do motion control over this for window shades, you can do it. You just need a device on the other end that will take an OSC message and turn it into motor control. And you should put in some sort of safety mechanism because QLab shouldn't control physical objects unless there's a safety mechanism outside of QLab involved.
Emphatic agreement with that. And we hack around stuff in this building enough so that we have a QLab machine that is controlling virtually everything in the building. And we actually wrote an OSC dictionary for the building so that when artists come to the space, they can send OSC messages to the physical building to do things like change the temperature or start the haze machine or control the work lights or set the lobby lights. And we have just OSC messages to say Voxel lobby works on at 50% and things like that. So you can do, and it can, we also, it even, so the QLab machine that controls the front of the building and the lights on the front of the building will also control the doorbell. When someone rings the doorbell, that's QLab playing a doorbell sound, and sometimes people have changed it out to them saying ding dong or whatever. And then it also texts us a message when someone presses the doorbell, and that's all going through QLab as well. So you can get pretty nerdy, but expose it as a simple, roughly human readable API programming interface.
And it is, OSC is not actually human readable. The thing we see as we create the message, as we write it down in QLab is, and then it's converted into something that is much more machine readable. So there are some things you can't include in OSC messages. There are reserved characters. There are things that QLab will say, that's illegal. You can't do that. Because as it's being converted from the very relatively friendly OSC messages that the manufacturer has come up with, it is going into a more complex string of, I think mostly numbers as it goes over the network. And commas don't work, and that's the big thing, because if you are in Europe and you use a comma as a decimal separator, it is not compliant with OSC. So OSC, because it is a protocol and not a language, can't be localized in that way. Sorry. There are a few things in this list that are not, in fact, OSC messages, but do other things. So the Blackmagic Video Hub here is its own custom protocol that's sending plain text UDP, and there's still a definition for it. The Christie RS-232C is a network implementation of one of the 4 versions of Christie's protocol, serial protocol. So you could send it over an RS-232 cable, an RS-485 cable, or into the network port using those same messages. And Christie has a bunch of different implementations of it. So some projectors this will work with, but it's not actually sending an OSC message. And if we were to look at a Christie message here, it would allow us to see that, but instead of an OSC message down here, it's showing us a series of hexadecimal groupings that have been assembled. Okay. Questions? Again, sorry, trying to move fast. Okay, timecode. QLab can chase timecode. And actually, QLab 5 has gotten to be very smart about how it chases timecode. It was sort of over many of our objections and listening to our users, because the folks who work here mostly don't like timecode as a device or as a protocol, but some folks made some very compelling arguments. So please make compelling arguments and we'll adjust. We can learn. I'm gonna open a second inspector so that I don't confuse myself as I jump back and forth from the queue list where I need to make some of these adjustments and here. So I'm gonna select the queue that I want, which is the queue list syncing to timecode. I'm gonna go to Views, Inspector for selected queue. This inspector is always going to be for syncing to timecode unless I choose a different one from this quite long list of queues here. I don't know if Sam showed you that you could do that before. Can be quite handy. The other place I find it really useful is for timeline queues, because you can have your whole timeline queue over there and you can double click on it and your other inspector will jump to the queue. It's great. And I want to get to the timecode tab here because we're going to look at a few adjustments. So, so here I am going to choose to sync the queues in this list to incoming timecode. Close this. I don't have anything going on this screen, so I'm going to tell it to stop floating. I'm going to click on this and tell my timecode window to float. And you can see here, syncing to timecode is waiting, and there's a queue list that is going to listen. It's going to wait until it gets incoming timecode. I'm choosing my sync source. I again have my two options, MIDI timecode, linear timecode. And I'm going to choose the audio device I'm going to listen to. I'm going to take that black hole input 1, that device that takes an output and brings it back to an input. And I'm going to choose input 1. And then I'm going to choose the SMPTE format I'm expecting to listen to. I'm going to choose 25 frames per second. I could. I didn't when I made this morning because I wasn't awake yet. So QLab is offering to recalculate timecodes as I change the timecode format for this queue list. It's offering to go in and get as close as it possibly can as I change the frame rate and do it automatically. I'm going to recalculate because I think that will be easier. Here, it's going to show me any timecode that's coming in and the level of the signal that's coming in. And then I have a few options. What happens when I begin to receive timecode? I have 5 options. I'm going to start with do not start queues which precede this timecode, which is the first one on the list and is pretty simple. And then on stop, I'm going to start again with the first one, do not start queue. I missed. Stop timecode triggered queues. And freewheel time is how long I can lose timecode before I think timecode has stopped. 1/4 of a second in this case. Okay, so I have a few queues here. I have a queue called Max, which is the name of my dog. And it will be triggered at 1 hour and 8 frames. And then I have a series of queues that change the color of that Max queue via OSC. So I'm using a QLab message, not one that's pre-constructed, not one that's used in the template, but one that I typed in that will change it to one of several colors. So blue will turn Max blue. Rufus will turn Max a lovely color of red, green, orange, and back to none. And each of these in the triggers tab will have a timecode in it. And then I have a timecode here that begins at 1 hour and is sending 25 frames per second out black hole channel 1. So I send it there, I see it here. My 30-second queue here begins. If I would like at 1 hour, 10 seconds, this queue to trigger based on timecode, I should capture timecode. Aha. And as soon as I enable it, the value will appear. So I can capture based on running timecode. Now if I start again, I'm going to adjust these so we don't have to wait quite as long. At 5 seconds, if I start my time code, you can see that this max queue, which is a 30-second long wait queue, stops as soon as I stop the time code. And I'm stopping the time code by selecting it and pressing the S hotkey. After years of being yelled at by QLab operators, I basically never press the spacebar anymore. I select queues and I use the V key to preview things, and then I press the stop key to stop things, because I'm more often a designer than an operator, and it's their job to press escape and spacebar, and it's my job to do everything else. And so I use the hotkeys for individual queue preview and stop. So you'll see that a lot, and you'll see that the playhead probably won't move off of max very much. So here, as soon as I stop the time code, it stopped. The queue is triggered by time code. Again, max starts 8 frames in. My time code's running. Max is running. I stop my time code. Max pauses, because that's what the queue list told it to do. This is going to be very unsurprising. I've told it to do nothing when time code stops. So I'm going to stop the time code. Max continues to run. Make sense? The slightly more complicated part of this is on start. So here, start queues since the most recent minute of time code. So I'm starting before any of these queues begin. So I'm going to have this start 5 seconds in. I'm going to have this start 22 seconds in. I'm going to have this start 30 seconds in. I'm going to have this start 45 seconds in. And then, I'm going to begin time code at 25 seconds. So when I begin time code, max, because it's 30 seconds long and starts 8 frames in, will be 25 seconds into its duration, because it'll chase the time code. So it will line itself up with where it should be, 8 frames less than 25 seconds. Make sense? And it will have triggered the move to blue, the move to Rufus, and soon it will go green. So he's Rufus because he went blue, then Rufus, and now green. And finishes playing on its own. Make some sense? So we can extend that window. So that's going a minute back. So if I started at 25 seconds, even though this begins at 5 seconds, QLab went back and looked a minute before and found a few queues that hadn't been triggered yet. And so it triggered them, and it triggered them in the order they would have happened. So first, Max very briefly went blue. Then Max went Rufus and sat there until the next queue that was going to be triggered in sequence happened. This is useful for queues that don't have duration, that are instantaneous or that are permanent. And this is here because if you have a long, complicated timecode sequence, you might want to be in the right light queue on your etc EOS console, or the right soundboard queue on your Digico, triggered by MIDI or triggered by an OSC queue. So you might want to go a minute back in your timecode sequence to the beginning of the song, the beginning of the timecode, and trigger the lightboard to the right queue and the soundboard to the right queue, even though that actually happened a minute before you're going to pick up in your song. There are a few options for how long this might be. The most recent minute, the most recent hour, a time you specify, 45 seconds, or all time. Now the challenge of this, and the reason that we have those shorter iterations are, if you're doing a 2-hour long entirely time-coded show, and you say go back for all time, and you pick up 5 minutes before the end of your show, every light cue you send to the EOS is going to get sent very quickly in sequence. Every MIDI cue you send to the soundboard is going to get sent very quickly in sequence. They might not behave so well. They might not like that. So you sort of need to understand the cadence of your show and how frequently you're sending those control cues in order to set this up. Other than that, QLab will start every cue that would be running at that point in timecode, and will keep it rolling until you stop timecode, or conceivably until after you stop timecode.
Synonymous to collate. Kind of synonymous to collate.
Yes, collate, but with a question of like how far into the past you're willing to go. Like collate last 5 cues, and because timecode is on that fixed timeline, we can use time to determine that. Chris, any? Okay. Okay.
You're doing great, man. You're doing great.
Okay. There's only one thing left, but there are also like 4 things at the bottom of it which say talk about this. So OSC queries are a way for QLab to send network queues that include information about QLab. Hold on. Going back to OSC queues. OSC queues can fade. If you give an OSC queue a duration, are you always a fade? Aha. If you give an OSC queue a duration, you have a couple of options. This is a bad example. Let's go to one we built. We'll just make a new one. Okay. If we give an OSC queue a duration, we have a few options for what it does. For fade, we have the option to either resend the same queue a number of times for that duration at a particular frame rate. So it's for 10 seconds. I could send it once per second. I could send it 120 times per second. I don't know why you would send it 120 times per second, but you can. QLab ignores OSC messages if they're the same and sent within 2 seconds.
It's less than that. It's maybe
It's like a tenth of a second.
Or a tenth of a second, something like that.
So if it's getting the same message over and over again, it doesn't pay attention to it. But if it's getting a different message, it does. You can also, rather than resend, choose to send a 1D fade. So for this, you need to assemble a message that includes, as an argument, the variable. So I could call this queue selected pre-wait and that you define where that variable is by using #v#. And so you can see as time is passing, we are changing the pre-wait up. And that's actually changing the value of the pre-wait. It's not counting up in time. I've done a bad job of demonstrating that, so maybe we'll make this 1,000. I'll change the range there. So the pre-wait's going to go up way faster. So I'm fading the value of that pre-wait up over 10 seconds from 0 to 1,000. I cannot think of a reason why you would ever do this particular thing in a show, but you could certainly fade something else up in QLab over that time. The place I have used this more than anywhere else is when you do it with 2-dimensional fades, where you can take the same thing and include, rather than that #v, a #x and #y. So you can send, very similar to the path that was controlling 2 lighting parameters, a parameter in a particular device, a parameter to a particular device on a 2D path. So this is controlling a D&B DS100 spatial processor, and it is controlling the position on a coordinate map. And it's moving the sound from somewhere over there to somewhere over here. And it's a great way to do spatialization, to give a sense of motion to things.
Yeah, so is
describing how frequently OSC is sending an update to the other device?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's nice to have that setting. Having done a number of pretty complicated shows on a DS100, you can send too much OSC. It's actually not hard to send too much OSC. So we on that show, we had some rules about who was allowed to be at 30 frames per second and who was allowed to be at 5 frames per second. And if you were not one of the 4 main characters, you only had 1 digit in your frames per second. And you had less of a resolution as you were moving, because that slowed the pace of OSC down to the point where we weren't killing the DS100 with it. But we were controlling 40 actors and some QLab sends to it. And that was a lot when we had big scenes where everyone was moving around.
One example where we use a very low frames per second, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, one way we monitor the QLab machines in this building is that we have one machine at this end of the building which controls stage projection and stuff, and one machine at this end of the building which controls everything else. And this machine is forever and always sending a very gentle stream of OSC messages to that machine. And if it never replies back, it'll eventually, in a few seconds, send Alec and me a text message to say, I'm sorry to say that the QLab machine has crashed. And so we don't need a high rate of speed on those messages. It just needs to, 24 hours a day, be gently saying, are you still there? Yes, I'm still here. Are you still there? Yes, I'm still here.
So QLab will respond to thump with thump. Always. Heartbeat. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. GoBut will also respond to a thump with a thump if you want to check in on your iPad's health. There was another question.
120 frames per second seems whack. Was that like 4 or something? Is there a device out there in the world that wanted
The comment from the esteemed colleague was 120 frames per second seems quote unquote whack. I don't remember if we set it at that because there was a specific person asking for that or because it just seemed fast enough for everybody. I don't honestly know. Don't remember.
I've done a lot of very curious things with OSC. I think that it's possible, if memory serves, a hardware lemur controller, the first multi-touch touchscreen I ever met, had a very cool dynamic touch controller, which was multi-touch and a series of physics-based balls that you could like throw and they would move around. And I think that gave you information at 120 frames per second. And I think it did it because LCS could receive it. And I wonder if somebody said we should be able to do at least that. I can check. Jazz Mutant, which is the name of the company that made Lemur, has gone out of business. And LCS has been bought by Meyer. But Richard will answer this question.
I will admit that there are any number of numbers in QLab that were set that way because one of us was finishing the feature that day and went, I don't know, what seems big enough? This seems probably enough. And then that's how it got set.
Okay. So if you want to use OSC to control QLab, you have to make sure that QLab is going to let you. We talked a little bit about passwords. Different passwords can have different permissions. So by default, in a new QLab workspace, there are always 2 passcodes set. First, you have to come to the Network tab, the OSC Access tab. This is about how QLab receives OSC from other devices. You can choose what port QLab is listening on. QLab, the application, is always listening on port 53,000. QLab is also listening for plain text for devices that can't send OSC on port 53535. If you have more than one workspace open, you can in fact tell a workspace to listen on a different port. So I could tell this to listen on 53,002 if I had 2 workspaces open on the same computer and I wanted to be able to address them differently. I understand why that might be useful, but mostly think, why not just put it all in one workspace? You will have 2 passcodes by default as you make a new workspace. No passcode, which will default to having no permissions, and a single passcode here. permissions in QLab are divided into 3 big buckets. View. Can this OSC, can somebody sending me OSC on this passcode or with this passcode ask me for information? Will I share information back with them? Can I ask you what Q25's pre-weight is? If I have view permissions, yes, I can. Control. Can I tell Q2 to go? Can I panic? That's control. And edit. Can I adjust the level can I adjust the level on an audio queue, the opacity on a video queue, the OSC string on a network queue? So this is set up in a way that I expect is often the case, except this no passcode having all the permissions, which sort of eliminates the need for a passcode at all. I believe that's closing the barn door after the cows are out. So this has a passcode where you have all the permissions. 4124 can both edit and control. 8989 can view and control but not edit. You can trigger a queue, but you can't change a queue. Sort of like being in show mode. Might be a great way for your backup machine to speak to your main machine to speak to your backup machine. If you were doing that over OSC, which I'm not sure is the best idea in the world, but we can talk. And 7326, which can view and edit, which is what I would call the designer permissions. So I can sit in the back of a preview, and I can say, oh, these crickets are too loud, and I can adjust those. But I can't accidentally stop everything. I can't panic, and I can't trigger the next queue. And I am being restricted in doing that by the machine that the operator is on. If I were doing it controlling via TouchOSC or QLab Remote. A similar set of these permissions, but a different place is true for collaboration, which of course I'll talk about tomorrow. And then view, which you might set up for a stage manager who wants to see what's going on in the queue list, but I desperately don't want them to be able to advance the playhead or accidentally make a change. So make sure that you can allow OSC connections, make sure you're setting the correct port. It will show you all of your available IP addresses here, so you don't have to go all the way to the macOS system settings application and check there, and then passcodes. Okay. I can't remember where it is. QLab has added a new feature that I have never used. So I can tell you about it, but I can't tell you about it from experience. At the request of many of our users, we have added the ability to send a message every time QLab does something. And this is a great way to trigger a lighting console all the time. Every time QLab triggers a queue, it will trigger the light queue of the same number. And that is called MSC broadcast, show control broadcast. So you have a destination, a MIDI patch, the message where you choose the lighting message and where you choose what format of message and then what device ID. And then QLab will send a go if the queue being triggered at the playhead has a number, and will send a message for reset all, stop all, and panic all. So it will try to tell the device receiving the MIDI those things, without you having to do anything, without you having to add any queues. Every time you trigger a queue, whether it's queue, so if I were to trigger, oh my, none of the queues have numbers. This is, so if I were to trigger queue 100, it would send MSC queue 100 out lighting out that port, then 120, then 140, then 160, then 180. Make sense? Sort of useful. QLab will send the queue, as long as the QLab queue has a number, it will send that. What happens on the other end? We know not. So it depends on what that other device does. Probably it has to match. That would make sense, and that's how an ETC EOS would behave. That's how Disguise would behave. maybe there's a device out there that fires the queue that is as close as it is to that and slightly higher. I don't think that device should do that, but it might. Okay. There is a similar feature, which you should read about in the documentation if you care to, where we will do the same thing with OSC. But you have to, from the device that wants to receive the OSC, ask for it. So you have to say, I would like to listen. And with a passcode, if you have been provided the right information, it will let you do that. And you can specify what you'd like to listen to and the type of message you'd like to receive. And all of that is documented here in the show control broadcast section of network, MIDI, and show control in our very comprehensive documentation. It's very useful. And if you want the ETC console to always get a queue whenever you trigger a queue, it's a great way to do it. But I don't want to talk about that anymore because we're in a hurry. We talked about timecode. We talked about overrides. As we're looking through OSC and how that works, I find it very useful to troubleshoot using the logs tab of the workspace status window. Any input that QLab receives on port 53,000 will appear in OSC input. So you can see what messages QLab is getting, and if you're interpreting them right, or if something's going wrong, or if someone's sending not quite the right thing. Very helpful. Everything QLab sends in reply to a message appears in OSC replies. Also super useful. You can do the same thing with MIDI input here, if you're troubleshooting MIDI. These are reset to off every time you open up the workspace again. And if there is stuff in here, you can clear it by pressing clear, or you can select all of it and copy it to a text file. There's not a way to sort of save those logs. If you're using this for long-term troubleshooting, it's great, but somebody at the end of the night needs to go in and grab the information. But it's a great way to see if the lighting console was supposed to send you a MIDI show control cue. You can say, I did not receive that. Somewhere along the way between the lighting console and the MIDI input of QLab, it has stopped. I have a log of all of the other things you've sent me. That number doesn't appear in it. Please explain. Or let's pursue troubleshooting farther up that signal chain. So very helpful for troubleshooting. The other tool, which I will assume is on this computer, there it is Snoise's MIDI monitor, which is a free application. And if you are using MIDI in your show, you should put it on every computer you have. It basically gives you that same log and allows you to filter by the sources that are coming in, and you can filter by what messages are coming. It's fantastic. Very helpful for figuring out what MIDI messages you received. It almost universally agrees with the QLab MIDI input tab. Sometimes it's nice to have a separate program. There isn't a similar thing for OSC. Hexler, the folks who make Touch OSC, which is a great way to build your own custom control interfaces on an iOS device, make a thing called Protocol, which logs both MIDI and OSC. Because of the way ports work, it's a little harder to do that. MIDI goes to the computer and then goes to all of the applications. So it's pretty easy for any application to listen to the input to any other application. Obviously, OSC, one port, one application, harder to spy on that. But Protocol can be a useful thing for troubleshooting OSC. You just have to close QLab. If you have more than one copy of QLab open, say QLab 4 and QLab 5, it is only one of them can be bound to port 53,000. So the second one that you open will come up with a little warning saying, it's busy. Quit both, open the one you want, and away you can go. There are a vanishingly small number of other programs that might try to use port 53,000. if you are encountering that, write into us and we can walk you through some troubleshooting steps that involve some terminal commands to figure out what is bound to that port, and we'll figure out what it is and make it stop. Questions?
You highlighted a few queues and gave them queue numbers. What is that? How'd you do that?
So I did that by highlighting a few queues. I used the mouse, maybe, and held Shift and clicked the number on top, clicked the queue on top, and that selected the range in between. You can also select a series of queues that are separate by the gap by holding down the Command key. And then I'm going to clear out those queue numbers with Command D. And then if I want to renumber them, Command Shift R, Command R, no Shift, will renumber those queues. And I can choose to start at a number and increment by a number. I can add a prefix if I'd like, and I can add a suffix if I'd like, and away we go. So I get S100, S120, S140, S160. And because these numbers need to be unique, if I were to, if I were to jump around by 3 and then do that same thing again, you can see it's skipping Q102 because somewhere in the workspace there is a Q102. So it can't give this 102 because it's taken. It can't give it 103 because it's right there. I didn't know there was a 102, so it skipped one more than I was expecting. It'll do its best. If you ask it to renumber in between things, it will also add some point queues if it needs to. The reason that the suffix is there is the etc EOS consoles, when they send MSC, they send an MSC message for every queue that they take. So if you're being controlled by them, it can be handy to have a non-numeral thing in there because they can't send that via MSC. They just send a 1.0. So if my sound queue number is S1, they can't trigger it. So I know exactly what they're triggering.
Charles, can I interrupt you?
Please.
Completely different topic. But we've been trying to debug the lighting problems that we've been having, and we figured it out, and I figured it would be useful to share. So yesterday we talked a lot about ArtNet as a network protocol, and as you've noticed, we've had the lights have problems occasionally. Sam talked a little bit about the fact that ArtNet devices have a discovery protocol, which is how QLab finds out about them, but there are some devices that don't support the discovery protocol, and the only way to talk to them is you have to go into QLab preferences, and under lighting here, you check use broadcast mode for ArtNet lighting. Try not to ever do this. So broadcast mode just means that your QLab is going to really be flooding the network with ArtNet, and it can easily take over it. We discovered that Charles's MacBook back there had use broadcast mode turned on.
Oh, it was only collaborating. I only had one.
I don't know. So we shut it down, and it solved the problems, which is fun. Sorry, Charles.
But there was no the only workspace was a collaborating workspace. What ArtNet was it broadcasting?
I don't know. All we know is we traced it in the network to see that it was coming from here.
I'm sorry.
That's all good. So moral lessons learned here. So for one thing, we support broadcast mode because there are devices that we have to for it. I think Sam said yesterday that Intech devices were this way. They're not. They should support discovery. Intech and DMX King, which is the stuff we live in.
Showtech devices, which are
okay, maybe that's what he said.
Budget European.
Yes. There are some cheaper devices that do not support it, and so the only way to talk to them is to broadcast. But broadcasting is just really spamming your network, and especially if you have Wi-Fi involved, it can slow down your Wi-Fi significantly. So we've got the option here. Try not to ever use it. Try to buy devices that do support discovery, and we have recommendations for what they should be. Anyway.
Sorry.
I didn't mean to blame you.
Initially, I thought, well, I must be having Wi-Fi connection issues that we're having a lot of traffic on our Wi-Fi. Alec discovered. So we were like, oh, well, we're saturating the Wi-Fi. Maybe that's it. So Alec got me a dongle so I could be hardwired. And we had a brief glitch from my computer switched from Wi-Fi to dongle, but it seemed to be working. And then he was like, but there's still broadcasts happening. It's like, oh, it's not me. So he did some more sleuthing and tried
There it was.
down. So far, so good, knock on wood.
Also, one nice thing about having a nice switch is that you can sometimes go in and see like who is sending this traffic and trace it down to what port it's coming or what machine is coming from. Yay, Unify.
Okay. OSC queries. OSC queries are a way that QLab can send a network message that includes some information about something in QLab. This is super powerful. Here we go. And this allows us to, we have two queues here, down here, thing 1 and thing 2. We can say that we can change the color name for, thing 2 to red. We're using the message /2/t/color name red, definitively setting it. We can use a message to say, okay, I would like to set QT2's color name to be whatever the color name is for T1. At the moment, it's nothing. So if I fire that queue, it goes to nothing. If I make this a delightful shade of hot pink and fire that again, it should make that pink. So here, someone, probably me, has set this to be an hour long and resend 10 frames per second. And I have chosen a bad color that isn't particularly helpful in an OSC argument, because the argument should be a string, and this is sending 2 strings. It's sending hot and pink, 2 arguments instead of 1. So I think this will work better if instead of hot pink, which I was going to enjoy, we choose midnight, which has no space in between, defining a separation between the 2 arguments. There we go. And I could see that over here in the log, which I had open, where we have far too many messages. So let's not have that send for an hour. So now if I send this again, I will say, oh, OSC received from localhost a password recommendation. And then it said, oh, QT2 should be color name midnight.
Do you think it would be worth the time to fix why the hot pink, to make hot pink work? Or do you want to keep moving?
In here or in?
No, in here. I mean, on screen. I have a suspicion that we could fix it by putting quotes around the query. I'm not sure.
I think that will just make the query a string, and so it won't be a query anymore.
If it's all one, wait. Q. Oh, you're setting. I'm sorry. You're right. I don't know if hot pink as one string will set it to hot pink. It might, but this is going to be less interesting than I.
We can do that here, but that's harder to do with the query because we have to send the query. Yes, so we can set it to hot pink when we make it a manual string, but we can't tell the response of the query to become a string.
Well, we can't. That's what the quotes do. So if you put the quotes around the query, whatever's inside there is going to try to treat it as a string.
I think it will just.
What did it do?
Change it back to midnight.
That's wildly unexpected to what I was expecting.
Q1 to hot pink now, right?
Yeah. Oh, Q1 needs to be hot pink before this will do anything. There we go.
So something in that OSC query is churning that from a string, so I couldn't set an OSC message to include a query via an OSC message.
Say those words again.
So I can manually set, via OSC, this is slightly inception-y, sorry. I can tell a custom OSC string to be a custom OSC, to be something, by saying, put this string in your custom OSC string. If that includes a query, it won't work.
Yes, and could we make it work? I don't know, but I suspect not.
No one has ever thought about it until now, maybe?
Can we escape query strings? Possibly. I'm not sure if we've gone that far down this road. But the lesson, I think,
is that you can set the response to a query.
yeah.
So what this is doing is using an OSC address, a request, not including an argument, so just the request. What is your color name? And inserting that into another message. So I am asking Q T1 what its color name is, and I'm putting that into a message controlling the color name of T2. I don't have a microphone, do I? There's some quite fun things you can do with this.
I can get you a microphone. Back at DBS.
Hmm?
If you're open to DBS, I can
Yep.
mic to you.
Yep. So what this can do is one of the things we can request of QLab. I'm actually not. Is the live average level, the meter that's being shown here, of a sound cue. So I can use that to control something. So if I have a mic cue, which Alec is going to put a microphone somewhere.
I'm going to confirm the number that Chris's mic has. Hey, Chris, what number does your mic have? Okay, your channel 1 contains Chris's mic now.
So if I start this mic cue.
Testing. Testing. Hello. Hello. Coming at you live from inside the Voxel in Baltimore, Maryland.
So I am looking at here, QMM, my microphone cue, the live average level for Q output 12, row 0, and I'm scaling it between 0 and 50. So if I run this OSC message, which is going to run for an hour.
Testing. Testing. Hello. Hello, hello. Am I speaking loud? Which? Set light upstage intensity. Test, test, test.
Oh.
Test, test, test. Test.
Somebody is very cranky.
I have to keep talking to keep testing this, but I don't know what to say.
So if this were working swimmingly, that would be adjusting the level of this light. So let's see. It might be angry because our DMX output is off, though.
Maybe. I don't know. I would expect that to.
We'll live slightly
not affect it,
dangerously.
but
Oh, also it's 100 frames per second. So that might be part of the issue.
we should be seeing something.
Motion. So let's take a look. This isn't working correctly, so I'm going to open up our logs and our OSC input logs.
Test.
So we're getting a set light upstage intensity.
Test, test, test. We're seeing messages.
We're seeing messages. We're quite low, so we're going to change our range here.
Test. Test, test. Test, test, test. Hi, hi. Oh, could be. Test, test.
I was getting OSC.
Yeah.
clear my logs, and I'm seeing
Test.
things come in. So I'm seeing a set light to upstage intensity.
But it's not getting to the
Dashboard set
dashboard.
light upstage, so that should be controlling this light group called upstage, and I have a parameter called
Is
intensity.
that the correct OSC message for?
I believe so. This worked when I tried it.
How thrilling.
So let's look at the documentation, and I'm going to come here, and I'm going to do the only thing you should ever do here, which is have an idea of what I'm looking for as I arrive, and search for it. So I'm going to look at set light. I want to look at dashboard set light. The string here is the instrument or group and parameter name. And so that should work, but I'm just going to copy it right from here. And I'm going to use the live version. So the live version of it won't tell QLab that a change has been made in the file. So I can do as much live as many live changes as I would care to, and it won't tell me I need to save the file at the end of the day. So I'm going to paste that in, and then I'm going to go to the dashboard and say, okay, I'd like to look at, replace this string, which is the name of the light I'd like to control, upstage, dot intensity, and then put that live average level in there. So we're going to start the mic queue, so I have a live average level.
Test, test, test. Puzzling.
And I'll clear my logs so I can see them rolling.
Test, the messages coming in. I mean, it's not going much of a range, but
yeah,
there's
but
something.
we should at the very least be seeing ourselves changing here, and this the slider should be going yellow.
Yeah.
OSC permissions, I know you messed with them some. You didn't take away controller.
Thank you, Chad. That's probably it. So I'm going to go to network, and I'm using code 4124, which is what this is, 4124, and that has all permissions.
What are the replies? Which one replies?
Test. Test. Is it saying okay? It's saying okay.
Status okay. Success.
And this is my live light dashboard, not my addition.
You don't have to scope dashboard under a workspace.
I don't believe you do.
Maybe we'll have to troubleshoot this and show it off in the morning.
Yeah.
It definitely works.
So what this should do is allow you to dynamically control something. And here, let's do this. Let's change what we're controlling. And I'm just jumping to a queue. It's fine.
It's got to think hard about it.
So we have here.
In my heart, in my burning heart.
So we're taking that live average level from output 12, and we're scaling it between 0.1 and 1, an opacity of 10% and 100%. So the louder he is, the brighter the heart will be. And at that, I think I'll pause and say, any questions?
Okay, were you picking off from in the signal chain? So he's coming in via Dante.
So I have my audio input for this microphone cue is coming from the main patch.
Okay.
That main patch is set to receive from Dante Virtual Sound Card. I'm choosing that I want one channel beginning at channel 1, which means that I just have this single row down here. So I have channel 1 coming into Dante, where Alec patched that microphone. And then I'm bringing that over to Q output number 12, which is what I'm listening for here.
There's a party mode to this room, which uses this trick that Alec uses the projectors that project onto the floor and routes audio that's going through the speakers through a QLab workspace so that it reacts to the music that's being played and has some sort of fake gobos that are spinning around on the floor that react to the sound. So we have like a party button for this room that uses this trick, which is fun.
And so this is a slightly more complicated version of that demo where we've used an audio effect to listen to just the kick. So we've EQ'd it so we're only following the kick, or we're only following the snare, or we're only following a hi-hat, and had a light that responds to each. So we're creating an audio cue that limits the sound to just that, and then listening for the live average level of that limited audio cue and sending that to one or more lights.
And best place to go to practice speaking OSC, like you guys were just like talking and just typing stuff out, and I was like, string, yeah, do the string, I got it.
So the thing I would begin by doing, because it's easy and it's baked into QLab, if you need a license or QLab in demo mode to do it, is just use QLab, and you can start with, I have to close some windows, I must. Heading here, and in your network outputs, setting up a QLab template and a QLab OSC message, a custom OSC message. Because this will let you create and use that dictionary and figure out, okay, what can I control in QLab? And then you can see that message at the bottom down here and bring that into a custom OSC message and make some adjustments.
Okay, yeah, I've actually used that trick to copy and paste something in bit focus, so
Yeah.
Okay.
And the same thing, if you're a companion person, the other thing you could do is say, oh, I'd really like to look at the bit focus definition. So my patch 12 is now bit focus. What can I do?
Okay.
And then figure out, okay, QLab can now press a button in companion. So you can build a machine where you have QLab press a button in bit focus and companion press a button in QLab, and you can go back and forth as many times as you care to. I don't know how that would be useful.
That's actually how I trigger my MA2, is QLab presses a button on bit focus.
That makes sense. There is an MA3 definition now. There in QLab, if you'd like to have a totally different, very expensive lighting console. But the MA2 we have not built because it's such a different beast, and so much of the grand MA OSC definitions is about presenting things on a command line in an MA back to it. So it's tough to know what those are because none of us are grand MA programmers. The other thing you can do is, it is not free, but is pretty fun, is use Touch OSC, which is an application for the iPad and iPhone, to build a controller for QLab and to be able to send things to it, because it can both send and receive OSC messages or MIDI over a network. And so it's a good way to build a custom control surface for QLab. My favorite, I think I was saying this in the back quietly, my favorite thing to do for that is I have an iPod Touch that when I am running shows, I leave on the lighting operator's console connected over a Wi-Fi network, and it has two big buttons on it. One button changes color depending on the state of my overrides. So if I have OSC or MSC overridden, so I'm not sending it in QLab. So I'm in this mode. MSC output is off. External network output is off. It turns bright red. If whichever of those we're using that day is not disabled here, it turns green. And then he has a button that he's allowed to press only if we have already begun running the show, which changes the overrides in QLab. So it's the show control's off because we were editing and we started again and we weren't paying attention. Because it allows both of us to be able to look at it. Because I have the override window up. Sometimes I don't see it. Sometimes we'll start running a sequence and I won't have turned them back on. He knows whether his cues are going to get triggered appropriately. So he doesn't get the stage manager giving him the stink eye. He can either fix it or blame me. And so those things like that for TouchOSC are great. I did a show where we presented text to a performer. We used TouchOSC as a way to make a very simple teleprompter for an actor who was not in a position to remember their lines very well. And so we just sent OSC strings to TouchOSC. OSC changed what it was displaying on the screen depending on that. And it worked pretty well. And it was very lightweight and pretty fast. So it worked. Now, I might have done that with an NDI feed, but the TouchOSC worked pretty well.
Where was the actor reading? I mean, was it up in, where was he reading, or she reading?
So in this case, it was a performer who was sitting behind a desk for the majority of their role. And it was like playing a security guard, and there were a number of monitors laid out around them, which cast some light so we could get away with, put this here, we'll see if it works. And they had monitors with lighting instruments hidden in them so that they could flicker and do that. So they were hidden, and the light being cast on his face was not an issue. So happened to work out okay. And didn't require running a new cable, which is why we did it with the iPad. We wound up stealing a lighting circuit and plugging it in to power. Yeah, so it was a desk with a slightly high, it was like a reception counter. And so it was masked and tipped up a little bit and pointed at him. And I don't know, we kept it running for the entire run. I don't know if it was in use the entire run or if at some point that became a little bit more comfortable, but it was there as a helpful thing. And it was fun to be able to solve that problem. The other thing I've done with stupid OSC and wireless tricks is the world's laziest and least reliable cue lights, where we've used an iPod Touch or an iPad offstage right and offstage left, and used cue carts and changed the color of the cue carts when actors are supposed to come on stage. Where in an ideal world, we would have run an extension cord and a good old-fashioned light switch, but we were not in a place where that was easily feasible to do. And we could cue the actor to come on stage this way. So it was reasonably easy. And we had QLab remote viewing a single button cue cart and an OSC message in QLab that would send the color to that cue cart. So the stage manager could see what was going on. We could see what was going on. And we were moderately confident that the Wi-Fi signal was going to get back there within enough time that it wasn't going to seem like the actor was late. He had two entrances. One person joked, 2 entrances in the whole show. It was fine. We were in Romania. Somebody had stolen 4,000 pounds of stage weight from the theater. We had other priorities. Okay. That's the end of my spiel. So if other questions, other concerns, things you wish we had spent a little more time on? So there are a few ways to do this. There's a MIDI protocol called RTP MIDI. We talked a little bit about the IAC bus as well. So this is in the Mac OS. There is the audio MIDI settings application, which you'll find in the utilities folder. It has a ton of useful information about audio devices in the audio setting, including what your format is and your sample rate. Useful place to change it because QLab won't change that for you. It accepts whatever this is and adjusts. But if you do want to be dictatorial, this is a nice place to do it if QLab's the only thing you have open. And the second window is the MIDI Studio, which shows you all connected MIDI devices. So here we only have the Team Sound box here, which if I unplug, it will go gray, but it will remember that it was there until I manually delete it. And I have the IAC driver. That IAC driver allows me to create any number of inter-application buses, and I can name them. So I could call this my favorite bus. And I could call this my second favorite bus. And I now have 2 buses that will show up over here. I've done a thing I probably shouldn't do and added devices in QLab here. Well, QLab is open, but there they are. It's MIDI, pretty lightweight. So I can create more IAC buses there. I can also, apply. Before it says, I'm not finding that Mac, I'm done. Manually do it. The icon activity devices, when they are set up to initiate the session, will keep trying for about 25 minutes. And so they're way more reliable. So that's a way to send, and so I could connect to this Mac from that icon activity device. So on a complicated show that I'm doing, I often have one of those as a sort of MIDI hub where everything comes in and goes out because it's easy to do. And they also make some fabulous little cheap one-in, one-out MIDI devices as well. The ones that have the network capabilities are not the fantastic cheap ones. They are the most expensive MIDI devices you can find, but also super reliable and generally lovely.
MIDI, show control versus OSC, which one would you use over a network?
Over a network, I would use OSC. It's what it's designed for. MIDI over a network is fine. In a lot of the spaces where I work, MIDI show control has been being used since 1995, and people are really reticent to try new things because I do some work in the commercial theater. People don't want to lose shows. People don't want to screw things up. MIDI show control does everything we need in a slightly inconvenient way, but it's wildly reliable, and we all know how to troubleshoot it.
Right. Like the new light board I got no longer has a MIDI port.
What it
Have to do the MIDI gateway.
I believe there are a number of compliant MIDI. If you plug a MIDI interface into the USB port and it's one of the ones that's compatible, I believe that will work, which is like a $30 option instead of like a $600 option. But OSC works great too. Right. There's nothing wrong with OSC. One of the challenges with OSC, what kind of light board is it?
ETC XE.
One of the challenges is that the most reliable way to connect to an ETC console is via TCP. It's great, it works really well. We have to control them in order for that to work because they have to make some changes for that to work the other way around. And they're interested in doing that, but they haven't gotten there yet. So you're stuck using, if you want them to trigger us, UDP. And if you want the ETC to trigger the QLab, you're stuck using UDP, and you need to remember to turn off the sort of noisy stuff that comes out of the back end.
You go the other way, go from QLab into the board.
So doing that via TCP seems great, and we hope that will only become more reliable as we keep working on how to do that. So OSC would work great for that. One of the challenges with network protocols is if you have two QLab machines, if you're working with a redundant system, which isn't terribly uncommon, MIDI, because it's a very stupid protocol that runs over copper, you can switch over by using a big old switch. Two-position, three-pole switch will swap MIDI from main to backup. Doesn't require anything smart. If you have an audio switcher with a spare set of outs in it, with a spare input and output pair, that'll work. Network switches do a very different thing. And so main and backup switching over a network is a little harder to do. You can do it using your overrides and some sort of MIDI controller. So there's a version of this that has 2 more buttons. So you could have one that says backup MIDI on, backup OSC on, main OSC on, and swap between them that way. So you need to think a little bit about how that main and backup would work if that's a situation you're in. If you don't have a main and a backup, no problems. There is in the QLab cookbook on our website a descriptor about how to set up a main and backup using the overrides panel for the show control things. You still need to switch your backup, your audio and your video with some sort of fancy external matrix device. But we can talk. Please write to us. We have suggestions and ideas about that.
Just for my own personal thing, messing around with my Stream Deck here, how do I find out the QID?
You ask for the QID. Okay. You have to send an OSC message requesting the QID.
Yeah. Okay.
It is not the workspace ID you can find in the workspace status window. That's easy. The QID you have to request via OSC, and you'll see it in the OSC replies. Or you can use an OSC query to set, this is my favorite thing to do, use an OSC query to set the notes of another queue to the thing you're asking for. Does that, is that a place to begin? I can walk through how to do that. It's slightly tedious. Not hard to do, easy to do, but I don't want to make everyone sit through. So you and I can sit through right now, but if no one else has questions, we don't all have to, everyone doesn't have to sit here. Okay. Thank you all. This concludes our race through show control and MIDI and recommendations.
We'll be back tomorrow for one last day. I'll be talking audio and literally anything else that we haven't talked about that I can get through. I spend a lot of time on audio, so I don't feel embarrassed by getting other things wrong. Yeah, and again, we'll start around 9:30. And then on Saturday, if you're able to stick around, or Saturday night, we're hosting a party because this fall will be the 20th year that I've been working on QLab. Not with many other people. And so we're having a birthday party on Saturday night, and you are all invited. Please do RSVP because we're getting kind of somewhat close to the legal limit of the building. So if you're not on the list, you may not get in. And other than that, please enjoy. Go home, rest, come back for the last day. I'm having fun with all of you. Thank you.
Come look. We can do that on the screen, but